Hello, friends. Happy Friday. It's Friday. We made it. We made it to Friday, chat. Isn't that crazy? Oh, and of course my internet goes as soon as I swap things. Wow. There we go. Amazing. I love that at the actual second I swap scenes, my internet drops to 0. That's amazing. It's gonna be another one of those nights, I feel like. So, we have a little bit of a, I don't want to say surprise, but we're trying something different today. Chris is here in voice chat because we're playing Redfall with the crew later, and Chris is here in voice chat now, so he's gonna, like, hang out and kind of, You don't like my fit? You don't like my fit? You don't like my fit? So Chris is here in voice chat, and he's gonna just hang out and be silly and kind of chat with us while we're waiting for everyone else to get on for Redfall. So, let me say hello to everyone. I would say hello to Chris, but he's in voice chat and he knows. Wolfie, hello. Driver, hello. Chaos, hello. Okay, help me out here. Do you go by, like, HV or Hivgi? How do you say your name? HV, welcome in. How are you? I didn't say that. I just said he looked like he joined a cult. He does kind of look a little cultish, doesn't he? Seems like he cheated to me. Listen, you guys have to take that up with each other. Because I can't prevent people from doing it. Okay.
Hi.
What are we doing, Chris? What are we doing in Zelda
I don't know,
today?
That was the most beautiful intro I've ever heard in my entire life.
Mine?
For me?
Mine? Why? What did I say?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Oh, about how I was like, Chris is in voice chat, and we're just gonna see.
I'm a special surprise.
Hi, Steph.
You know, we're just gonna see how this goes, but
Canadian, hello, welcome in. Oh, Spirit Fair. That's a fun one. How is Spirit Fair? Thank you so much for the raid. How is your stream? Welcome in. I have the most beautiful fit. Wolfie says I look like I joined a cult. My wreath on my shield is a little... It's sad and wholesome at the same time. It is. I have not played it personally. But one of my good friends, Giant Geyser, played it. And it definitely seemed very emotional. But how is your stream? Welcome in. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us. If you don't know who I am, hello, hi, welcome. My name is Krista, or Pink Soul. Most people just call me Pink. I usually do have a camera, but for the next week or two while I adjust to some new meds, we're kind of going off cam. Doing some different stuff. But I do have a very quick, quick little introductory video that I do like to show whenever we get a raid, just to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out and get to know us. I am a variety streamer. I play lots of different things, like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and like so many other things in between. But I hope you enjoy this very quick video, and I will see you in just a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I wanna ride my bike! Hey, look, Nate. It's Uranus. I am Cat. I can help you. Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever.
How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. Coming! What if you just, like, collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping? Bees! Go, bees! Yes. I want to die right now. I'm gonna go drown. Yeah! Solid! Nobody's looking at my pee-pee. So cute. Perceive my booty, arg. I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. I shoot them my gun. Antidepressant. Is it working?
I want to be haunted by Marcia. Oh,
I'm trying to make the poop.
All right, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh! My monitor.
What
Nate,
I had said.
Why?
What is happening?
Why are you like this?
I couldn't make this up if I tried.
That won't and can't go wrong.
You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye. Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you so much for the raid. D2 Stray. Those are really. I loved Stray. It was a very fun little game to play over the summer. And yeah, I am currently playing Destiny. The new season of the Deep stuff started the other day, which has been really fun. But yeah, I play like so many different types of games. Like I couldn't even narrow it down into like one genre or one type of genre or anything. Link looks like he's going to declare that he is the High Priest of Light, and we must all purify. Here you go, Wolfie.
Shame. Shame.
Yeah, you're helping people in Warframe. Ooh, that's pretty fun too. Warframe is fun too. Exactly. Listen. This headdress though is where I think this is a dragon. I think it's a dragon headdress. Okay, how's your weed game treating you, Chris?
It's nice, actually.
Yeah? Getting some good pulls today?
Not today. Yesterday I did.
Oh, you did?
Mm-hmm. And I'm at
How
the
are
point
these stuck
where
to his face?
I mean, it's basically like the same as Genshin, so like it just follows like the mobile game rules. So like I can only do so much a day. That's the most annoying part about it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, The Sims like mobile was like that. It was really annoying.
Oh, that game was not fun because of that.
Start button. It's like a little gimp mask.
Mm.
So, do we get the rest of the chic outfit? We have to get the whole chic outfit, right?
I would guess.
We need the sun, and we can do that sun dance from the meme from Dark Souls. Looks like a dragon. I know, isn't
Oh,
that
do
really
they have
cool?
like the Praise the Sun in here?
No.
Is that what you were talking about?
No, I was reading chat.
Hmm.
This blue is almost a good match.
I was gonna say if you could emote Praise the Sun in Zelda, that would be amazing.
Well, I mean, the only emotes I can do are like these. Like I can do this, 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 and this. So I can be like thinking. I can be like, look up, number 1. Or I can do hands on my hips. Or I can present this lamp. I can present this lamp. Lamp.
It's a new car!
Yeah, so those are the 4 poses that you can do. Man's gone blind from lamp. This lamp right here? Do you mean this lamp? Tell them what their prize. This lamp. Oh shit! Shit! This lamp. There you go. This lamp. I just wish it's easier to emote.
What's behind door number 2?
Someone bend over and present the booty.
A brand new
alright.
RV.
Hold on. Hold on. You've won. Shit! No, stop! You've won this cooking pot. You can't move it. It's installed in the ground, but you have free access to it at any time. Congratulations!
Wow. It can't
Hello,
actually
sir.
leave our studio, but you can come here and use it whenever you want.
Present this booty. Right here. These booty cheeks. Oh look, he's squatting. Here you go. Commits war crimes with that pot. You can't take it. It is installed in the ground.
Find a way.
Alright. Let's be semi-productive here. Okay. I need to go. Oh, I need to do some side quests. That's what I need to do. Okay. The Mother Goddess statue in the vast canyon. Oh, they all want me to go there? Really? What's over there, may I ask? Wait, is this like in the... Oh. Wasn't this the Forgotten Temple last time? Yeah, see? Wait, are there guardians? Oh, I'm so confused. Where there is a William, there is a Walium, as we like to say. The number of times you can increase your speed depends on each floors. I'm gonna be cold. Oh, I'm not that cold. I just yeeted into the sky without checking where I'm supposed to be going.
This is fine.
It's absolutely fine. You don't need to have a destination. What do you think this is? Right, let's do Poiple, and then let's
It's
change
about the
to our...
journey.
It's about the friends you make along the way.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I know you're cold, but like you're gonna just have to deal with it for a second.
Oh, they got rid of all dupe glitches.
I know. I didn't do any dupe glitches though. I didn't do them. I struggled the way the game intended. The game Nintended.
Well, you better play the way the game intends.
I absolutely am playing the way that it's Nintending me to. Nintelling me to.
That's about right.
Jeez, it's gonna take 500 years to get over here. It's gonna take 500 years to get over here.
So I've got to use.
What?
So like you know like how the mobile games have like your energy whatever have to recover
Yeah.
over time, just
Yep.
literal IRL time.
Yeah.
Well, I am 1 energy away from being able to get this reward. So I have to sit
Wow.
here in this quest I just did for 3 more minutes before I can do anything.
Wow.
Don't you love mobile rules?
I don't really like play a lot of gacha games, so.
It's okay, I'll just...
Where? Oh my god, this is gonna be so annoying, I bet. So in the last game, this was full of guardians, but I don't think there's guardians in this game. So what's gonna be in here? If I can even find the entrance. You know what's wild to me? People have like 100% of this game already in like in less time than like I've been just bullshitting playing this game.
That's small ant. That's different.
It's not even just small ant. Like there's another streamer that I watch who has been grinding towards 100% and he was at like 95 last time I saw. Hi, Brosif. Like, it's gonna be stupid overwhelming trying to 100% this game. Because you have all 3 layers of map. You know,
There's
like
3 layers of map.
Yeah, there's sky, surface, and depths.
The nether.
Yeah. Alright, Blood Moon, get it over with. How do you get here?
Yeah, Jack man.
What? It was that Krez?
Yeah, Jack man.
Oh, that class?
Oh, is that Broseph? Oh.
The glow of the blood stain.
Ew, why is everybody here? Ew. 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 Alright, do I go under and yes, end into here? Yes. That's precisely it. Hi. Why are you here? Oh, yeah. There's a main quest in here I'm supposed to be doing. I'm here for a side quest. I'm not here for a main quest, okay? I'm here for a side quest. Don't even look at me, Impa. Don't even look at me. I'm not here for you. You can't carry any more of those. You can't sit with us.
Can't sit with us, no.
You can't sit with us. You can't shit with us.
On like the community toilet.
Yeah. Exactly. Jack, what are you doing? Thanks, Rosa. The things that have been said during this playthrough are embarrassing.
No, 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 no.
Yes, yes, yes. I have said some shit.
Actual shit. It's okay, I don't embarrass myself daily with what I say.
No, 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 no. That doesn't sound like you at all.
No, just not being embarrassed by anything I say.
Just not being embarrassed, period.
Correct.
Can you? Thank you. Oh, Brosef. I don't know if you saw what I put in the little discoronis. But I figured out something about caves that's not like spoilery. I figured out like what qualifies to make them checked off if you want to know. If you haven't already figured it out. Yeah, the check marks. Y'all. I seen it. I'm still having a hard time killing froggers. Oh, like sad. You don't like to do the cause sad. But you get. Oh, I don't want to show you. But you get things from them. You get things for the gems. Two sads. I heard you get fun things. Yeah. Wolfie was making fun of my cult get up. Oh, no, not this hat. Not this hat. I lied. The hat. Don't look! Don't look at the hat! Look at it. It's my cult get up. I like it. I like my cult. I like my cult shirt. Cute cult? Yeah, it's the cult of cute. It's the cult. Cute.
Oh my.
Oh my.
The kill.
Broseph, the answer to your question is obviously yes. And also, that's really mean. And selfish.
Wait, what's mean and selfish?
Something, that Brosa's been dealing with.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, is this like a... Oh, wait, is this like a giant Korok puzzle? Yeah, that's what this is. These are like giant Korok puzzles. This one... No, I didn't want to connect them. So I used to have this block puzzle when I was a little girl, and it was like just like a whole bunch of like different shaped blocks, essentially like this, but they were in like a plastic cube, and it was one of the hardest puzzles ever trying to solve it.
You should like get it again and see how it is now.
Like as an adult.
Yeah, like see if it's like childhood or just like.
I feel like I remember we tried it a few Christmases ago. Like it's like still at my grandparents' house. But yeah, I'll see if my grandma will let me take it, and I'll try it on stream, so you guys can see how stupid I am.
How mean should I be?
Is that a question, or like, are you asking permission? Like,
Yes.
Fuck off! Like I don't like.
We don't need a puzzle for that.
No. Okay, turn. Okay. Now. I might be able to do this puzzle as an adult. Look! That's essentially what this is! I am unfucking stoppable, chat. These puzzles cannot stop me. Wolfie, thank you for the lurk. Oh, wait, there's the... we'll come back. We'll come back when it resets. I'm gonna have to do a whole thing, and I'm gonna have to come back for all the chests for half these anyway. Some of them I didn't even see the chests, which is like wild. Is that 4? Yeah, it's 4. Okay. When's your playthrough gonna be, Chris?
Of that game?
Mm-hmm.
Probably not say I will.
I honestly, for as much as you like talk shit on Breath of the Wild, I want to see you do a Breath of the Wild playthrough. Like out of spite.
If I do, it would be where weapons don't break.
It doesn't work like that though.
Oh, it does. If you know where to look.
No, I'm talking about like, I want you to like really have to do one.
Oh, jeez. Okay, here's what happened. I played it. I got annoyed.
Uh-huh.
I got to the water thing.
Uh-huh.
The big guy. Like right after you like get like the armor that lets you swim in water. What's it called? What are they called?
The Zora armor?
The Zora armor, yeah.
Uh-huh, yeah.
I went to go, and this was after like hours of me just being irritated that my weapons broke every five hits.
Okay.
I went to go to the Divine Beast. I was swimming up the waterfall to get to said Divine Beast. I was struggling to get to said Divine Beast. And then as I was swimming up the waterfall, lightning struck me and killed me, and I turned the game off and sold it the next day.
So that's funny because one of the only single times that I've ever rage quit Breath of the Wild was when I got electrocuted halfway up a waterfall, and it knocked me down to the ground, which killed me, and then used one of my fairies, and then I was immediately struck by lightning while I was still ragdolling and died again. And then I was like, okay!
No, I was like...
That was just bad timing, honestly.
I was just going up the waterfall. Just minding my own, like, being irritated, just looking for anything to make me quit that game.
Yeah.
And then I was struck by lightning.
Hold on. This is a map. This is the map. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got that one. I got that one. I got that one. That one. That one. So I got them all already.
Oh, and also, I didn't even know you could get struck by lightning.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to like backseat and be like, well, actually, but there are several warning signs that tells you you're about to get struck by lightning. Like, there's like several warning signs that you're about to get struck by lightning.
I made it to the first Divine Beast without any, like...
Yeah, but like, it's not gonna tell you you're about to get struck by lightning, but like, all of your weapons and stuff start sparking. Like, you have several seconds of warning to know that you're about to get struck like, before the lightning hits.
Swimming up a waterfall.
Yeah, but you had metal gear on. You had a metal sword or a metal shield or a metal bow that was sparking and telling you.
How am I not supposed to know that like it was the Divine Beast getting closer to it?
No, the Divine Beast causes the Varuta causes the rain. The thunder and lightning was just weather. There's a weather toggle at the bottom underneath the clock that tells you what the weather is.
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I want you to play again, and I want you to actually play. And like, not skip shit, because obviously you skipped shit.
I skipped everything.
I know, but that's why you were dying and you didn't know anything.
Like, I remember I snuck in... like, the first thing I did was sneak in and steal the shield.
Yeah.
From the castle.
Oh.
Yeah. Alright, hold on. Let me watch this.
Mm.
Ooh.
Yeah. Oh.
I already did them all.
Oh.
I did them all already.
Oh.
Okay. Ooh. Or shit, that Princess Zelda. Subvisions.
Oh.
And that means our Princess Zelda has become the light dragon. She can never again return to her original form.
Oh.
It is painfully tragic. It is really
Oh.
tragic, actually.
Oh.
Some method to restore Princess Zelda to her full self. Okay. Oof. Man, this one's heavy. This story is heavy compared to, Breath of the Wild. There's a lot of death and destruction in these games. Like, they don't, like, directly show it, but, like, Ganondorf, like, rips the fucking castle up out of the ground, you know? Like, he fucks stuff up. Like, there's definitely loss. Alright, what do I do with this?
Like Bowser style, just rip the castle out of the ground.
Yeah. Alright, what do I do here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's 7? There's technically 7 sages, but I don't think they have 7 sages in this game. I think they only have 4 sages in this game. So what do I do with this? Like, what is this? What do I do here? Do I not do anything here yet? You got the hip ups? You got hip
Yeah.
ups? Yeah, you got
Yeah.
the hip ups? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I had the
They got the
hiccups.
hit ups. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, so
But
what
there
the
was
fuck
just
do I do with
one.
this?
It was just one hipped up. And that was okay.
Is okay? Okay, as long
Yeah,
as it's
after a
okay.
big one hipped up.
Hit that.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so I can't rewind. Top. Um. Oh no. Oh, I have to tell each of them? Oh, dang. Okay. Oh, it like literally is here. That's nice. Okay. Oh, it's cold. Wrong button. Okay. Okay. Hey, right, statue lady. I'm sorry. Is this true? They got a
Wow.
statue? Yes. There are ill tidings, devout swordsman. Seek the blue spirit in Nadra. Her claw. Okay. Damn it. Damn it! It's gonna be such a pain in my asshole! It was easier and it was dragon's scales. Those are so easy to get. Dragon's claws are not gonna be easy to get. They're not gonna be easy to get. Okay. It's right there. Please make it. Okay, thank you for the hydrate. There are too many links. Oh wait, that's great. Hi Biggie, what's up? How are you? Welcome in. What it do? What it do? Cause it's gonna rain. Do you work outside?
It's gonna rain.
It gonna rain.
I just think of like the Family Guy, weather reporter
Claw.
guy. Every time I hear that,
Yeah.
it's gonna rain. Damn, nature, you scary.
Yeah. So there's a thing here. Alright, let's do this one. Ugh. I ate way too much pasta, but I want something sweet now. Oh, I have chocolate. Chocolate!
I remember when they invented chocolate.
What are they selling? Chocolate.
Chocolate! Chocolate!
Have people go voodoo yet? Yes. I have. I've been everywhere. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere. You don't need it. Well, I don't know if it's in the game, but you don't need it to get into Gerudo. I don't know if it's in it yet, though. Ferocious Claw, God. What? They won't let you in? You have to find... I don't want to, like, tell you what to do. You have to find somebody else first. And then she'll tell them to let you in. So you passed somebody on the way getting to Gerudo Town. There you
You
go.
know, that might help them, but that never would have helped me at all.
Really?
Yeah, there's zero way that if you would have told me that, I would have been paying attention enough to know what you were talking about.
Well, that's why you are not playing this game.
Knowing me, I probably would have tried to like launch myself on a rock across the map to see if I could land.
There's so many things that I want to look up. Like, not exact locations, but just general areas. Like, should I be exploring more in the sky? Should I be exploring more in the depths? Like, I have so many incomplete armors. Like, I have so many armors that are incomplete, and I'm like, I don't know where the rest of these things are. Like, legit.
The answer is probably yes.
Like, I have two... Okay, so I have the tunic of time, and I have the trousers of time, but I don't have the hat. Like, there's just so many things that I'm like, I have bits and pieces of everything and nothing. It took me almost the entire stream yesterday to find the miner's helmet. Almost the entire stream.
The trousers of time.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny.
Oh, you flew? Yeah. Yeah, so with Gerudo, what I did is I would just keep launching myself and like get like above the sandstorm and like see where there was like patches of sandstorm that would like break up, and I would go there and like investigate and so on. Okay, what am I doing at this particular quest anyway? 3 giant monster brothers have settled down in caves near Corda Lake. Oh, okay. I see the cave. What kind of monster is it gonna be?
A scaly one?
A scary one.
Yeah.
It's so
It'd be
scary.
scaly. It'd be scaly.
It's so scary.
Interesting.
Ugh.
Joseph, cover your eyes. Oh wow, okay, that one is terrible.
Wait, for what?
Joseph doesn't like killing those things, but I need the gems that they drop.
They got the face of gremlins, why not?
No, they have the face of the Lord of the Mountain, which is even creepier to me, at least.
It looks like what was it? Gidget or whatever. What was the
Gidget
gremlins?
from like, yeah.
Yeah, the gremlin.
Yeah,
Yeah,
from-
that's what his face looks like to me.
But I don't wanna. But like, I don't know. Like, it doesn't make you feel better to know that like, their spirits become like the little bunnies, and like they still like they like live on in like bunny form instead.
In the bunny form.
In bunny form. You know. What is this? What am I fighting?
You
Gonna be
like
a
leave
Hinox or
everything
something?
else in the game to do but that, and that's the last
I know.
thing.
Brosif's at like 99.99% complete, and it's literally just like, this is the last thing, is to get this one piece of armor, and they're like, I can't do it.
Like
I
a single
can't
tier.
do it. Yeah, a single tier. Split, setting them free. I think that I mean, I'm not trying to like placate you. Like, I honestly believe that like it becomes like the bunny. Why? Oh, he's got an armor on his little leg there. No, don't sit on me! I knew it. I can knew it. That was funny. Roasted drumstick. Seared prime steak. A black Hinox horn. Amazing. Incredible even. What? I guess I should know. Like, do I even need luminous stone? Like... Oh man, being able to attach one of these to an arrow instead would be so much easier. There is. Is it like, can you make that set of armor that set of armor from Gerudo Valley or whatever? I guess so. Okay, I guess if there's, as long as there's a use for it, I'll still keep getting it. Because I know they sell the armor, so I was like, so I'm not gonna need like 120 or whatever it is. It was not armor related. So I'm trying to think. So you needed it to help repair Zora's Domain in the old one. And you needed it to make the armor in the old one, so... Sure, you may tell me. Yeah. I'll keep picking it up, I guess. Oh. Oh! The white goats or whatever, right? They're not goats. Whatever. Yeah. Did I get in here?
The goats that aren't goats.
Yeah, they're not goats. They're things. Yeah, they're new species. They're not. It's not the like the. There's like, hold on. Is it here? One of them, like, I thought it was across the bridge. Is it here? Whatever. One of them is like, you have to like go all the way across and around. And there's like a whole little farm of them. What am I thinking of? Where am I thinking, I guess? Excuse me. Alright, should I go back? Yeah. I just, I feel like it's here. Let's doing peaks. Yeah, it's here, right? It's this floor, it's here, right? Yeah, all I remember is like across like the river is a stable, and you can like see across the river at them. All right. I want to go back out. I don't know how to get out of here, but we should do this. I'm like such a cheap. If I have no challenges, like self-imposed challenges, like I'm such a cheap Zelda player. Like I'm like fast travel everywhere, even if it's 3 seconds away.
I can't blame you. I'd do the
Like,
same thing.
Last night after stream, I was looking for something, and I kept fast traveling to the same like shrine like 4 times, and then I would just like go from a different direction, and I would go back and go from a different direction and go back and go from a different direction. I was like, I probably could just walk over here, but nah.
Oh, I mean, it's still not as bad as me with Disney.
No, it's not as bad as you with Disney at all. For sure. For those who don't know, Chris would actually physically move his fast travel to him to fast travel.
I would move the fast travel to where I needed to go.
Yeah.
And then, like, if I needed something, I would, like, just move it to me.
Yeah.
Like if
Oh
I
yeah,
needed
like the sock.
Yeah,
The
if I
sock,
needed,
yeah.
like the score or whatever, I would just move it over to me.
Yeah. Okay, so
I wish every game lets you do that.
I'm gonna do this real quick because I need I need arrows. I need arrows. Let's go to this stable. Brother. I think it's actually this exact stable. So, I am a disgusting slob fat ass, and I bought an entire tub of frosting, and I am going to eat it with a spoon.
What kind of frosting?
Just chalky.
Just chalky frosting?
Just chalky. Just milk chalky.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Why? Well, it was okay.
Oh.
First of all, it was on clearance at work, so you know. So it
That
was
makes
like
it
it was like $1. It's fine. It's just like, you know, when you like redo different like aisles worth of stuff, like sometimes they're like, oh, we don't need two things of chocolate things. We only need one thing of chocolate frosting, so we're gonna get rid of them. Yeah.
Yes, I'm about to intake 36 days worth of sugar, but guys, it was on sale.
But it was on clearance.
And I actually got 6 of them.
No, there's only one left. I would have got more if there was more, but there's only one left.
What's really
Poor
good
Dirge.
is
Poor Dirge. I bet he slept so much.
you can put that on like Rice Krispie treats, and that's what I'm to do.
Wow. Funyuns and bourbon for supper? Oh, he's sleeping. That's what I'm saying. I bet he's sleeping hard. So obviously I went to work at 5 a.m. this morning, and when I pulled up Twitch because I was like, you know, a lot of my UK friends are streaming at like early in the morning, So I pulled up Twitch and he was playing Apex. And it said something like 4 hours. And I was like, are you ready? And he's like, Pink, I am so ready. Like you could just see like he hit like his face. And I was just like, you poor thing. So they're there. They're over there. Right there. That's what Brosep's talking about. I guess I'll just... Should I just go across? Yeah, I'll just go across. I have 2 pieces now. 2 pieces of the climbing gear. I still need the rest. Guys, I'm so glad you can't see my face, because I am fucking tired.
Currently stuffing it with chocolate frosting.
No, I don't have that yet. I don't have it out yet. Don Dons.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping that you weren't gonna want to play anything after yesterday because I was in bed.
Oh
Way
no,
before.
I ended up streaming way longer than I should have. Like, way longer than I should have. I planned on ending at 10 and I streamed until after 12.
Yeah, you were. Yeah, it was over an hour after I went to bed. You quit then. I was like just sitting here and I was just like, like one eye half open.
Yeah.
I just finished the Witch Queen because I hadn't done that yet.
Ooh, money.
Sapow!
Sapow! Wait, is that it? Hello? Do you want?
I love how that quest title that just popped up was like the Walmart version of Beauty and the Beast. Like those like like
Nom nom nom.
like at your work you'll find like the DVDs of like the off-brand like Disney movies.
Yeah.
And Beauty and the
Are they gonna poop? Are they gonna poop a gem? They poop a gem?
Beast and the Princess is the off-brand Beauty and the Beast
Give
cartoon.
me diamond poop. Give me diamond poop.
For me.
You can't take that? I want it! What do you mean? Chomp chomp. Yes. Yes, see, it gives, they poop it! They poop it! Give me poop! Give me poop. Give me poop!
I need
Poop
you
for
to shit.
me! Poop. Poop!
What if you feed it?
I did!
Feed it
twice.
more. Feed it more.
Poop for me!
Feed it more.
Fine, I'm gonna feed it. It better poop. Poop!
What's the Zelda version of a laxative?
Luminous stones.
Is that the poop?
No, that's what I'm feeding him. And then he's gonna poop gems.
Feed him pine cone.
Pine cone.
He needs fiber,
Ow.
not rocks.
Ow.
Oh,
My
That's
God, bro. You
that's
take
the noise I
so
imagine
long.
it makes.
Ow. That's what he does. He goes, ow.
Does it actually?
Yes, I'm not kidding.
Home.
Ow.
Home.
Ow.
Home.
Look at that giant circle. It's like a brig. It's like turning a brig around. Turning a galleon around. Ow. Poop for me! Hey, y'all got any poop? Do I have to feed all of them? Where's the fifth one? Where's the fifth one? Isn't there 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, here he is.
Did it die?
No, he's right here being fat.
Eating
go.
rocks.
Eat that. Yes, yes, yes. Eat it. Poop for me! Eat it and then poop. Poop for me! Give me your diamond.
Say please.
Please poop for me! Please poop for me! Look, you ate so many. You've had like 7. Did I poop? No, I'm not trying to take your stuff. I'm not trying. I'm not trying.
Oh.
Okay. Feel free to come visit whenever. Night. They will not poop for me. They're being so selfish with their bodily functions!
I need you to shit.
Shit on me!
I wasn't gonna say that, but that's not the words I was gonna. But it also gets the point across.
Oh my gosh, is that poop noises? Are you making poops? No, that was just a
you-
yawn. Is
Are
that
you
just a
making
yawn?
poops? Make poops.
It's not making the poops.
Make poops, not yawns.
Are you pooping? Why? Why no poop? I have no idea how long it takes to make poop. Alright, well it's not one day. Because I fed them last night into the morning and now it's night. So let's go to morning again. ending. Poop?
Poop. Poop.
Poop?
You're just walking around holding a basket.
Poop? Wow, you guys are selfish.
Imagine being so selfish you wouldn't.
Imagine
poop for
being
somebody.
so selfish you literally won't even poop. Wow. Couldn't be me.
I would never. If somebody asked me to poop, I would.
Seriously, if someone was like, hey, could you poop? I'd be like, how much do you need?
Yes. Exactly what I would do.
Exactly. They're like fucking ents how long they take to get over here.
We just finished saying hello.
Frozen. Why? Why is Oh, Chris, you got in there too. Oh god. Hi, Zaz. Welcome in.
I mean,
Oh,
it's
God.
true.
It is true, though. It's true.
Uh-huh.
Like, I wouldn't be so selfish like that, you know?
Yeah.
Do we think it's like an in-game week?
The poop?
Yeah.
Oh my.
I mean, it is rocks. They are pooping
That's-
rocks.
That's so long.
Could you imagine not pooping for a week?
Yes.
Wow, really? I could not.
Yeah.
I could not even imagine that.
It's not fun. I'll tell you that.
Ooh.
It is very not fun.
I don't think they poop rocks. Do I have to leave and come back? Like, do I have to, like, straight up leave the area and come back? My mom doesn't poop when she goes on vacation. She can hold it a week. It's psychotic. My mom used to be like that, but she can poop in, like, hotels. Or, like, if the bathroom's, like, really clean. Like, at a Buc-ee's.
Okay, I'm not like that.
I can,
My-
listen, I can poop anywhere, anytime.
Yeah.
But if you gotta go, you gotta go, okay? Like,
yeah.
come on.
Like, you know, after so many years of construction sites, you know, you just kind of just learn to go with what you got.
You gotta, if you gotta go, if you have to go, you have to go. Like,
Yeah.
stop.
Oh my god, we were working somewhere downtown. And me and my coworker look up, and there's just a dude taking a shit in a bush, just on the
Why?
side of Main Street. A homeless guy who sat on the same bench every single day, all day. And we look up, and he's just shitting in a bush.
Is it time-honored fashion? Have you pooped in a bush before? I've never pooped in a bush before. I can't say I have. I have a friend who pooped in the ocean, and she, like, told everybody about how she pooped in the ocean. Like, it was like her call to fame, like, her call to fame or whatever after
Her
that.
claim to fame.
Yeah,
was,
like, she was
I
just,
shit in
yeah,
water.
she's like, she's the girl who dropped trow in the middle of the ocean and took a dump, and everyone was like, oh, okay. Mine won't poop in hotels. I can poop anywhere. But you used to be more poop shy. I used to live downtown in our city. There's always human poop around our building. It was also pooping in the water is a power move. You have pooped in a bush though? Like, okay, but I'm not talking like camping. Like, I'm not talking about like, oh, I went camping and I, you know, had to go and you gotta go. Like, I'm talking like full
Are you talking
on.
like I pulled over on the side of the road and went into the woods 'Cause I had
No.
shit.
No, no. I can't even, like, I've pulled over and, like, peed on the side of the road, but I can't say I've pooped on the side of the road.
Yeah, you know, why would somebody say that? That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You peed in the Mall of America parking lot during a snowstorm? Oh, that scared me. Did you get stuck in Minneapolis for? I don't know.
I mean,
I feel like I
do
feel
that,
like that's just adapting to like a situation. That's not like dropping trow in a Costco. Like, you know.
Oh, I mean, sometimes I just like go out my backyard and pee because I can.
What? Why? Why?
Because it's a guy thing, I swear.
Boys love peeing in the yard.
See?
Why?
It's I don't know. It's just a liberating moment.
It's like a power move or something.
It is. It is. But like
if it's like a power move to yourself.
Yeah, it's like, man, look what I can do here, but I can't do it. But I still do other places.
I have no idea why, but I see so many who are like, yeah, pee in the yard.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
I've had to like
sometimes...
pee in the yard like when like our like toilet was broken or something.
No, like I'm talking like I would take like back when my dog used to stay in. I would just walk right and she.
So you would just like you would just whip it out and you would just like pee while your dog's peeing and then you would just go back inside and just go on with your life.
Yeah, and then like sometimes
I'm learning so much.
She would like turn around and like we would like make eye contact and it would be a moment.
Well, ew, no, don't make eye contact.
Yeah.
Why eye contact? No.
She would turn around and look at me while she was peeing, and we'd both just be like, yeah, we're both peeing right now. Together.
Why? Why? Why?
I don't know. It's not weird. It's just a dog.
Baby, I have to go pee in a toilet. Sure, Brissa.
No,
sure. The fact that you had to specify makes me think that you are not peeing in a toilet.
Wink, a toilet.
I'm gonna go pee in a toilet. Sure you are.
You guys heard
That's
me
what
say
you
toilet,
want us
right?
to think. That's what you want us to think. Yaga, how are you? Welcome to the fucking shit show. This is my life right now.
I mean, I don't know what the other option would have been. I just had to go, so I just went.
I don't know. I mean, that's like kind of what bathrooms are for. Is this the Chris traumatizes everyone hour? Chris traumatizes me hour.
No,
life.
No. I did nothing wrong.
I did nothing, he says.
There was nothing wrong that happened.
Oh yeah, I was getting more arrows, and then I got distracted trying to get them to poop, but they don't want to poop because they fucking hate me, apparently. These non-pooping fucking whores of a fucking son of a bitch. Fucking fuck. I said what I said. It might be frosting time.
I'm just glad that Broseph actually like spoke up and like made me not sound like I was like just the one person in the world who does that.
Oh no, you are the one person in the world who does that.
No. I know for a fact I'm not.
I don't know. Not a single man has agreed with you.
Ah.
Peeing in the yard? Yeah.
It's a thing.
Trav would at his parents' house constantly, and it drove me nuts. God, why?
See?
Why did they just whip it out everywhere?
because the convenience.
Him and his dad would pee in the garage work sink. That's gross!
I've done that before too.
Why?
Sometimes that's
Because
all you
they're
have.
lazy? But, like, no, that's not all you have! You have a toilet!
Well, sometimes it's just too far away.
God. They won't walk 50 feet inside to the bathroom.
Why? You have the actual equipment to do whatever you want.
Oh my god. Because, like, other people exist. And some people don't want to, like, live their life, like, in just randomly
I don't
piss-filled
want to live my
sinks.
life being confined by toilets.
Oh my. And then the sink smells like an urinal.
Urinal.
A urinal. Yeah.
Okay, like at least like wash the sink out, you know.
But do you?
Yes.
That was a little bit too late. That was a little bit of a delay. That was a little bit of a delay there. You don't wash the sink out, do you?
No. I definitely washed
Don't.
the sink out.
You're a liar.
No, I washed the sink out.
Quote, are you putting wash in air quotes right now?
No. I'm not
No.
that gross. I'm not that gross.
Oh my gosh. There's Beetle. Yeah.
Or like back on like a high school trip. Wow. When people were like in front of you, like you would just like pee out the hotel windows.
No, you wouldn't.
So good. If there was a roof under it, it's not like it was just the road. But like if someone was in front of you, you just make do with what you got.
All of this because I just wanted some poop.
Just because you wanted some poop.
God.
For 5, oh no, it was longer than 5.
I regret all of my decisions right now. I regret Chris being like, hey, I'm in voice chat, and I'm like, yeah, you can hang out while I play Zelda, I guess. Wait, is this a... Why is this a not butthole right now?
Ooh, let me talk.
Yeah.
The butthole.
Yeah, it's like a not butthole. The unbutthole, I guess. The anti-butthole, if you would.
The yes. The anti-butthole. One butthole
I did
plus...
do this to myself, but I also, like, I don't know, I thought by now Chris has, like, been around long enough that it's my own fault. I did this.
you thought that maybe...
I thought maybe, just the once.
That is your issue, you thought.
I hold out too much hope for people in my life to do the right thing.
And just not say anything.
Yeah. Make it stop. I can't. I can't. I can't. We're committed now, chat. We're committed now. This is the life we lead now. Hi, Franklin. Time to lean into it. Why is it so dark in here? Oh, I see him over there, though.
I think you're
Holy
expecting too much of me.
luminous stone. Give Chris a segment, like, it grinds my gears. No, because I don't want to get banned from Twitch.
Yeah, I don't... yeah, that's probably a good one to not do.
Yeah, I know.
Giving me a grind my gears segment is a bad idea. It is no telling what I would say.
There's no telling what grinds your gears.
A lot of things grind my gears.
That really pisses out my window. Oh my god, Broseph, I hate it here
Hey,
so much.
that's me. When I'm like, oh no, that's a bad idea.
You know it's bad when Chris is like, oof, yeah, no, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, even Chris is like, yeah, probably not if my friend wants her to keep her channel.
Yeah. Hell.
That really grates my cock, is what I've always heard. Franklin?
You know, I've heard that before too.
Date day is until Tuesday, but today's your anniversary. Happy anniversary. Happy animalversary. I was trying to get animals to poop and they wouldn't. It's a very sad day, Franklin. They wouldn't poop for me. 10 years? My god, I haven't even literally known a man for 10 years.
My dear.
Where's the breakout? Unless it's a stimulant. I may be trapped in a simulation, or I might be, right? You're right. Yeah.
We all might be trapped in a simulation. What are you
We all
talking
probably
about?
are, honestly.
It's the only thing that makes sense.
Alright, where's the bubble frog, though? Who would be simulating this? Yeah. The makers of Atomic Heart. Have we heard from Astro? Do we know what time Astro's gonna be around?
I have not heard.
Because I don't want to have to wait around for our fourth. Them people who invented water torture? Oh, the people who invented water torture? Where is it? I hear him. I hear him.
we talking about like waterboarding or like Chinese water torture?
Ah.
Have you ever like accidentally like waterboarded yourself?
No.
You haven't?
No.
Because I have multiple times.
How do you do that?
Like, you have like a rag on your face and then you just like look up in the shower.
No.
Yeah, I was like cleaning my face one time in the shower, and I looked, and I guess it just I at the water, and then like started drowning myself.
Very interesting. Have I ever accidentally rammed a rag down my throat, held myself upside down, and poured water onto my face? No, I have not. Yeah, me neither, Franklin. Me neither.
It doesn't even have to be. It doesn't even have to be down your throat, on your face. Like just covering your face. It'll still do the same.
The way he fucking said that.
I just look up in the rain and drown myself.
The way that Franklin was like, have I ever accidentally rammed a rag down my throat, held myself upside down, and poured water on my face? No, I can't say I have.
You don't have to ram it down your throat. It can just be covering your face. It still works the same.
Oh god, he's like, actually, I can't say I have ever experienced that in my life.
Just
Oh my god. Can't say I have, no, but thank you for asking. Oh god, that was, I don't think Franklin intended for that to be as funny as it was, but that shit was funny. Oh god. It's like, actually, no, I haven't, you fucking weirdo. Oh god. Chris can't go out in the rain without a snorkel.
Look, sometimes those decorative towels are so good and then you decide to eat them in the shower.
I also don't wash my face with the same cloth I wash my ass with, so that also might have something to do with how it's never happened to me.
No, you just wash your face first.
Okay, but it's still the same cloth!
No.
Yes.
So, like, your face dirt is gonna, like, be bad for your ass dirt? Is, like, that's what you're getting at?
So, okay, so Chris, you're telling me that you get a new cloth every single time you take a shower, you get a new cloth.
When I use a cloth, yes, most of the time I just use the bar soap, and that's it.
Oh my god, that's even worse! God, it gets worse. Guys, it literally just keeps getting worse.
What if I
It
said
quite literally...
I use the same towel every time, just about. It gets washed eventually.
Okay, so, like, do you get out of the shower? Oh my god. Ugh. Do you get out of the shower and, like...
You hang the towel up after you're done with it. Days.
The bar of soap is covered. I know, that's what I'm saying. It's worse. It just gets worse. I
don't put the bar of soap in my ass crack, okay?
I don't think I believe that!
I'm not swiping the bar of Dove like a credit card.
Oh my god, I fucking hate it here. God. Because he asked, because when he asked if I've ever waterboarded myself, and then he explained how he suffocates on his washcloth in the shower, I realized he's a one washcloth for his entire body kind of dude. And then I was like, yeah, this is why he's fucking.
And then I used the same towel for like 2 or 3 days. You just hang it up, and by the next day, it already forgot.
The towel forgot?
That's how it
Is
works.
that what you just said to me?
Yeah, the towel forgets.
Like the
about
towel
night
has
before.
just muscle memory?
It just forgets, and it's good the next day.
I'm... put Jessica on the phone right now.
She's not here.
I'm very concerned right now. I'm very concerned about what goes on in your home.
No.
The germs forgot. Yeah, 5-second rule applies for all germs, don't you know?
Yeah.
The towel forgets the horror it's experienced. The Pepperidge Farm remembers. What is even life? What even is life? What even is life right now? This is it, guys. I've lost control. I've lost control of my chat. I've lost control of my life.
I don't know what's wrong here.
No, nothing. Nothing wrong.
I honestly don't see that.
I feel like that's worse.
Which one?
Not seeing what's wrong is worse.
No, there's nothing wrong.
How often do you wash towels?
3-4 times a week.
Okay, that's not as bad.
Yeah, I think like 3 times a week or something. I use the same towel like 2 days. Sometimes 3 if I'm lazy. I get a new one.
All of it's worse. It just keeps getting worse. Progressively worse.
No. This is. I feel like this is normal.
I don't know if normal is the word I would use.
I
Do you use the same towel for a week? Yeah, but do you... I don't
See?
want to ask these questions, guys.
That's longer than me.
Yeah, but do you, like... Do you use the same... Do you use the same thing on your butt that you use on your face?
Yes, it forgets. I tell you.
It doesn't forget! That's not a thing!
Yes, it does.
I'm retiring. I'm quitting. I don't want to do this anymore. You don't use a washcloth. Okay, that's okay. That's different. I don't use a washcloth either. I use a facial cleaning pad thing for my face, and I use a loofah for my body.
How often do you change the loofah out?
Every other month.
See, you're using month-old rag.
No. All loofah does is lather it all up.
But it gets dead
Right.
skin and stuff in those.
Right, it does. It does. It does. But also, loofahs are made of completely different material. They dry out and actually dry out in between all of the strands. Like,
I would have you know that when I finish with the bar of soap, so the top layer is gone for the next time I use it.
oh yeah, you wipe off all the butt cheeks. I get it.
I do, and it goes down the drain.
Right.
But if I use a rag, I use one rag a day each time. Like I don't reuse the rag. Because that rag sits in the bathtub because I'm too lazy to take it out for a week and a half.
I ask myself the same thing, Franklin. I don't know. Alright, has anybody reached out to Astro? Anybody who is not currently streaming, have they reached out to Astro?
I have not.
Okay.
Let me. What? There, I did. I will let you know.
Okay.
When I hear.
You just did? Okay, perfect. Good. So now we double reached out. Do you want someone to reach out to Astro? Yes. Somebody who's not streaming, reach out to Astro, please.
It's like
It'd be great. It would be great if everybody in chat reached out to Astro right now. Are we doing Family Forest? No, we're supposed to be doing Redfall, but we haven't heard from Astro in hours.
Would that be Destiny if we don't hear back?
I mean, we could... Brosif's around. We could probably full list. He's at the whorehouse, obviously. Obviously. You have reached out to Astro. Amazing. I mean, we don't have Gigi, but we could full list. Astro and his whores. Did you hear the... it makes me laugh so much that Astro meant strip club, and he legitimately thought it was whorehouse. Oh, you're sailing? Oh, okay, then we'll figure something else out, don't worry. We shall figure something else out. Because we cannot all sail, which is
I
not
don't
enough.
see the issue.
You could sail? No, there's too many people to sail, and without sounding like a bitch, I really don't feel like reloading 100 times to get all of our boats on.
Mm-hmm.
I have also reached out. Amazing. You guys are doing great. Alright, so I didn't get the bubble frog in here, apparently. So where to be? Franklin, have you reached out to Astro? Has everybody reached out to Astro? Although I am firmly convinced Astro hates me, and I am not sure why, but I just know it.
Probably because he does. He talks about it all the time.
Yeah, he's not a fan of you, Steph. He actually said one time, he's like, man, Pink, I don't even understand, like, why Steph's around. I knew it. Yeah. Yeah, he was like, actually, it'd be great if you could just tell me when Steph isn't here, and then that's when I'll come hang out with you.
And that's what he just said. I asked him what time. He said when Steph's...
He's always like, oh, good, that's Steph. I know. He does, like, the snap with his fingers and, like, crosses his arms, and he's like, man, that's Steph.
Mm-hmm.
I literally knew it. I know. Like, we have to beg him. We literally have to beg him to stop complaining about you, because that's all he does all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Every time Steph shows up, he's like, I'll be back. I'm heading to the whorehouse. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He's like, oh, Steph's here. It's time to go visit some whores.
Yep.
Except it's true. No, it's not true. We're messing with you. It's not true. Except for that one time. I'm kidding.
No, you're not.
I would like to meet this gentleman. I'd like to partake in his crush. You'll have to ask him when he gets here how he gets to the whorehouse. Oh, I bet it's over here. Here it is. I bet. Yeah, there it is. I bet. You may have met Astro. He comes in often between whores. Oh, fuck. He only shows up when he has run out of whores. I can't even shoot straight up laughing so hard right now. Oh god.
I was thinking the exact same driver.
Oh god, this is so stupid. God, this is so stupid.
Well, I can't wait for this VOD to get deleted.
Oh god. I can't wait for this VOD to get deleted because Chris already knows. Chris already knows my absolute shame.
And my lack of.
Yep. Yep. Oh gosh. This is a new side of Astro you haven't seen before. Yeah, Astro finished college, you know, so he's full-time whoring it up now. That's all he does. Drinks and hoes, drinks and hoes.
It's like the video of like the news people who go up to that dude and ask like, "What are you gonna do if you win the lottery?" he's like cocaine and hookers.
Cocaine and hookers. Chris, I can't wait for this VOD to get deleted. Astro the whore doctor. Like, yeah, you know, like there's the show The Good Doctor, and then there's Astro the whore doctor. Like, but he specifically treats whores except for their tootsies. That could be, honestly, that could be a really good show, The Whore Doctor. And it's like, he comes out to like, you know, like the streets in like Vegas. And it's like, what's wrong? And she's like, I got a boo-boo. And he's like, not the tootsies. No. But refuses to do feet. I am a surgeon. I am a surgeon, Dr. Han.
That's what I was going for. Was that.
I bet you he would do whore feet. Come on. Come on.
Those are the nastiest feet.
You think
Where
so?
have they been?
Probably in somebody's booty.
A Japanese businessman's eye or something.
Step on me. I can hear him from here. Where have your feet been, Chris? Covered in yard piss. That's where. Exactly.
Probably.
Chris literally pisses on his bare feet while he's pissing in his backyard, drinking beer and mowing his lawn.
I don't wear shoes in my backyard. Are you crazy?
I knew it.
Why would I wear shoes in my backyard?
Because you're pissing on yourself.
Well, yeah. Sometimes when you go outside, you get a little splashback.
Pissy Tootsies, Astro's favorite. Chris is a solid dude. I fuck with Chris. You can fuck Chris all you want, driver. He's into it. Silence, deafening.
I'm eating lightsaber gummies.
If he likes bears.
Oh God.
Oh no.
You know the best thing about bears?
No. I lost welcoming.
I prefer two bears, one cave.
Oh my god. Not the only thing being came into tonight. What What is happening? Do I have to go back to being a PG stream? Driver! Bonks all around.
Look, what time is it? I've been drinking for 5 hours now.
Uh-huh.
Right to jail, right away.
Hello? Hello?
Astro, you made it back from the whorehouse.
Astro, we have a very important question to ask.
What has happened?
Would you treat a whore's tootsies?
No.
No? Wow.
Why would you think that would be the exception?
Because we figured that you had found your
It's
calling,
not.
and your
It was
calling is that you were Astro the whore doctor, and that if there was an emergency and a whore had a hurt tootsie, you would step up to the plate and you would help her.
No.
No, you would allow a whore to
Yes.
live her life with a hurt
Anyone.
tootsie.
I would allow anyone.
Emergency. This is an emergency tootsie situation.
There are no emergency tootsie situations. They can all wait. See the special.
I think I'm gonna have to go. This stream's getting a little too obscene for me, Franklin. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're streaming?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh, you've missed a lot.
Yeah. What if the tootsie is stuck in a butt?
No. It's not.
But what if it was?
It's not. It's not stuck.
There are absolutely zero emergency tootsie situations that you would feel medically inclined to assist.
What about like Tootsie sepsis, and you have to like remove it?
That sounds like their fault. What is this stream, Wolfie? I never know. I never know when I sit down at my computer. I literally never know what's gonna happen.
My game auto updated, and I am.
Oh, you're Zelda, you mean?
Yes.
Oh,
Couldn't
you
someone
can't-
bleed out from
you
a
can't
missing bit?
cheat anymore.
Oh, yeah, Astro. Could somebody bleed out and die if they're missing their big tootsie?
How long have they been missing it? So I don't think so.
How long would it take for somebody to bleed out?
Brosif is killing it with the fucking quotes tonight.
You like sliced your like straight up like a perfect cut on your toe.
Yeah. How long would it take?
I don't know.
Sliced his artery. That was definitely a tootsie emergency. Oof. Yikes.
I don't know. It doesn't sound like it was an emergency.
You would just like, you know, like the videos of like a dog when they like like something in the house and they like refuse to look at it. Like that's what you would
Yeah.
do.
Yep.
You like look every direction but at the Tootsie.
I'm like, I have.
I don't see it. It doesn't
Another-
exist.
I have another emergency.
You don't need toes. Yes, you do. You do need toes. Won't you fall over if you don't have toes?
Unfortunately,
Wait, did you say no?
you do.
Yeah, you was gonna say you need toes. You need toes. You'll
You
fall
do.
over. Yeah.
But you didn't like flop over, but you.
But it's like
very
you'll
often
have a hard
fall.
time balance. Yeah. You need pinky toes for balance.
You.
I don't know. I feel like a lot of people don't have their pinky toes. I hate it
What?
here. I do
Who
too.
doesn't
frankly.
have their pinky toes?
The whore got bit on her big tootsie by a rattlesnake. I feel like that's an emergency situation, Wolfie. I feel.
If that happened, would you like just like get like a really tiny belt and just tourniquet the wound Tootsie?
No, you'd have to suck the toe. You'd have to
No.
suck the venom out.
No.
That doesn't work anyways.
Do not.
No, it absolutely works. The pinky toe would be the perfect size. It's like a straw.
pain. The actual pain I heard in that.
You won't die. Well, you won't die. True, but you kind of need them.
Okay, time to permalurk loss. I'm sorry.
Astra just made the same noise that I imagined when he said he had that 600 cc's of infection removed, and I called it spicy milk.
Oh God. Are gonna be from this combo. No. I cannot. This cannot be what this stream is known
none
for.
of this stream will end up on there.
We are deleting this VOD.
The only thing on there would be me screaming, I'm not swiping it like a credit card.
Oh God. I don't know, but I need to make a new channel trailer, because like the channel trailer that's on my page is even older than my raid video. So I need to make a new channel trailer, and I need to make a new raid video. So we got lots of stuff.
We do.
Listen, Pink, it's been a good run, and I wish you good luck in your future endeavors, but we've decided to go in a different direction. Are you breaking up with me, Franklin? I think you're breaking up with me. Forbidden. There's a couple, yeah. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, nice.
You didn't pick up that rock.
I tried.
You didn't. It had the little prompt. Or was that side on? It wasn't that big. I keep picking up rocks. I think they're gonna be rocks.
Yeah, see, that's just a little axe rock. It's not a Korok rock. It's not a Korok rock. New memberies. Exactly, new member berries. I want to go pursue my skateboard dreams somewhere without so much toe sucking. Franklin, I support you living your skateboard toe-free dreams. It might be a little hard for you to skateboard without toes, but I still support you nonetheless.
It's probably possible.
It's probably not possible to skateboard without toes, honestly.
I've
that's
seen
like that's
people
how you
skateboard without legs.
Okay. Touche,
hardcore.
but like that's a different situation, okay? And I think you knew that, okay?
Oh, it doesn't,
Why are you
it doesn't
gaslighting
count
me?
Because it doesn't
Why are you
count because
gaslighting
it doesn't
me?
go with what you...
Whatever. Just gotta be so disrespectful and just gaslighting me.
That's what I do, and I'm
Yeah, I
proud of
know.
it.
Yep, I know.
Some people think that's a bad thing, but I wear it like
I
a
know.
badge
I'm
of
sorry that I implied that I didn't like being gaslit. Gaslighter,
I
go
know.
pee in the yard. I know. Go pee in the yard and
Don't.
light it on fire. I've always wanted a
Astro,
skateboarding
Astro,
bulldog. What?
There's another guy here we can ask.
I don't. Okay.
Have you ever peed
Listen,
in the yard just because you wanted to?
Eat in the yard?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah.
But because you wanted to, not like because you were camping or like because you were drunk or whatever, but like you were like, I have to go piss. And so you just went out into the yard to go piss.
Yeah.
What?
See?
Yeah.
See?
You've got a toilet!
See?
Right.
I'm not weird.
Why toilet go anywhere?
Exactly.
Listen, just because you guys have got a fucking hose that just lets you pee anywhere, it doesn't mean that you gotta, like, be pissing all over everyone's flower beds.
It's wasted potential.
PPs love yard pissing.
It's
Bros, if you
wasted
can quote
potential if
yourself
you
on
don't.
that one. It's a wonder they
Not
ever use a
both weird,
toilet.
Franklin.
But,
Not
like,
both weird. Everyone's done.
I've pissed behind a bush in my old house because I was waiting for the kiddos bus and so couldn't go outside. Okay,
See?
again, that's like a situation where you're like, I need to go and I can't go.
I mean, I needed to go, and I went
Yeah,
in the yard.
exactly. That's what I chose. I actually walked by the toilet to go to the yard.
I wish you could see my face right now.
It's very freeing. It's not that weird.
Have you?
Why don't you yard pee-pee, Pixel? You definitely could. I don't have a pee-pee to yard pee-pee with, though. And it's a little bit more noticeable because I would have to pop a squat. Or I would piss all over my legs. I fucking hate it here. I fucking hate it here so much.
You peed on a fire hydrant?
Why? First of all, you're
You
not a
raised your
dog.
leg? Did you raise your leg? Like
Just do it in the rain, you'll be fine.
no.
Listen, okay, listen.
very-
I pee in the shower, which everybody says not to do, but like, I'm already washing it anyway.
Yeah,
So
everybody does that too.
Yeah, you're not supposed to pee in the shower. They say it's bad for you.
Who cares?
For me?
I'm not
Yes,
getting
it's
out
like
of
they
the
say it's
shower.
bad.
Why do they say it's bad?
I pee in the shower
That's-
all the time.
that-
Peeing in the shower is good.
I feel like that.
If it
is one
wasn't out of
those,
societal
like-
standards, lots of people would just piss wherever. No, but piss smells though. So like, you have not. No, you're a fucking liar, Shannon. There's no way you've never pissed in the shower. You're a liar.
That's one
You're
of
a
the
liar.
people saying that
That's
bad for you.
I'm not a Gryffindor. That's what that fucking shit is right there.
That is one of those. That's one of those things like, you know, when you're a kid, your parents say if you turn the light on, they're going to get arrested.
Yes, in the
In the
car.
car.
Did anyone
Yeah,
else's
yeah.
parents say that? My
Everybody's
parents told me
did.
that. I physically. Why? You just pee. I love peeing in the shower like people love pissing in the yard. My parents said that. I tried to pee in the pool once a few years back and I couldn't. Everybody has peed in a pool. Everybody has peed in a pool.
That's the same thing as like when
It can
I'm
help.
at the. You'll be at the
Wait,
lake.
really? I feel like I've heard that, Laws. I feel like I've heard that pee is good for foot fungus. Like, I feel like it's like some old wives' tale or something.
That's like one of those like you just got stung by a jellyfish. Let's pee on it.
Like, gotta pee on it,
No.
yeah. I was straining and I couldn't.
No, that was just.
There are two types of people in this world. People who piss in the pool and liars, exactly. I could piss my pants, but I can't pee in the shower or pool.
Alright, that's okay.
I
yeah,
mean-
you're stretching it. What the fuck?
Let's.
But I like,
What does that even mean?
I don't understand, like... Is it like performance anxiety? Like, what do you mean? It's the same.
Like,
It's the
if you have
same
to pee,
action.
Do you have to get back in the boat and then go all the way back to the toilet to be able to pee? Like instead of just going in the lake?
But it's the
I'm
same. It's the same thing. It's the same action. It's the same. Like your muscles don't forget how to pee because you're in water.
They do. Oh no. Yeah, not. But yes.
Your muscles can forget how to pee.
Yeah.
No, they can like forget how to like hold it, right?
No. Well, yes, but and they can also forget how to pee. Alright, it mostly happens with people that have catheters. And so
Oh, okay.
because-
Well,
right when
yeah.
they have the catheter a long time, the bladder. I mean, in the layman's terms, is it gets lazy because it's never filled because it's always being emptied through the catheter. So if you take a catheter, like a urine catheter, out after it's been in for The recommendation is over 24 hours. If you take it over, if it's been, say, someone has it for like 3 days, and you just take it out without retraining the bladder,
Yeah.
it could cause, what is the English word?
Incontinence, yeah.
They won't be able to pee.
Yeah, incontinence, yep.
Yeah.
So,
Because the bladder's like, what the fuck's going on? What's going on?
What's the not English word?
It sounds pretty similar. I just thought it would be different.
Oh.
It's actually almost the exact same word.
sorry, Laz, you came in at the absolute strangest time.
No. This is not unusual.
It's not unusual to be loved by anyone. Listen here, you.
So, how do the wells get checked out? Is that... Incontinence is incompetence of the bladder. Yes. Gabagoo. Some gabagoo.
Yes.
Everyone, don't forget to do your Kegels.
No.
Why? Why no?
No, I was just telling no to Baba Yaga Witch.
Don't lie.
No, I did not lie.
Oh, you do lie. We know you lie. We know you're a big fat
No,
phony.
no.
We know
No,
you're a
no.
huge, big fat phony.
No,
Astro.
no. Why did everyone like text me? Let me answer.
What do you mean?
Everybody did.
No, we're
Literally
worried.
everybody did. Because I was asking Yaga and
Oh,
Chris. I
okay.
said, has anybody who is not streaming reached out to Astro yet to see if he's ready? And the entire chat messaged you.
Jesus Christ. I'm here. I'm here. I'm
I'm
alive.
here, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. You said you were gonna be king of the skateboarders, Astro. We believed in you.
I am the monarch of skateboarders.
Monarch.
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 I think I killed the Lionel. It was the weakest one.
Oh my gosh, you did. I see you on Zelda. You know we're switching games soon, right?
Oh, are we?
We are. That's why we're here.
Who's we?
Oh, the four of us who are playing.
Yeah.
I have news. I've made it. I'll share it when we redfall. Did you pee in a pool? Yaga, did you do it? Guys, Yaga peed in a pool. Everyone congratulate Yaga. She peed in the pool.
And not her pants.
And not her pants. She didn't pee her pants. She peed her pool. Her pool pants.
That's insane. That's insane that you have a pool.
1 year and
Or
2 days, Franklin. We just missed our anniversary. You haven't peed in the shower or shit your pants?
Yours just...
Disgusting.
Right, I might believe the shitting your pants, but I don't believe the shower part. There's just...
Like, not even when you're a kid?
Yeah, you've never shit your pants?
She was born, she's like, mother, I must.
Like, hop
Take
down
me to
toilet
the
train.
Oh god. A diaper isn't pants?
But it isn't in wearing pants.
But I mean, like, underwear is underwear. You've never pooped in your underwear?
You've never
their pants.
You've never taken a gamble on a farm.
Fuck. You never been prairie dog in it?
Oh, water.
I think I have potty training trauma. If she's wet, then her pants are dry. Oh, no. I lock up like a vault. Yaga, you need to go see a doctor. Astro, you need to fix Yaga.
No.
Do not come to Do not go to Astro for your poop problems. He cannot be bothered.
No.
Astro cannot be bothered by your bowels.
No. You never shit your pants. That's not your fault.
Like, that was more believable.
I'm so skeptical about the shower part. There's just no way.
Astro is literally straight up calling you a liar right now, Yaga.
I think everybody is.
I mean, I'm not saying those words, but I'm kind of saying those words. He cannot be boweled.
Boweled. I just feel like there's like unless you straight up had a pee problem, there's just no way.
Do you have a pee-pee problem?
It's like diagnosed live on stream.
Personal question to ask live. No, she just said she can't because she's strange. She said she couldn't in the pool even though she tried, and then she couldn't in the shower.
I don't know, man. It's the same action. Mama's bee, she's gonna try to pee in a pool. She'll be right back. She's like, hold on, I need to take a shower. I'll report back in 10 minutes. She's gonna chug a bottle of water. We believe in you, Yaga! Alright, guys, when Yaga comes back, everybody has to ask her how her pee went. Mental stuff can really fuck a person physically. No, it is true. It is true, but pee into the shower, man. That's just it's like a rite of passage, you know?
Rite of passage.
I don't know why I'm really liking just breaking these ice blocks here. It's so fun.
Oh, you're jumping on them? I didn't know you could do that. But you have to put it flat.
Yes. I want to put my dragon helm on. Yes.
Ooh. Oh. Dragon.
Oh, you did not see it?
All of the frost. Oh, I it's pretty cool. Did it happen to
no. It does like no, it's not frost resist. It's attack up in cold.
Oh.
Cold weather attack up, yeah. Rite of passage. Oh my gosh. We should get some balloons and cake to celebrate her passage.
Ooh, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool.
I really hope everything comes out well for her. I really hope it all works out for her. I hope it all works out for her. This guy's actually really annoying right now.
How'd it go?
How'd it go?
Oh my goodness.
You can't do it. I can't fucking do it.
You couldn't do it? Oh no.
No one is gonna believe. You don't understand the struggle I've had trying to pee in the pool or the shower because like I'm like I have to fucking pee. You know what it's like having to get out of the fucking shower to pee? It sucks.
No, I don't because I just pee in the shower.
Yeah, it's not something that'd be like, I don't pee in the shower. It's like, I fucking can't. I wish I could, because it's cold, and I'm...
She's like, I just want to pee in the shower!
I just want to be... I want to be like everyone else!
I just want to pee!
I just want to pee!
Please!
Oh my
Please!
god!
I just want to pee!
Now that clip finally makes sense.
I just want to pee!
I just want to pee! I can't. Oh my god, it's so foreshadowing.
Oh god. I hate getting out of the shower to use the toilet. I mean, if you gotta
horrible.
poop, you gotta get out of the shower, but a good old pee? Nah.
Yeah, that's exactly. It's like, oh, what an inconvenience. Yeah, tell me about it. I know. It's horrible.
You live an awful life.
I do. It's a tortured life. It's a curse. Funny reasons.
Wait, why am I? Wait,
Why?
is that part of this helmet? His helm?
What?
Huh?
What is
Look, watch. I have no other perks on, right?
Right.
But if I do this,
That's a nice hat, honestly.
it makes ice chunks.
I don't know what you're doing.
Oh.
Maybe because of the sword.
No, I
Dwarf?
think it's the helmet. The helm. It's got to be the helm.
Does it
Nice.
say that it'll give you like ice attack
Frogs.
or something? That's pretty
Wait,
cool.
hold on. Made for this item's cold absorbing cloth produces frost in low temperature environments. Yeah, produces frost. So yeah,
Oh, there it is.
There
There it
you
is.
go.
cold weather attack.
Very
Yeah.
nice.
Ooh, yeah. Pretty cool.
So, red fall?
That's really dope. Yes, I'm totally swapping over.
Totally. I'm
now.
totally watching. Totally.
Totally swapping over now.
I
Totally
see.
totes.
I
Totally.
see the swap.
Also, I
I'm
have
swapping.
news.
What's your news?
Which is
I've
news.
made it. I, of course, you gotta do your streamer protocol, and you gotta post on your socials and all that jazz.
You
And-
obviously.
And a man reached out to me, and he said that he finds me really attractive, and he wants me to be her baby. And
Oh my!
yeah.
Everyone's dream.
and we can
Oh
talk
my
terms and weekly allowance later.
Ooh.
Wow.
Yeah, so I've made it. I have a sugar
You
daddy now,
have.
apparently.
You have.
Ooh.
Good for me.
What's the weekly allowance?
We can talk about it. I didn't message. I didn't respond. I didn't accept the
Oh.
message. I just went.
You better make that bag.
I know, right?
I've been begging for one of those.
A sugar
Sugar
daddy.
baby.
It's really
I don't
refreshing.
care. Just give me money.
He just wants sugar. Sugar me.
Yes, please.
Give it me.
He's
Oh
gone
my
full Def
gosh.
Leppard. He's like, pour some sugar on me.
Please.
Oh my gosh.
I take donations.
Mhm.
Imagine what if he wants you to pee?
In the shower.
I'll be
you're-
such a disappointment. Oh my god.
What if he needs you to
the
pee?
one thing. The one
Maybe
thing.
he has a pee kink. I don't know. And then I'll
Maybe
be
he
like, I'm sorry,
does.
sir. I can't help you. I
Those
can't
are
help
so
you.
I don't
I-
like it.
You know,
What
like,
if-
I'm sorry.
I don't like
You
it.
might-
What if?
You're not the one paying, so it doesn't matter, Chris.
I hate this so much.
I don't like it.
It's horrendous. Horrendous.
Ah! Okay.
I'm just saying I didn't pose the hypothetical in that situation.
God, I just this.
It wasn't me
this,
for once.
This has gone on for so long.
He also has
It's
532
gone far
followers
enough.
and 5 posts,
Yeah, that's
which
pretty
seems
good.
sus.
This has gone.
Oh
on
yeah, it's total.
for
It's
far
yeah,
too long.
it's fake.
Don't
Yeah,
you
no.
shit on my dreams, Chris. Don't go out in the yard and piss all over my dreams.
I will if I want to. This is
He's-
America.
Good night,
He's
driver.
following 2 people.
This is America.
Ew, Lord help me. Lord help me. His profile is often joy sneaks through a door you didn't know you left open. Currently on business trip. I'm gonna
Ooh.
pass.
Ooh.
I'm
it's
locking
pretty
all my doors.
Modern-y. It's pretty good.
I don't like it.
You don't like it? That's pretty
I
good.
don't
What
like
do you
it. No. Keep your joy out of my door.
mean? Made some solid points there.
You're piss out of my yard.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I didn't choose this
Yeah.
life. The sugar baby life chose me.
I
Do I need to
I don't
put that
know.
on my about section? Dream Queen and Sugar Baby.
No, please don't.
I look here like, no.
Wear that like a badge of
No.
honor.
No.
I'd be a
please.
salt baby. I would be a salt baby.
Assault baby, okay.
I'm a salty one. Uh, it sounds like a great bumper sticker. It does, doesn't it? Oh my goodness. I'm wondering how many people just clipped me sneezing for their streamer sneeze compilation.
Is that a thing?
It is a thing. It is a thing.
Oh my gosh.
Anything is a
Why?
thing. Absolutely anything is a thing.
Why?
All right. Opening up Redfall.
I have not talked about that, War Chicken. I have not. So Chris will care. I watched the new Jackass movie this morning.
It was amazing, was it not?
That opening I was not prepared for at all.
I can't remember what it was.
The Godzilla scene.
Oh, yeah.
Sausage Party was an understatement.
That's all it was.
How new is it? I don't know. You fucking love Jackass?
So many.
Like a year ago?
Yeah, it was about a year ago. But
Yeah, Jackass Forever.
I don't know that I've ever seen that many crotch shots in my life. And I don't think I wanted to.
It
but...
was so good. Like,
And some of you have Chris.
I want to point out, Chris is excited because there was a lot of male crotch shots in the movie.
Oh, yeah?
I love the musical chairs when like Wee Man just onto like the metal control.
Oh yeah?
How many times did you dry heave during that movie?
I only when Preston shit himself.
That was one where I lost dry heaving and I did like climb under the blankets because I was just.
He like runs off and you see like his underwear with like the brown all over it.
Also, him just being like, oh no, I shit my pants.
I told you it wasn't as bad as
can't relate.
it wasn't as bad as the sweatsuit, but it was still pretty bad.
But I can't relate. I was like, oh, buddy. Sad. Chris, are you gonna invite everybody?
Yeah,
I know,
yeah.
like-
I'm starting it up now. I was in the middle.
Pink was
You're starting it up now?
No, I'm inviting right now.
Oh, I thought you meant you were like, I just opened the game.
No. I was in the middle of a fight, and I had to finish it.
Oh,
A fight?
Did you
Finish the fight? Are
I did
you
win.
Master Chief?
I did.
good job. I'm proud of you.
Thinking about Duck.
Yuck.
Wait, did
Guys,
I
this
invite...
stream is a disaster. I've lost control of my life and my mod team and my stream
Well,
and
you never had control of the mods. No one ever does.
It's your own. Oh,
This is how
This
you
is peak
establish
streaming.
yourself. Yeah.
This is peak streaming.
I accidentally
This is
waterboarded
peak
myself
streaming.
before I came on here.
Hold on a second right now. Hold on. This
No,
is
do not-
this
do not
right
hold
here.
on.
This is peak streaming. I don't fucking think so. Okay, no.
I don't know.
Give them all red stars. It's being driven by the
Yay,
mods.
red
I know.
stars!
I know. There's two mods are in voice chat right now, actually literally causing this, and then I have one mod in chat, pinning people with PPs love yard pissing. So if somebody new comes into my stream, the pinned chat at the very top of my whole stream says people with PPs love yard pissing. Welcome to my stream.
I mean, wouldn't you agree though?
Spitting facts.
People-
Straight spitting facts.
You can
Oh
trust that
my
if someone
God.
with PP reads it, they'll be like, you know what? That pin message is
They'd be
right.
like, you know what? That's true. I feel like I belong here because I have a PP and I love yard pissing.
Yeah.
Yep.
See, War Chicken said the mod is not wrong. People do love yard pissing. It's but
There you
it's
go.
less. It's people with PP specifically because
That's people
we
with
without the
PPs love yard pissing.
You got
But
I
what
know.
if we put a turlet in the yard?
The turlet.
A turlet.
Yeah.
Why would you use that? You have the
Turlet.
yard is the turlet.
Oh my
Yard turlet.
That's for us.
The yardlet.
But for non-PP people,
Non-PP.
That's called an outhouse. Thing.
LBJ used to pee on the
No,
White
there
House
will be
rose
no
bushes.
walls.
Wolfie,
There's no house.
why do you know that?
It's just an out.
He was
just-
there.
Wolfie, why do you know that? Rose bushes like piss? Wait, are you just
No.
pissing on your roses?
Oh my god. This brings a whole new meaning too. I know you think your shit don't stink. It
God.
smells like roses. It does not. What is this?
LBJ had a giant dong and used to take every opportunity to pull it out.
Oh,
Ready to save the world.
what?
I'd piss on my roses if I had them. He also named his PP Jumbo and used to
This
whip
is
it out
where
to
I pee
dominate
on
people.
some
Why
roses.
do you guys
Yeah,
know
no.
these things?
These facts are these just we're making shit up to like fuck with
But
people.
no, but Franklin and Wolfie both just said it. So like either
No,
they're in
but-
they're in cahoots together,
They
or like
could
this is
be.
a thing.
They could
Is
be.
this a thing?
I could say
Hold on.
LBG,
No,
LBJ
hold on.
loves
I'm
shoving
looking.
jelly beans
I'm
up his
looking.
ass.
Hold on. I'm looking it up right now.
Look it
You're
up.
looking up
This is
LBJ's
important
PP?
LBJ Jumbo. I'm
Is
looking
that
it up.
treasonous?
no.
Is that like some
Guys,
sort of
guys,
American
it's the
treason?
first. Look it. It's the first thing that comes up. The American
really?
presidential penis nicknamed Jumbo. It's the first thing that comes up.
Presidential penis.
Damn.
Like I literally look at. Can you see what I googled? LBJ Jumbo is what I googled. It's the very first thing that fucking comes up.
Damn. That's when you know you've made it, when your dick is presidential.
War Chicken said Franklin would know that.
It's probably average.
It's
It's
presidential.
definitely
and
it's
it's named
average
Jumbo.
for sure. Yeah, but
Google results are
average
stupid.
average jumbo for
My
president.
guy
They probably have
has a
super
Magnum
But
small-
also,
dong.
it was 19 whatever. So like, come on.
He
They
had
didn't
Magnum
know what a
dong. Or
big.
He had a
19
Magnum
whatever.
dong.
They didn't have magnums back then, did they?
LBJ is the reason
Yeah.
why Magnum condoms exist.
When were magnum condoms invented?
You Google that one. I took one for the team.
Y'all
You're
are
like,
making
"Ah."
this very difficult.
Are we
No.
making it hard?
Let loose.
No,
Oh my
yes,
God.
yes, you are, yes.
Let
I
Hot
I
presidents
can't.
in your area?
I can't
Oh my
say what I'm
God.
thinking.
You shouldn't think what you're thinking, honestly.
I
Those sheep guys.
think it's funny,
Bellwether,
so
have taken
Yo,
over some
yo,
farm.
yo.
Oh
They've
my
been here
goodness.
longer than us. They have to know something about the head
A
monsters.
sigh. I want to, but I know I can.
This is the kind of conversation that makes me question my place here. Laws, these are the kind of conversations that make me question my place in my own stream, okay? I stopped asking questions, you know?
Turtle. Because he's pretty dope.
Google Dillinger
Jumbo's
Smithsonian.
dope?
No, I did
Oh.
I did Jumbo. My
Oh.
Google is Googed.
Okay.
You googled your Google? Trojan is
My
going to
Googed is
change their
Googed.
large condom from magnum size to presidential size? Fucking Christ.
Oh my god. To be fair, it's your
my
mod
God.
team. It is
Let's
Laws.
split up,
Do you
gang.
remember when you were part of that? You would be getting blamed for this too.
I did.
You are a
nothing.
team. You are a mod team. You work together and you fail together. Okay?
I will take.
It's one of
the
it's one of
blame,
those
okay.
it's one of those situations where it's like now you all have to run laps. And like you're all sitting there and like Steph's running laps and she's like,
What
God
are we
fucking
doing?
damn
What's
it,
raising
Chris.
the alarm?
God fucking damn
I
it,
don't know.
Broseph. And like Steph and poor
I don't know,
Britt
I'm
is
still
like, I
inside.
wasn't even here yesterday. Why am I in trouble? And I'm like,
Like I died.
I don't fucking Nate,
Googled
I haven't
it.
talked to Nate in 3 months. He's fucking running laps. You're all fucking running laps, okay?
I googled it.
All of you
It
running
wasn't
laps.
until '89 when the Magnum came to be after survey results. So,
After survey. Okay.
yeah, it's probably guys with big dongs being like, "You're choking my dick." I don't know. That sounds awful.
Probably Wolfie.
I'm
Guys with
still
magnum
sorry.
dongs.
There's
Alright,
a cast of Dillingers,
Presidential
Dillinger, and the
beans.
Smithsonian.
We're gonna have to find a different topic before I say something I shouldn't.
No. No. This
Just-
is
What are we
trivia
doing? What
show.
everybody
I
needs to know
spell
this. What are
family
we
with a
doing
capital
in-game?
P.
are
I'm
we doing
outside.
in-game?
I don't know.
Where are we going? Did we select a mission?
I'm
what
not
is-
so one. It is the
Um,
mods and VIPs. It is. Wait, why
so
am
we
I
have
running
to get to
laps?
the-
Because the mod team is a team, and you're all you're all in trouble.
I have asthma, so I'm exempt from running.
I
No,
have asthma
no.
too.
You're not.
Yes, yes.
No,
You're
then
not.
you better
You can run
pace
with that.
yourself.
No,
You can
I'm
run
gonna
with
die.
asthma. No,
You
no.
better
No,
then
no,
you
no,
better
no.
pace yourself because
I'll tell you right now, I didn't have to in high school. I'm not doing it now.
Oh my
Oh.
god. You can.
No, we are
I-
winning.
You're not my doctor, Astro. My doctor
Yeah,
said I couldn't.
you denied service to
not
her.
a
You said
whore,
you
okay?
said I am not accepting new patients.
Yeah,
I am not.
and I'm not a whore, so.
Does that have to do with
And she's
anything?
not a whore.
That sure is a nest.
But if you're a slut doctor, that's different.
Oh. No, 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 no.
But then you'd have to look at
Oh,
their
I found a
tootsies.
nest.
No, yep, that.
Where is?
I used to walk the
What are
mile
we
run in
doing?
school. My gym teachers hated me. Funny thing is, I was very fit back then and could run a mile easy, but I was an obstinate shit. I
Ron
Like,
Jeremy.
I was
Exactly.
never like out of shape, but I also wasn't like super athletic either. So I just like briskly jogged my mile run.
I am elite. I am.
Okay, but does a slut doctor see sluts or is a slut doctor a slut? Ooh.
Yes.
Slut doctor. Or what if he's
Both.
both?
Yeah, you have to
Both.
be both. You have
Yeah,
to be.
def
It's
both.
a prerequisite for sure.
Yeah.
You gotta have the experience, you know.
But also, I like
Insider
that I
knowledge.
did it to the Spitfire song. Slut doctor.
Also, it's you said Spitfire. I like that has been ingrained in you now.
Oh yeah, it's not Spitfire. What is it actually?
It's Crossfire.
Crossfire. Spitfire because
That's how
Apex.
often we say Spitfire like that. That's just what it is. I'm actually mad they haven't made an ad for like April Fools doing a Spitfire. ad.
Are
That
we
would be
doing
great.
this? Are we not doing this?
I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
Oh, you can fast travel to the safe house. It's right next to it.
Oh.
Yeah, I should.
There's a safe house right next to it.
Yeah, Astro doesn't have that one yet.
Wait, Baba, do you think that you can't treat a gunshot wound if you haven't been shot yourself?
I think it helps. I think it gives you the insider knowledge of like it, with anything. If you've gone through it, you have a better idea of what you're dealing
wait,
with.
Astro,
Because you're
come here,
like,
get this
it's like
safe house
a
first.
sympathy thing, you know. It's kind of like how male
Astro,
doctors
get
as
the safe house.
OBGYNs don't get
Right
it.
here.
Like they're rougher because they don't have the pieces. Whereas like a female's like, I know what's going on, and I'm not gonna go whole hog just scrubbing like it's a dirty
Whole
pot.
hog. Wow.
Whole hog.
Whole hog.
I hated gym class. I
Whole
thought it was
hog
very
it.
dehumanizing to force us to be physical and get undressed at school. So I was constantly fighting in gym. I failed grade 10 gym just because I was such an ass. At the same time, I was constantly out in the bush riding a horse and
Oh.
camping and farming. And I was very strong. It was purely at me being
This
angry
is
at being forced thing.
new.
I get that.
This is a new place.
Ooh, it's like a little warped
Thank
museum.
you, War Chicken, for reminding me. I mean, technically, we hadn't started doing anything, so nothing was being missed. But now that I am in here, yeah, I should switch it over to the actual gameplay.
Nah, just the whole stream is your reaction. Or
Yeah.
you could do what that girl did, and you could just put your gameplay like in the bottom
10%,
corner, like
100%,
really,
yeah.
really, really small, and just not
need to see what I'm
read
doing.
any chat. Just don't read
Oh my
chat.
gosh.
Like screw chat. Like they're literally
The
just
one
here
the
to
one that I
like.
sent.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. No video games for you.
Broseph, I have to send you a stream that we found the other night for science reasons.
It's for science.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, bye, War Chicken. Vampire.
At a country school for grade
Vampire
12.
lookout.
Did not give a shit what we did. So people with uteruses would say they had cramps every day, and he just let us go sit and hang out on the bleachers.
I did that for swimming because I had swimming at 8 a.m. and it was November, and I was like, I'm not going to swim in a freezing pool in November. And so I'd be like, I'm on my period for like an entire month. I'm on my period.
Look, it probably worked, especially if you had like a guy
Oh.
coach.
We didn't. It was a woman.
Oh, that you just didn't care.
No. I was like, I'll take a fail. I don't care. I'm not getting in a freezing pool for an hour every day. That's insane.
All right.
I mean, that's
And
that's
looking
like
for a bit still
child
around
abuse.
Cookie. Oh, because
I-
we're not talking dirty stuff anymore. You don't want to hang out. I see.
We could talk dirty stuff.
No,
Mud,
we're good.
dust,
Okay.
duty,
Rust.
Being in the pool.
peeing in the pool. I can't. Oh, untethered.
The phrase
Oh, yeah,
people
Oh, this is one of the
with
easier
uteruses
ones.
always reminds me that my mom is both a supporter of trans rights and kind of turfy at the same time. Gross.
Woohoo! Oh, this thing's slow.
They update this yet?
Update it how? For what?
I don't know. Stand.
Oh, Astro hasn't been through one of these, so we're gonna untether these, and we're going to
Yep, got that
loot
part.
and then escape.
Okay.
And there's
Yeah,
a timer.
so there's gonna be there's
We're
gonna be like these
untether it.
doors that are gonna open.
We get more if we escape.
actually escape. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because
okay.
I
Also,
am at
just
like
Sail.
10 frames a second right now.
Okay.
Oh, it's
I found
sail
the door.
time. Sail time. Okay.
The door's where I am.
One bus.
Okay.
Okay, gotta grab the thing in the middle
Heart attack.
and start
I can
looting.
try to get down. Okay, hold on.
So shoot the red doors and then loot.
There's only 2 things in here though. You just grab stuff.
What do I do?
Out.
Okay.
You just run out. You just grab
You just
stuff
grab.
in those
You
2
just
and
grab.
run
Yeah,
out.
Yeah.
you loot and then you go. Yeah,
Loot and grab.
and then just keep an eye on the time. And when it gets to about 15 to 10 seconds or whatever, go to the door.
Is there another one in here, or was it just the one? Oh no,
There's
there
one
is.
here. Where's the other one? Or where you guys are?
Yeah, there's one like at the front door of the. What's it called? I'm stuck on a goddamn rock. This keeps happening to me, and I absolutely hate it.
What is this? Oh.
Ooh, Shepherd's Crook handgun.
Ooh, go, 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 go.
Alright,
Don't
you
be stuck.
13
Ah,
everyone
don't be
get back.
stuck. Yep, I'm here.
I'm here. Okay, we're ready.
Good job. Good job.
Good job indeed.
Bet your mom's worried.
Anyone get anything good?
Just a kid.
Doubt it.
I got a
Oh,
gold
jeez. I don't know what's good.
handgun. I mean, you know the colors. I got a handgun that does 451 damage called Shepherd's
I
Crook.
did not get any food.
I got a shotgun called Lockjaw.
Oh, I got another pistol. That's good.
Yeah, I got a pistol that does as much as the sniper rifle I have.
Oh, what
so.
was my blood remnant? What I just
Ooh, the vampire gods are watching us, and we're a lot closer to having a turd butt thrown at us.
A turd butt.
Turd butt. His butt is turdy. A dirty turdy butt.
What does that mean?
It's got the poo poo butt.
The poo poo butt.
The poo poo butt. We have a side quest. I don't know if we want to do that first or do the main mission quest or.
whatever.
I think.
Whatever.
Whatever. I do what I want.
Do you want to try to get this fast travel that's right there?
Yeah, we can go look
The
at
historical marker.
Marquar. Yeah, we can. Which one?
Let's go.
Are you talking
Okay,
about?
okay.
Mushroom Kingdom, here I come.
Hi, y'all.
Did you get this fast travel, Astro?
My mom is
I
a
think I
nice
have whatever
person
you have unlocked.
The-
who
safe
will go
house?
to the map
Yeah.
for
Yeah,
trans
you-
people, but
you
it was
already
clearly
had it,
uncomfortable with
I
some aspects.
got it.
It's kind of a weird construction in terms of the way she speaks
On my
about
way.
certain things
Making my way
and
back
what
to you, babe.
I know she supports. Problem stems with the fact she made intentionally for women to trans. Yeah, I feel like my mom's the same way. Like she like wants
Oh, no,
to
I fell.
understand,
No,
but
don't
I
fall.
think just like the inherent
The
part
ground
of her
sunlight
just
was
like
very difficult to climb.
she just
apparently.
she just can't wrap her head around it.
No.
And
Let's
Did
go.
we just uh-oh.
Alarm raised?
Oh, we didn't even do anything. Why is it
I
going
don't know
up?
what's going on.
yeah,
shit,
I
shit,
understand
shit,
that.
shit. Ow.
Oh my god. Okay. Well,
I
Oh, I
thought I
didn't take it.
would slide down, and instead I damn near broke my legs.
no, you're
Should
I
we
just
just unlock
teleported.
safe houses and all the like travel points before we do more mission stuff?
That's kind of like what I was thinking. Like,
Okay.
I feel like
Yeah.
that's the best idea, really. I think Sestra.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page.
trapped. Get out.
So this one.
This van. Ah! Did my robot
Wait,
open the
what's-
door? Was there anything in here?
It's a
Oh,
general
crab
store.
to go. I got crab to go. I got crab to go.
Yeah,
No, 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 no,
crabs.
no.
To go. They're travel crabs. Oh, I got Yancey's and Galaxy Godzooks.
Galaxy Gazoo.
I hear something.
And that
Is there
bothers
something
her.
on the roof?
Yeah.
On the roof?
On the roof? The roof is on
On
fire?
the roof? No, I think it's what's it called? Gravelock. Chris, can you get us on the roof? It is. I see it.
You
Quest.
100% sure looking do. Where'd you put the thing?
The window. The window.
To the window,
To the
to the wall.
Ah!
What?
Drop down my balls. All these bitches crawl. Oh, got
Grab,
them.
grab. Why won't you grab? There we go.
Some of them might have been nice once. Nice, but not kind.
Is that more crab to go? Crab to go.
Traditionally, I think they do. I think normally travel with you. Yeah, it's not like a detached kind of situation.
I think so. Oh, it lowered a little bit. Good job, us.
Oh, could have just taken the stairs on the building and got
No. We
Why use stairs when we could not?
Teleport.
What happened to you? What happened to you, Xdoc? Why are you suggesting
Right?
stairs?
See, oh, stairs. Like,
Because every time I teleport everywhere, I get yelled at. Chris,
No
don't you
one
know
has
what
yelled
walking
at you
is?
once.
Chris,
No, he's
do
right,
you
he's
not
right.
know what
He's
walking
gotten yelled
is?
at. He's
That's
gotten
not
yelled
yelling.
Chris doesn't know the definition of yelling.
That is the same thing.
at. It is. It's like you're getting scolded for it.
Yes.
But that's not yelling. Yelling is a volume. Scolding is an act.
Oh,
And the
hey.
answer
What are
still
those
is no.
historical
I don't know.
markers?
Interesting.
I bet you he pees while he teleports.
Can you teleport your pee and then you just don't have to pee?
You know, if I had a portal gun, that's exactly what I would do.
You make
What?
a portal inside your bladder, and then you'd never pee.
I would like shoot a portal like somewhere like far away, and then just pee in the other portal and just like see what it hit.
Why are things breaking in here? What's going on?
You're just translocating your piss.
I would.
You could do that same with your poop.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I wish you guys could see my face
Bro, what
right
is
now.
this
It's
sound?
just
What are you doing?
disappointed.
We could.
You could shoot it to the moon, and you could poop on.
And you can what? Poop up?
Poop in on the
You may not be able to see your face, but I will make a face for you.
You could be the first of your kind.
The first of your kind. The primordial. Alright guys,
The
my
chosen
sit here,
one.
and I will go get pizza, and then I will
What's going
return.
down?
Yell into me. Be right back.
Where's another?
There's people.
Do we have the safe house unlocked?
You're congressman. Honestly, though, you gotta do what you gotta do, Franklin.
The keeper's house. Ooh. What he keeping?
That booty.
Oh, the booty.
You gotta ask the cutie before you touch
Lighthouse
the booty.
keeper's key.
Nothing can stop me.
Do you think we have to get it at the lighthouse?
No, probably just go in this other building over here.
Maybe. The Nightmare Manual? Manuel.
Oh no, I can't teleport.
Oh no.
Why? What did you do?
Let's get moving.
How did
I
you
don't
anger
know.
the teleportation gods? Hammer, give me this hammer. Choose.
All the animals.
Squirrels.
What was I
Hey,
saying?
here's
The
a-
blood is
Here's
oh, yeah, we
here's a
did that.
book called The Nightmare Manual, and it's just called this stream.
Wow.
Wow.
Thank you
indeed.
very much.
It quoted you.
I hear
Yeah.
a grave lock.
Yeah, there was one in here, but I think it's gone.
I hear it. The whisper. Ow.
It
Whoop.
was right here.
In the dog bed?
Yeah.
Kind of fucking weird.
Apparently, I've grabbed it because it's not there for me. So
Interesting.
yeah,
Apples.
but it's glowing, so like it was there.
Oh, I got a gas mask. I will smell no farts. There's not a med pack. Give me a
No
med pack.
parts.
No parts for me. Ew, what the fuck? Oh, it's your teleporting. I was like, what the fuck is that? Chris is teleporting into bathrooms.
No, I was teleporting on the other side of that wood. Because I didn't want to walk.
You didn't want to just do that?
No, I didn't, actually. I just wanted to throw my teleporter through the crack.
You teleported through the crack.
Uh-huh.
Why won't this one break? It won't break. I don't know why, but it won't break. Can I shoot it? Oh, there it goes.
Yeah.
That works. Ta-da! It worked. Pelipper in shape.
Oh. I forgot there's enemies in this game.
Bad guys go right.
Huh. I forgot there's actually things to kill in this.
They're saying this game isn't just looting.
Take cover.
Weird.
I know.
Weird. Loading.
Oh, what's this? Books!
Where are they?
I found it to place me. Ah.
Shit.
I get stuck on everything in this
I
game.
need it back.
Whee.
Ah.
I did it. I don't need any of you. I did it.
I was looting.
I don't
But
need
not-
you. I did it.
Well, I don't need me either, but here I am anyways.
Well, why?
I don't know.
I guess myself the same.
Oh.
First floor.
Ooh,
Where's
there's crates up
monsters,
here.
cultists?
Weapon crates.
Layla, I'm really glad you're on our team.
I love how this
Oh,
game
yeah.
is like, you're supposed to stay together, but as soon as I get anywhere close to y'all, my game drops 10 frames a second.
There's crates up here. If anyone wants weapon crap. Loot. Looty tooty booty.
How you do it?
Well, you have your elevator.
I know, but oh, okay. It was recharging. That's why I was like, "How'd you get up?"
There was a ladder over here, and I laddered.
That's
But your
fine.
box
I
says.
did it
I have pizza.
already.
What
You got
kind of pizza?
Pizza?
I got chicken pizza.
Chicken pizza?
Chimcan.
By chicken, do you mean ham?
Oh my goodness.
If
No, that
ham
was
is turkey. No, if ham is turkey, is chicken ham.
I meant...
No, because he doesn't eat ham.
Listen, I don't understand the rules of Astro and his dietary needs.
Does anyone?
That is beyond my lizard brain.
Does anyone have a luck?
Good.
Lockpick? I have lockpick, I think. What do you need? Pick.
Scar.
Hey, there's some stuff over there we
Oh.
could use.
I hacked the alarm. If you can pick
Ow.
it, look.
Here I come. I saw. I unlock.
Okay. Oh.
Where are you guys?
Whoa.
You lost me.
We I'm full. I gotta get
We're
rid of
over
some crap.
here. Here you go.
Here you go. I have too much crap.
You're the best.
Alright. You're the best.
Wait, is this the part where
Ooh,
we
there's a
all split up
sniper.
and everyone dies?
Butcher bird. Maynard.
Nope,
Causeway.
nope.
Bye.
Let's stick together, okay?
I have too much crap. Too much crap. Gotta get rid of my crap. When your game is like, you are full. You know you're in trouble.
You are full.
You're in trouble.
I trouble baby.
Remember that damn fella called himself the Hollow Man? Good news. He's
Okay.
gone for good.
That's better for now.
You're stuck
Where'd everyone go?
Where's
left.
the safe? Oh, we found the safe house.
Where? What are you on about?
I don't know.
I feel like everybody's going in 18 different directions at once. Chaos Stream.
This is back where we came from, I think.
Ashes, ashes. I'm going to take your jeweled egg.
Wait, watch out, Astro, watch out.
Oh,
Wait, there's
Astro's
one
gonna
way to
walk
get
into
over
it.
this.
You could also just use a hack kit to take him out. FYI.
Or I could just teleport over it.
You could also just shoot it.
I have not, Laws. Depending on how late this goes, and depending on how I feel, I might swap back. Depends.
Do not.
Depends.
I'm kidding. You do it.
Are you really gonna tell me?
Yeah.
What to do?
Ooh, on
Yep.
not International Women's Day. What?
Oh my
What-
gosh,
do you
his pistol's broken again.
You're broke.
Having to stay, but like it only works like 30% of the time.
Does it
All
say
this
it should work only 30% of the time?
No,
I bet it does.
it says bullets from this weapon can kill vampires who are not.
Can. Doesn't say it will.
You are correct.
They'd. Ow! I'm on fire. Lead.
What is this?
What are you? Oh my god.
I hear.
Well, there's a grave lock for sure.
I hear.
Teddy bear, give me this bear. This place
hear
looks
it.
Oh! You are inside of my face. It was scary. That's a really big dead bird.
Oh wait, it's in the roof.
That is a really big dead bird.
Oh yeah.
It was in the roof.
Oh.
How get to roof? Oh.
I teleport.
Well, I could just then.
I don't know where it is though.
You're saying in the roof? Like in the attic? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Yes. Oh, where's the
I don't know how to get there.
teleport?
Oh, hold on. I'm good. Hello.
Astro,
Astro, get on, climb on the roof and then it's
Astro,
on the
over
outside.
here. Over here.
What is that? More dead bird? Why are there so many dead
Sure.
bird?
Here you
Oh.
go.
Oh, thanks. Oh, hold on. I'll do it.
Yeah. There you
I
go.
got it.
I know you couldn't have made it in here without me.
Nope.
Yeah, that's definitely how I got in here, for sure.
I know it is.
Let me out of this place! Is the grass supposed to be...
Here's a
grass
scary
fire
chest or something right here.
Right where?
Where
A
my
scary chest.
teleporter
Are you
is
playing
going.
Back for Blood?
It's a scary chest.
Oh, it's a vampire blood.
Those historical markers.
Vampire. Well, oh,
See,
wow.
it's not work. Oh my god, it's not working.
I got you.
What is
I hate
that?
this. I hate
You
this
could
gun.
always use a different gun.
Do not.
But I just want the gun to do what it says it does.
Well, I
it's too
want
much to
a
ask.
sugar daddy to pay all my bills.
Well, you have the.
What was that?
Everybody just wants feet fixed. Just-
Nobody wants to see my feet. I have hobbit feet. I'm Frodo Baggins.
Oh, no, you're making it worse.
Now no one's gonna ask for pictures. See, this is how you handle things.
I no one was gonna ask. I'm talking about your.
I wasn't talking about you. Sugar dada.
Sugar papa.
Camper, hello. My glucose
Glucose
guardian. Oh my
guardian?
god. My pixie stick papa.
Oh, fuck. It's doing the stupid thing again.
Oh gosh. He's bad. These are all humans. They die so much easier.
Yeah, yes, go down the ladder, thank you.
Alright, can you damage her now?
Like-
Why can't... Alright, it's doing the thing again, and I can't damage this vampire that's in front of me. And it's gonna kill me because the game is glitching.
Ooh, with
I
the
think you were
guess.
very far from
This
us.
game is functioning as an.
Yeah. It's fine, I'll figure it out, maybe.
You need to check
Where's
out your
my
amazing Titan
vampire
drip.
boyfriend?
Oh, Did you get?
Okay, got it. My vampire boyfriend works. Okay, cool. Don't know how that worked.
In
But
the sections on Discord, very nice. I will definitely check them out. Did you get the God of War? Because the God of War is pretty dope. I thought there'd be something cooler up there.
Ew.
Oh, there's a box in the back of this truck. Uh-oh. Is that the gods? God?
God, is that you?
God?
Kami-sama.
Why?
God has forsaken us. Vampires everywhere.
Yeah, we swapped to some
Ow.
Redfall for a
My
little
legs!
bit.
You worked really, really hard on them for last. Aww. You didn't get the God of War bundle? I'm sorry.
Oh, shit.
General.
I got
Store.
stuck on a motorcycle. This is bullshit.
Bullshit.
Pumpkins!
Mm.
Why did it give me the option to open, but then didn't open? Let me check what that was.
I fixed your motorcycle issue.
Oh, you blew it up?
Yes.
Well, that's the most effective.
Right after
I
eating a bit of
mean-
salad, yucky. Correct.
I thought
I am
so too.
unimpressed.
Ooh! Oh, I like the green and the purple. The purple
What is
is
this
peak.
scary tunnel?
I think I said tongue. Oh, there's a small chest.
It says
Or a-
scary tunnel.
There's a safe. Secret tunnel?
I like how she says small chest, and then she goes, "Oh wait, no, it's called a safe."
Well, I saw it and I didn't see this front of it at first. I didn't see the dial.
Oh, here's a thingy.
Ah,
A thingy.
A grave lock thingy.
I'm on fire. Don't talk about it. Whee!
Oh.
I only broke my ankles a little bit.
I found the safe house.
Did you?
I did.
Secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel.
But I feel like we've been to this one before.
Grave lock. Well, if we don't have to start the generator, then we have found it, yes.
Alright, well, I found a...
Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away.
Astro Redfall outline. Yeah.
Wow. You did all the colors for each subclass? Very nice.
What is this? Dire Wolf Cavern?
Apparently dire wolves are a fucking thing. That's what we're wearing, is their dire wolf
Yeah,
outfits.
dire
we
wolves
want-
are a thing.
Do we want to go
Not
fight
just
it?
Game of Thrones.
There's a crap ton of them in La Brea tar pits.
What?
Dire wolves.
What is
There's
that?
just they're a extinct wolf.
No. A bunch of them in where?
La Brea tar pits. It's a tar pit, but also a museum.
I'm
built around the
subconsciously
tar pits.
decided to make my pasta salad a little healthier. Let's pick up cherry tomatoes and cubed ham. I didn't buy any shredded cheese. Gross.
What is that?
No problem, Franklin. Take care of yourself.
Oh, there's a
We'll
historical marker
see
we
you
missed over
later.
by those caves. Well, we can go hit that historical marker. Or
Why you?
Coming over to you guys.
walk.
Look at
What?
this, dude.
Or
No problem
you
at
stopped
all,
doing it.
Franklin.
Oh,
Take
you
care of
stopped
yourself.
or
You were like, Xbox was super glitching out on my screen.
maybe he was just dancing.
Oh, I've been only playing like 15 frames a second this whole time.
I don't even see him. There he is. I was like, where? Where?
He's right there.
Yeah, I found him. With my lockpick. Hey, I hate when you try and climb in and it's like obviously you mean on, and I'm like, I don't though. I don't. Stop trying to make me.
I can't.
You're
I
trapped. You're trapped.
Please.
Jump over. Red Rover, jump right over.
Hold on, I can get you out of there.
It's okay.
We're all
She
out.
let
We're
me
good.
What are these?
I was holding him hostage. It was funny. Give me all your Pokemon, or I'll hold you hostage in a police van.
We don't
I got it.
exactly.
It's
We don't need
fine.
frames. You just shoot.
It what? There's nothing.
Frames are for the weak.
This game is so empty.
Like my head.
Correct.
Like my heart and my life.
No, that's only lizard. Mlem.
Limb.
Malem.
Malaria, what I'm trying to take. There
Okay. Let's
We
keep it what?
can
Nani?
Toy-
go
like a
up
toy gun.
the mountain.
I mean, you can go up the mountain. We can go to the Smith Orchard House. That's an option.
Or I could just go straight up the mountain.
No. I don't know if that's
Don't
the
move.
best way to go about that.
Okay.
Oh, what just happened? Looks like. So.
Okay,
That
just
was
What
the-
level?
no.
We're
It's the same spot.
14.
I'm just gonna
No.
walk around.
Level
Turn
14.
around, bright eyes. I'll get there someday. Uh-oh. Oh, it went down, okay. I was like, oh no, the gods are watching. Why can't you climb on some things, you wacky woman? She's like, no. Sometimes
Good
I can.
luck.
Okay, we went up
Their
again.
smiles are like
It'd be
needles.
easier if you came over here. It's
I
a
can't
lot.
use it. No.
They smile.
You can't
all
use
their
it.
teeth.
No.
And then there's me.
Now I'll never get up.
Hold on, I will get you up.
I give up. Good times, gotta believe in the love you found.
Hold on.
I got it. Oh, no, I'm going back down. No. I'm just-
Hold
Meanwhile,
on, here we go.
I've climbed up.
We did it. Yeah, that's nice.
Ooh, there's a
Ooh,
thing
what
over
is
here.
this? A bag?
Ooh, that guy died.
I
What
found
does this
Chickering
say?
Church. Oh,
Hmm.
who the hell are you? Oops. I found Chickering Church.
Chickering
Good job.
Church.
I'm trying to get to you guys, but I might never
She
make it there.
can.
You will.
No, you don't know that.
You gotta believe in yourself.
Yeah, no, I don't. You're not seeing what I'm saying. It's quite a chasm saying no.
A chasm, a battle, you mean?
A chasm. I guess I'll walk all the way around and maybe one day I'll meet you guys over there.
No. You're fine.
No.
We're already up here.
Oh yeah, oh my god. It's at this point I just exit the game and shut down stream and say I'm done.
She saw us like teleport away.
This is one of the few times teleporting was faster.
I'm not denoting that. What I'm saying is you went without me, therefore I have to walk all the way around.
Oh, where are you?
Well, it's too late now.
Hold on. I will help.
No, it's committed to
Look at this
walking
hut.
around.
We're almost
Oh,
there.
I found a checkpoint thing.
A checkpoint thing.
Or fast travel. Uh-oh. What is this?
That's pretty good.
Murdered.
Murdered? Why?
Look, he was trying to eat our faces. It didn't seem nice, so he had to
that's
go.
so rude.
He had
That's
to go.
so rude.
I don't make the rules. Reach
Like I
rat
do.
farm. I didn't make the rule that people have to die when they're trying to eat my face. I just, it's survival of the fittest.
I mean, that's typically how it goes, like in real life too.
Exactly. Survival of the fittest. You try and eat my face, I'm probably gonna have to put you down.
Yeah, I would too.
Right, obviously.
That sounds like you are making the rules here. Just saying.
No. Hi Trem, how are you? No, survival of the fittest has existed long before me. I didn't make that happen.
No. No.
How old do you think I am? Astro.
Do you want to
You
know?
are the Baba Yaga witch. You are
I don't think I should answer
eternal.
that.
You are eternal.
I'm going to wear the skin.
And
And
know,
then,
because
and
you
then
are
we
a
will have to
witch.
end you.
I don't think I should answer that. I'm
Arhan,
not going to. I take this.
You take the fifth.
where are
4.
you taking it?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Maybe to dinner. It's very nice.
How do I get this dust out
Where
of my
in the
clothes?
world is Carmen
Carmen
Sandiego?
Sandiego.
Yeah.
I said.
Well, like there should be something in here, right?
Oh, here's a grave lock.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Where is here?
Wherever I'm standing. On this.
So back for bus today, I was gonna ask
all the way
you,
over
but
there.
then
Okay.
you
I'll
started
fucking-
streaming. Oh, you should have messaged
So-
me. I mean, Fridays I usually play with these peeps. Just get these seats. Oh no, there you go.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know why my internet is being a bitch. Friday I usually play with these peeps, so you'll have to let me know like on a day that's not Friday.
These peeps.
But how many people? 4. 4 people can play Redfall.
We're
I
like
answered you.
marshmallows.
Just my internet's being a biche.
Marshmallows. I
Marshmallows.
like marshmallows.
Yeah, like peeps, you know? The marshmallow, they're the
Peeps-
birds
peeps are
or the
marshmallows?
Ugh.
yeah, the Easter
They're
one.
awful.
Do you not know
Oh.
what
I hate
peeps are?
peeps.
They're
oh god, I
awful.
hate peeps. They're
No.
so disgusting.
I have no idea.
But they look adorable.
You're not missing anything. Don't worry. It is one of the worst candies ever to
I need
exist.
a 4th. Good night. Oh, okay.
Okay.
I don't know.
Good
I
night.
think Swedish fish are
I love Swedish fish.
ugh. Pass. Hard pass. Hard icky pass.
Oh, yeah?
Okay, here's the real question. Twizzlers or Red Vines?
Twizzlers.
Twizzlers.
Oh my god, no.
I know what red vines are, so I do know what Twizzlers are. Though. Are they the same?
It's the same thing,
Mm.
but worse.
No. Red Vines are
I just don't
supreme.
like. Yeah, I don't like the aftertaste of red vine.
Yeah, I don't like the texture of them. They're like hard.
I don't like the texture of Twizzlers. They're too
Swedish
slick.
fish aren't Swedish, and you guys don't have pepper candy. They're just called that.
Oh my god.
They're fish from Sweden. All Swedish fish are candy. Like if you look in all their ponds, they're made of candy.
Mm-hmm.
When you go
God.
fishing in Sweden, all candy.
They just pull them out of the water and just candy.
It's like Willy Wonka, yeah.
because your candy sucks. I don't doubt that. A lot of our
I-
foods and stuff sucks.
Some of our food sucks, but some of our food is like top tier.
A lot of our food is top tier.
Like a lot of people think that the chocolate here is worse, but like it depends. Like I prefer dark chocolate, and we have really good dark
Ooh.
chocolate.
Okay.
The best chocolate is like those like tubes you get from like the Middle East. I will say that hands down. It's just like a little tube of chocolate.
You
Well,
want the tube of chocolate?
Yeah, it's so freaking good. But everything
I
else,
like you describing shit.
yes.
Is a Swedish person getting gaslit? Listen, I don't have answers for you. I don't love chocolate anyway, so I don't really have
Really?
much of an opinion.
You don't
Yeah.
like chocolate?
I didn't say I don't
Just
like. I just don't love. Like, if somebody is like, would you prefer chocolate or vanilla? I will choose vanilla over chocolate. But if somebody's only offering me chocolate, then that's obviously different.
Sour candy person.
So
love
I happened to
sour.
stumble on a quest. I don't know if you guys want me
I'm
to
on my
wait.
way to you.
Okay. I was like, I
I'm
didn't mean
almost there.
to. I just happened to find this. Okay, good night, and your candy is inferior. Good night, Arhan. Send me some candy then.
Oh.
Yeah.
What is? Oh. Oh, I got some sort of achievement. What is that for?
Free Trevor
Oh.
Ash from the UV lights.
Who's Trevor and why is he
I
Ash?
don't know,
Interesting.
but we freed him.
Maybe he's ashy from all the UV.
Maybe. I don't have answers. There's supposed to be somebody around here.
Really?
For you.
There's, yeah. That's the main point.
Right here. Where I am.
Well, here. I'm here.
I'm right here.
Chris.
I'm trying to make it over there.
Quest.
This town used to be
There's
dead
a dead
after
man.
Like, these vampires are just like one bullet and they're dead.
Okay.
And there's like
We don't have
three
to. We
of
don't have
them.
to play anymore, Chris. Like
No,
I
no,
don't.
no,
like
no, no.
what do you want?
I want.
Complain. He wants to complain.
I know, but I don't want to keep hearing it.
I want to keep hearing it.
Foresight, but no
I
ambition.
hate it here. I
What a
fucking
care
hate
they
it
make.
here.
She was drawn to me right.
Should I press E?
I spy with my little eye.
Kill the aspect of the eclipse.
Something that begins.
Cool. Where is it? Oh, it's here. Somewhere here.
No.
Let's find it.
Vehicle?
No.
Oh, it's right here.
I'm playing I Spy with my little eye with Layla.
Yeah, how's it going?
I'm losing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I can't see a thing.
Whoa!
3 stakes.
Oh,
Yeah.
well,
There you go.
there's vampires.
Oh, I thought I got him. Wow.
Oh, I got a brazen beacon? Bacon.
Good job.
What? What? What are you doing? You stop that.
Let's split up, gang. For real though, don't.
I like how it phases through my robot. I fucking hate it here. Hell here. Hell here.
Oh
Ooh, duct tape.
You broke
Yeah,
my leg.
but you keep coming back. So do you
Broke my
really?
leg.
I mean, it's
Where's
like
the
one of those
mouse?
masochist
There's no
situations,
mouse,
right?
and this keyboard's upside down,
Mouse?
and there's no mouse.
Do
There's
you
no
not play
mouse?
with an upside down keyboard?
No, but there's no
Oh.
mouse.
Oh, wow.
Ever forward.
Wah woo wah woo. Okay, what do we? Hello?
What?
Do y'all blow shit up?
Yeah, there's like
Obviously.
8 cars next to each other, and I just wanted to see what it would do.
Y'all dead.
Y'all dead.
Y'all dead.
Y'all dead.
Wait. Y'all
Oh.
dead.
That will never not be a classic.
I know. That was so fun. The first time Astro said that, though, I thought I was gonna die.
I mean, it's a fairly accurate representation, though.
It is. It is. It very much is.
All right. So what's our? Why do we still have?
Wall.
Why not?
Wall? Wall.
Why is there still a search area here? Or is
I
it
don't
just
know, but
gone?
I threw a teleporter through a window and ended up in a bathtub.
There's still.
Awesome.
There's no search
Did
area.
you need to pee or?
How'd you get up there?
I
Yeah, outside?
teleported. I teleported through the
there's
window
also-
instead of.
You know
Um,
the answer is
there's a
always
ladder.
teleporting.
No,
I
I meant-
saw that there was a lockpick there, and I didn't want to lockpick so through the window.
Pretty good.
I mean, there was a lockpick on the counter, so it refunded it. Was there anything in here even worth?
No.
Yeah, the lockpick.
The lockpick to get a lockpick. Oh, here's a bag with a gun.
Ooh.
That's a trash can. That's my house. I live there.
Do you? Oh, do you?
Neighborhood founders and all.
We shared the same bracelet. Like, so we both shouted at the same time.
At the
Oh,
same
Dios
time, without
mío.
even communicating.
That was good. That was good.
You know you can loot the trunks, right? For
No.
weapons.
No, no.
And when you blow them up, none of us can loot it. So
Oh. Okay.
oh,
I can't see.
yep, that's what's it called?
Dead?
Is she dead?
Is that?
Yeah.
It was dark and I couldn't see anything.
Very black here.
It was my blood
Rabon
first,
is doing a
then
dance.
their blood,
Bribon.
Ooh.
then all the world's blood.
Glowy.
Waiting for
Okay,
them.
there
Rainbow.
is a grave lock in here somewhere.
Rainbow?
Yeah, it's in the
Probably
basement. I
upstairs.
just said it was.
In the basement? Oh.
Yep.
Was it when we went
It's
blind
tagged
and
it.
then my ears stopped working because I can't
No,
hear if I can't see?
No, I came down here and I said, "There's a Gravelock here," and I pinged it, and then I went upstairs and you went, "There's a Gravelock," and I said, "Downstairs."
But where is the downstairs? Like
Right-
I'm running
right-
in circles and
I'm standing
okay.
in the doorway. That's right.
These
Oh.
buildings are so freaking big. There's upstairs, downstairs, basements.
There's a hand in this dirt.
I hate it.
I can't relate. I don't have
If you
basement
shoot it,
fear.
blood comes out.
Why are you
Have
shooting
you
mysterious
thought about
hands?
maybe not doing that?
Yeah, like why are you just like shooting mysterious hands that you come across?
Whoa, what the fuck?
I'm trying to make the whole thing just covered red.
Bribon.
I
I'm
can't
pa-
hear you.
I'm painting.
Well, good for you.
That's terrifying.
So
No.
don't
Top
judge
of,
his
at the top
choice
of the
of medium.
stairs.
Oh, you're talking about
Are
the
you-
wolf?
Yeah, but just he's at the top of the stairs. It just scared
What are we
me.
searching
He
for?
looks real happy. He's a happy dog.
Loot. We were looking for loot.
Oh, there's a little search area thing on.
So that what does it
Yeah.
say at our menu?
There's no
The
menu,
red
it's just
candle.
yellow.
Examine the window with the red candle in it, and everyone has walked past it. It's here.
Well, I haven't even gotten to this room yet.
More candles.
More candles.
Refine the
Yeah,
replacement candles in the shed. Is anybody downstairs or outside?
No, we're all here.
Okay.
We can be outside.
No, Brabant is going downstairs. He's like, I got this, guys. Don't fucking worry.
No, Bribon.
I'm outside.
Ribon!
I
Okay,
found a
find
chicken
the
coop!
candles.
But there's no chickens. Disappointment.
Find the replacement candles, please. In the garage, I think it said. In the shed.
In
I'm
the
looking for the
shed.
shed. I found a tractor.
The shed.
Is that the shed? This is huge. Here's a. This looks like a shed. Potentially. Are you the shed I need? I think so. Yes.
Is
Oh, I
that
got a
the-
whole box. Wow.
Hold on. You can get here
Uh
faster.
oh. Uh oh. Uh oh. Uh oh.
Just a moment.
I'm hearing sounds and I hate them.
What
I got the
sounds?
box. I don't know. It sounded like. I don't know.
Wait, what was I missed that. What did it sound like? I think Discord's cutting you out. Can you do it again?
Wait, that was one candle?
Listen, it was a really big box for a really special candle. I don't have answers, only questions. What now? Why?
I kill him.
Who he?
The voice
Is
in the
that-
trees.
He was the voice in the trees?
Oh, we did it.
The
Good job.
voice in the trees. I shot him one
maybe
single
that-
time in the dome and he died.
That was his voice. His voice was.
Must have been. Alright,
Oh my god, we're in Apple Orchard, you guys. Let's go apple picking.
there's still a search area on the mobile home park.
I mean, is it just
Why,
glitching out?
though? Yeah, probably.
Give me this motor oil. I need it for reasons. And the
Why
bleach.
would you need the motor
need-
oil?
I need bleach and motor oil. Don't fucking ask questions. I need to clean my engine and re-oil it.
Nani?
I need
Nani?
some
Some what?
bleach and ammonia.
Mm.
No. No, you don't.
Why wouldn't I?
No, you don't.
Why?
Lort, save us all.
You know why. You know exactly why.
You.
How now, brown cow?
I
found
don't
a
know
squirrel!
Why.
I found a midwife squirrel. Life is great. She
I
was
don't
hiding
know
behind a
why I
box.
wouldn't need that.
A squirrel?
Yes.
Midwife squirrel is best squirrel. Does this open? It doesn't? What is life? Ooh. Backpack. Okay, so that's where I got everything earlier. Can I take this trowel? What if I want to... garden.
Oh, here's
I have sunblock. Super important.
It's not letting me pick any of that up,
Oh, wait,
so
I do.
I shot it. Even though there's midwife squirrel in the back.
I think Baba Yaga got it already.
I did get the squirrel.
Good job.
For squirrely reasons. Squirrely Dan!
Obviously, for squirrely reasons. Why wouldn't it be?
40.
The only reasons.
Ooh, I can switch this out. I want to switch out this or this.
Alright, I need stuff. Alright. What are we doing?
I'm currently trying to get rid of excess stuff because I'm at 31 of 40.
That's
in my
what I was
backpack.
just doing. Are
Yeah,
you kidding me right now? You are such a fucking little shithead.
Kick him in the shins. Kick him in the
You're a
shins!
shithead.
He shot the fire like 10 seconds ago, and then you decide to.
No, he didn't.
I watched him.
I heard it.
No, you didn't. You didn't.
I
so
heard
came
it.
out.
You didn't.
I heard it, so I came out.
You...
Kicked off my shoes in a fit of joy. Oh my god! Alright. New plan. What are our missions? We have the lost unit, dirty. Or the main mission. What does Bellwether know?
What does no is a no?
Do we want to go to the dire wolf cave?
And rum.
Sure.
Okay. Burial Point Memorial is our closest spot. So I'm teleporting.
Goodbye forever.
Goodbye!
That's what you get! That's what you get!
I would say,
Oh,
what
I
did
just
you
launched
learn,
it straight
but-
up in the middle of the air.
I know. I saw
I
you
just
jump
went
on my
like-
elevator.
I
and
just
do
went
it.
like this.
Yeah.
We're gonna go this way.
You're a star.
I was
Alright, let's
hoping
go.
you were gonna miss me and hit the teleporter. And you...
I'm gonna try and hit that teleport point on the way.
Yeah, the fast travel point. Yeah.
Unlock it.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah.
I don't know why Flavor Flav took over, but you know, who am I to fight it? Flavor Flav, it's your boy.
It's a person.
Oh, things I don't want to do is, ow, get blowed up. But here we are. Sometimes you got to get a little blowed up. Okay, so I'm almost to the thing. Where is the point of? Where is the checky point?
See, I can't do damage to this vampire.
Have you
Which
tried
one?
insulting him? Have you tried like being like,
This
yo,
one
mama?
right here. Right here.
Where is the?
What vampire?
Oh, he just despawned.
Oh,
Okay, that's why I couldn't do damage to him. Okay.
there's remains on the ground right here.
No, he
Okay.
was a guy. It was like a full vampire standing there,
Oh,
but he literally just despawned. So
I found it.
Ta-da! He might have just been on your screen and not mine.
Sun's out.
Mazel
Doesn't
tov.
that mean
It's
anything
a
anymore?
checkpoint for you guys.
Ugh.
Or not
Mazel
checkpoint,
tov.
but a thingy. You know, a thingy. A good old fashioned thingy.
yeah, a
Okay.
good old fashioned thing.
I keep setting myself on fire. It reminds me I'm alive. Oh.
Oh,
What?
the dire wolf.
Oh, we were here! Oh my god, we were here and we didn't check this out. Lord. Why are we like this?
So vampire.
Ow, my ankles!
Oh, there it is.
Way better.
Okay, you're out of here. I should be able to climb up these. Should I be worried about the sounds I'm hearing?
No, I'm good.
No.
Okay. Just checking. Oh, no, no, that's a storm. That's a storm.
I'm gonna head out.
That's, there, are you guys seeing red lightning? Because I have red lightning on me. I need, I'm scared. Trying to hit me. I think we're supposed to go inside when these happen. Oh, fuck! I'm going
Isn't this the
inside.
vampire gods?
Yeah. Okay, I found my way inside of a gas station. Oh, it's big boy's on me! Big boy! Big boy! Okay. I'm killing him. I'm killing big boy. And then I punched him in the tit for good measure. Oh, what the hell? He's back? Why are you back? How are you back? He's not taking damage. I need an adult. He's glitching. I killed him, but now he's back. And I don't know what's going on.
Nope, I've got strikes on me too. Hold on.
What the fuck? Why? Is he gone? Is he done? I did a murder. I climbed on him. I stabbed him.
No, he's above. Yeah, he's here.
Like, I climbed on him, I stabbed him, he did the whole exploding dead thing, and then he popped back into existence. Okay.
Does that music mean it's gone?
I don't know.
Yeah, I got a gold and a vampire blood from his remains right here.
Hey,
Yeah, I'm
there's some
very
stuff over
confused
there
because,
we
like I
can
said, I jumped on him, stabbed him, and then he like popped out of existence, and then he respawned, and was just like nothing ever happened. That was very.
I also just stood out there and let the
And let us deal with it?
the lightning hit me, and it only does like 10 damage.
We could have died. There's a big man. He was very angry.
Very angry.
He had his grumpy pants on. And a hood.
A hood?
Yeah, he was wearing a hood.
Yeah, he did have a
was
hood
kinda
on.
angsty. He was kind of angsty. Not gonna lie.
What's all this noise I hear?
I know, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, there's like a voice.
Oh, here's a dead horse.
Oh, that's lovely.
Hey, look.
Come on now.
Where are all the candles?
Why? What are you doing? Why are you hitting it?
I'm beating a dead horse.
Oh my god, I hate you. Get out.
That's
Get
it. That's
out.
the end of the- Bye, everybody. Good riddance. Never streaming again. Hey, Sarah. Stream it. What
I was so glad you asked her. I didn't have to just say it.
Not me. I'm not glad.
Alright, let's go to the direwolf caves. Come on.
I'm up opening a
I
crate.
didn't even know you left.
Oh, is that so? I see.
Did you notify that
I
you
did.
had?
Did anybody acknowledge that they heard you?
No, because I notified and left. So I don't know.
Well, you missed so much stuff.
I bet I did.
Like Chris beating a dead horse.
Yes, there was a
No.
dead horse, and I was punching it, and Krista
Wait,
said,
that's on the daily.
Krista
That's
said, what are
on
you
the
doing?
daily.
Krista said, what are you doing? And I said, I was... And then it was
Beating a
just...
dead horse.
And then it was record scratch and get out.
I don't know about a record scratch, but you did a record amount of shameful shaming.
Oh, yeah.
Shameful
Lock,
shame.
does it have a lockpick?
I found your dead. Chris, this is a cow.
No, there's another one.
No, there was a
There's
horse.
another one? Okay, I was like, this is a cow.
This isn't a horse. This is a cow.
I was about to be really concerned and be like, he can't tell the difference between a cow and a horse. What the fuck? What kind of country boy are you?
Four-legged.
There's a candle in a cow. I hate it.
I found
A
the
cowdle?
Cowdle.
I found the cave.
I'm on my way.
I will teleport us down unless you want to find the long way down. And it looks like it is a long way down.
Trying to keep everyone together is like herding cats.
I mean, TotK and I are together.
You literally left and were by yourself for the last like 5 minutes.
Right. And whose fault is that?
Yours!
No,
Oh,
no, no.
are we good? Are we good? Okay.
I'm good.
Thank you, Layla.
Oh no.
Hi,
You're the
Rachel.
best.
Ever forward.
Rachel, how's the day?
Why are you on fire?
Oh, okay.
Huh. Choice. Oh, he's on the move.
Meow.
I like how I'm trying to stake and I just keep punching him in the head. What's the difference, really? What is... Oh, that's you guys. Oh, that's bullets. Oh, we're being shot at. Rude. Okay. Oh, it's a turret! It's fucking turrets.
Oh my gosh, my thing hit your shield and just fell at your feet.
Oh my god.
Ooh. That got sloppy and choppy a bit.
Okay. Pretty good. How you doing? I'm doing good. Have you done any of the Destiny stuff yet, Rachel?
Density.
Have you done the Mermaid Destiny?
Ooh, UV beam ammo. Need that.
You haven't? Aw. We've only
No.
done
is
a
that a
little
grave
bit.
block
It's
up
fun.
there? Or is
What,
that a
up here?
vampire thing?
No, there's
Alright.
nothing up here.
No, they're right here, where I'm at.
Oh, maybe.
There is a grave block right here.
Why is this, like, truck glowing yellow?
That's a good question.
I'm going to go over here and find out.
It's probably our,
Release?
mission. Yeah, that's our you're going to our mission.
Release. Medical container.
You've been binging trash
Like-
television? Anything good?
That's the best thing to binge. I watched what was it, Selling Sunset, and boy, that was a treat.
Don't worry, Asper, I got you. Come heal yourself.
Heal.
Well, I'm just going through my teleporter heals.
Let's
Oh.
split up, gang. For
That's
real.
Yeah, I got
That's
that
cool.
last. I got that last time.
That's pretty good.
Okay.
Okay, did we do all three?
I have no idea. There's a vampire thing over here, which I would love to kill, but I can't see where the source is, and that's always a pain.
I think you have to get up on the
Love
boat.
Island, the UK
Yeah, I'm
one
trying to.
specifically?
Where is the thing? I don't see it.
Here's another box.
It's over here. It's right over here.
Is it?
I don't
Okay.
have a UV gun. Yeah, yeah. It's right.
I do. Oh, I fell in it. It's fine.
There you go.
Did you open it?
Hey, I leveled
Hello?
up, guys. I leveled up.
Yay.
Am I closer? Am I a little bit closer?
You are
Closer to what?
closer.
What are you
Remember
trying
he
to get
lost.
close to?
Remember he lost all of his
Ah.
progress.
Can we not? Oh, can we turn this on? Yeah. I don't know what this is, but I turned it on. Oh, it's UV. Less helpful if there were vampires around, which there isn't.
Why would there be vampires?
That's a good question. I
I
don't know.
fancy
Why
it.
would
We
there?
got a proper connection in it, bruv. That's so funny.
Bruh.
I also like that they call, like, sweaters, they call them, like, jumpers.
Jumper.
Jumpers.
Oh yeah.
I like when they say in it, and I like when they say can I.
Oh yeah.
Can I?
Can
Yeah.
I?
Can I?
Instead of
Like, can I be
instead of-
asked? Can I be bothered? Yeah.
Yeah. Can I? And I'm like, fun.
I watch Great British Bake Off, and I love one thing that always stuck with me is that somebody they were complimenting the sweater, and they said, "That's a top jumper you got there." A top jumper.
I like the makeup competition they had, and there was the one woman that, like, whenever she approved of something, she'd be like, "Ding dong!" And for some reason, a British woman saying that is hilarious.
But I consider it to be jumper, and they were so confused. Yeah, jumper for us is so different.
I think
A jumper is like a one-piece, yeah, like a one-piece outfit.
Ding dong. Well, now what do we need to do? Teleport somewhere else? Do a thing?
We have... My fucking thing is still
What
highlighted
does
over the...
Bellwether know?
we have to go to the White Barns Farm, which is all the way south. So, what's our closest? The Maritime Center, I think, is our closest that we've discovered.
That or
Missions.
yeah, that's maybe the Independence Hill. That's kind
Why
of
do I still have a yellow circle?
one of those.
Right here?
Neither one should.
Yeah.
I found
I feel
Chickering
like
Church.
I feel like the center is a little bit better just because we won't have to cut through like that like little town area.
Yeah.
I was trying to tell him about the little plaid jumper I used to wear as a child for a school uniform. Yeah, like a jumper is like a little, it's like a little one piece, like little. It's a jumper. Like I don't know how to explain it. I would be the worst. I'm like, yeah, so it's like a little jumper, and they're like, right, but what is it? I'm like, well, it's like a one piece, and it's like a little jumper.
It's clothes. You wear it on your body.
You put it on your entire body at one time, and it's a jumper.
And you wear it. You
and you
can
wear
jump
it
while you wear it. Yeah,
you can jump
100%.
in it while you're wearing it.
For sure.
The Great British Baking Show is so fun. Everyone's so cute and painfully polite. It's adorable. I know. They're just like, oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry.
The problem with that show is then I want to eat everything they make, and I get really upset because I can't, and that I can't.
Well,
I'm not there. I can't eat it.
I'm a pretty picky when it comes to a lot of stuff. So sometimes I'm like, oh, that looks good, except. So it kind of like makes me feel a little bit better, except like I wouldn't like that anyway. It has almonds in it. I'm allergic. I can't eat those.
Oh yeah.
It's like my rationalizing why I can't have contestants' food on this show.
No, I'm always like, I want to try it. I mean, I probably won't like it, but like, I want to try it.
Yeah.
I just feel like, knowing me, I would get that and be like, I'd just rather have Waffle House.
Oh my god. Is it for the fights?
I mean, yeah, that is one of the reasons to go to Waffle.
It's the atmosphere for me.
Yeah.
Where are we going?
I don't
follow.
There's some freaky deaky shit going on over here.
I wish I've seen the Waffle House fight.
I mean, go at the right time and you will, from what I hear.
What is this?
What are all these containers of blue? Because they really are everywhere.
I got it.
It's your like ecto fluid or whatever to get your
ecto fluid.
Not my ecto fluid.
What happened to this?
Although I found there's a grave lock around here somewhere. I found one of those general stores. Them there general stores.
Wait, X, we're going in the opposite direction.
That sounds about right.
I saw a backpack and I wanted to.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Okay, so it's got to be above me.
Wait, we're going this way. You say?
Whatever information they have, we need
Bathrooms
anything
are
on
big.
Do you want to
Whisper
yump or do you want to yump?
Yump?
There you go. That's what I want to do. Yeah.
Yamper?
Yump or yump. Those are your two options.
Here it is.
No, they were different kinds of yumps.
Yes, they were two different yumps.
Hmm.
One was yumping space and time.
They
Amazing.
know. I don't want to open this door. Can I climb out the window? That's funny.
Alright, how come this one isn't light out?
The music sounds so intense considering nothing's going on.
Well, I think it's because I'm here.
Oh.
There we go.
Don't you want to be something better?
I
What is
see.
going on in here?
Death mills. I was really hoping I would come across another, Oh, there's a safe house over there. That could be helpful. But yeah, I wanted to find another traveling point. Little travel, fasty travel-y.
Travel.
I'm hearing a weird sound up here.
What does it sound like?
Almost like a countdown, but like a swing.
But not?
I don't know. It's really aggressive. I know that.
Oh yeah?
A countdown,
can you,
but a
like,
swing.
replicate it?
Swing!
Oh,
Swing!
okay.
Very nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't
It sounds
hear that,
exactly.
so...
I know exactly what you mean.
What is
Okay,
that?
are you... See, you hear it, huh? I don't know. It's
Oh,
fucking
shit,
weird, though.
It is exactly as she described.
I told you. I'm
It's
not
actually,
crazy.
it's actually, you're spot on.
Yeah, I don't
It's
know what
gotta
it
be-
is.
Oh, what the heck
in
is
here? Can you
this?
see it's in here?
What the heck
Amongst
is
this
this?
grotto?
Alright, well. Oh, I ulted. Did we kill? Did everyone ult?
I ulted.
I didn't.
Oh, you ulted.
I was trying to shift bigger X. Oh my god, same. Oh my god, same. I'm always like, "Ah, you should have done this. Should have done this. Like, I fucking know what I'm talking about.
Should have been there and she'd have never left. Should have been hanging on here.
Okay, so heading back to where we're supposed to be going. The swinging
brother
stopped.
like
Too late, she's a little too young.
The stringing did stop.
Yeah.
Right, I'm a little.
Interesting.
Need lockpicks. I don't have any.
See, y'all thought I was crazy until you heard it, and then
You're right. You're
Swing.
right. You were 100%. Like, it was a really good impression.
that's my talent is random onomatopoeia.
Yes, onomatopoeia.
Yeah, the P part got you. I know.
When you would say that, huh?
What's this? Oh,
Are you okay?
no, there was an enemy just spawned here and they just despawned in front of my eyes.
Good.
There's a dead man.
Here.
Making my way back to you, man. Why are there so many branches? Who's bringing trees into the house? You fucking
Get your
tree-headed
trees
weirdo.
out of the house.
Yeah, this guy has a tree.
This man and his tree.
Why are
Baby
there
names?
so many?
What?
They put tree in the tub. She can hear you.
How many is that?
Not enough.
What they said.
Not enough.
Baby names?
Yeah, I saw that.
Wait,
Read it.
baby.
Asper. We're just asking for Asper.
Read it.
Dude,
Read it.
the husband just shitting on their kid. That's kind of funny.
Oh.
Bear, we have a human child. This will confuse him. Finn, he'll only be called Huckleberry.
Angus.
like the beef.
I like the river one too. Like where bears catch fish. What is with you and bears?
It's like this poor woman is like coming up with baby names, and her husband's like, "You're a fucking idiot. I hate all of these."
Jasper. We're just asking for Asper.
If we were giving birth to a pet with heterochromia, this would be great. I have heterochromia.
What is that?
It means that I have 2 different colors in my eyes.
Ah, I do too then.
Really?
I do.
My eyes don't know what they are.
I specifically have central heterochromia, which means the center of my eyes is a different color than the outside of my eyes.
That's what mine is.
Yeah, I have blue on the outside and gold on the inside.
Mine's like blue-gray and then like yellow or orange or something.
Yeah, so you have the same as me.
Like
You
a
have
lot
the
of
blue
colors.
on the outside, gold on the inside, yeah. Yeah.
They're not blue. It's blue. It's like more gray.
Yeah, but it's the same thing where it's like
look
a
at this
bright
really
burst
tall
right
ladder.
around. It's a bright burst right around your pupil.
This is a really tall ladder.
There's probably something up there. You should climb that really tall ladder.
Welcome in, Portly. How are you?
I'm climbing it.
You climb it, Gligar.
No, don't climb. You've been bamboozled. You didn't teleport.
I can't teleport this high, but you can. There you
There
go.
is a thing. Oh, it's a safe house. Okay. Brabon.
Thanks.
Bribon? Oh wait, there's goo up there.
Goo.
They're traps.
You live? How are you? I also
Climb.
am alive.
Define alive. What is alive?
I unfortunately continue to exist.
You didn't see anything.
Against my will. Is there anything up here?
Maybe. Hold on.
Hawaiians crying.
Hawaiians crying?
Rope.
A man.
A Mayan. Oh, that was it. Kind of disappointing, honestly. Chris, where'd
You gotta
go?
hit it and hold forward.
Got eyes on a
No, I don't.
house.
Ah! I broke my ankles.
I'm on the top.
Why?
Chris made me do it.
I didn't make you do anything.
Chris made me do it.
Hold on. I will get you here.
No. I'm climbing down for my safety.
No.
Yes. You can't make me climb or not climb. You can't kidnap me with your teleporting bullshit.
I will make you do whatever I want.
Run! He's trying to hold me hostage. I found a bloody man.
A bloody man. Have you asked him why is he?
He's not answering. He's also there's a lot of pliers here. Damn,
Maybe
pliers
that's
are
why he's so bloody.
Bloody.
What do you think he did with those pliers, Chris?
I don't know.
What is that sound? What?
Hi, Mark. How are you?
What is
Welcome
that?
in. How you doing, fam?
Cabrons.
What?
That's what my character said.
language?
My character said it.
Wow, really?
She
really?
did.
To my face?
Well, what do you want me to say it to? Your butt?
What does that mean?
Okay.
Sometimes it's better
I'm just
to
going,
not ask questions.
Yeah.
But what does it mean?
What does it mean? I don't know.
I honestly have no idea.
What does what mean?
Whatever she said.
Alright. Okay. Hold on. Let me organize the words in my head because it's kind of weird.
Weird. I
Okay.
got an electric pistol called a clacker.
The official meaning is someone that got cheated on.
A cuck?
I don't know if that's what it is in English, but
Well,
I guess
that would
okay.
be you want your partner to cheat on
without
you.
wanting, obviously.
Okay.
Not a fetish thing.
So a bitch.
I guess if that's what we're going for, yeah. And but
Was not prepared for that at all. At all.
but if like a friend says it, like if a buddies, and they call you that, that's just that just means like you're a buddy, you're a bro.
Okay.
It's like when you see your friend and you're like, "What's up, bitch?"
Oh yeah.
Okay. Cool. I got it now. I understand.
Perfect.
I got a daylight. Now I can be a brown A brown wolf. I got a brown wolf body. Interesting.
Wait, did I?
It's called the Daylight, so it should be the same thing but Daylight.
Wait, where'd you get it from?
I don't know. It's on the body, and yeah, it's Alpha Howler Daylight.
Okay, no problem, Pearly.
No, I did
Oh,
not
no
get
problem, Rachel. Of course. I appreciate you, so I had to pass it on, of course.
Oh, I can get rid of some of these. That's also taking up space in my backpack.
I don't have that buddy.
Well, I don't know. I've been with you guys this whole time. Don't look at me. I don't have any answers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I did not understand. Oh. Scary McScareface. What does it say?
Oh, I
You
got a
let me
clacker
read.
My
too.
character, isn't she cute? She's adorable. I like her.
Mr. Scary
What
McScareface.
is this clacker?
It's an electric key stew.
I don't know what that is. I haven't seen
I
one
don't
yet.
either. But the damage it does was like super low. Like my semi-automatic pistol is at 451 on damage, and then that clacker is like
Oh, it's just like an
1 something.
automatic pistol.
Yeah, it's at 146 on me, so I was like, that's not worth switching to.
Oh yeah.
Hoya!
It doesn't
yeah?
seem too bad.
Can I get a hoya?
Hold on. I need some
Yeah.
supplies.
We've got a vampire cult rally.
Ooh.
Oh, that sounds super fun. Who wants to go to a rally?
Me.
We gotta
I
go
want to
destroy
go
a
I've already-
effigy.
Oh.
Effigy.
Effigy? What the effigy? Oh, that door's just vibing there. Okay.
Scary McScareface.
Where do we go to?
Where do we go now?
Oh my god.
Aye. Where do we go?
Oh my gosh.
Where do we go now? Where do
Alright,
we go?
we go here.
Aye.
I hate it here so much.
There's 2 markers. How do we know
Yeah,
which one to go to?
I
The one that's
took mine
closer.
off.
Real though, don't.
How do I tell? How do I know?
When you like look at them, they should have a distance on them.
Oh, that requires knowing how to read, and I am but a simple female with tiny brain. Can't read, need man to tell where go.
So, do you see everything?
Right, but we don't know where we're going either. We just follow Pink.
It's more like it all happens in a rush. Could probably see the whole.
Not man.
from up there.
Pink, whoa,
I
man.
wonder if anyone's up there.
Well,
How easy is that?
sometimes this works, and sometimes it doesn't. And boy, when it doesn't work, it doesn't fucking work.
Oh, this clacker's so fun.
Is it?
Terrible.
Yeah. Because like it just one-shots everything, so you can just run up and just shoot without having to think.
I got Alpha Howler Midnight just by shooting that guy.
Nice.
Somehow that got me. I don't know how this stuff works. This is all very confusing.
Yeah, I feel like the drops are just like random.
There's a grave lock inside this building. And a weapons crate. I unlocked it.
Not quite ready to do that again.
Well,
Oh, this clacker is my new
Very
favorite gun.
are you having fun? Big fun.
Yeah.
Good.
There's a
Because it
grave
just
lock in here.
one-shot. It just one-shot somebody.
They wouldn't believe
Ah,
it
tag,
till
there
it
you go.
was happening. Till it was happening to them.
Show yourself.
In the
Have
barn,
you tried?
I shall stand
Have you
here.
tried
They're
punching
showing.
these guys? It's hilarious.
Have you tried what?
Just try punching them. Just go thwack somebody.
Oh.
Just go up to them and just thwack them.
Oh yeah, no, I've done that a few times.
Whackity thwackity.
Yeah. Hello, Miss Whisper thing.
Whisper thing?
I don't know what it said. I couldn't read fast enough.
Oh. No, read quick. Only read slow.
Only read slow. What is it? It's Miss Whisper Cultist.
Oh. Spookity spook. Oh, I found a compass. I'm in the rafters. Oh, there's another bag there. Bill and Bab.
Are you going to come get these grave lock?
Is it the one in the barn down below?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think so. No, no, you're over there. You're in a different building. Okay, hold on. Because there was one in this building, but let me. Whee! Ow! There go
No,
my
no,
ankles.
no. This one.
They're just leaving them everywhere now.
I know. Well, there's like 100, I think.
I think there's 100 in every area, possible. I don't know.
No
Because it says we have
way.
37, and I feel like we should have more of that. Like we've collected a lot, right?
How did you get down there? Oh, there you
There's wire to pick up, but it won't let me pick it up.
I just killed somebody named Pinky.
Aster, how did you get?
I just ran up here and I punched him.
What did he do to deserve it? I mean, did he deserve it, or did you just?
Does it matter?
Maybe.
I gave it.
He was standing there.
Menacingly.
And, yeah. So I just kind of punched him before.
Clearly.
I just kind of punched him before I found out.
What?
Interesting.
Before he fucked around and we found out.
I mean, somebody has to do it for sure.
Here, you can come see the body if you want.
I'm killing an effigy. It started it by existing.
F and G. Oh no.
We need one more spot. Weak spot. One more pew. Up there. Oh, we're not talking about how I just set myself on fire. It's fine.
No, don't talk about that.
I found it. It's right here. Bye, effigy. Get
Level
right.
up.
Level up.
Oh.
Level up.
Here's
Level
a
up,
fast
level up,
travel
level up.
for everyone. Are you ready?
Ooh. Hey, we stopped the rally. Get wrecked. Get wrecked.
Oh, we
squubs.
can return to the safe house.
I'm going into a stable with a dead horse. It looks sad.
Are
Oh,
you
there's
gonna beat
alcohol. No, that's your job, and I can't take that from you. Did you just go face first into the horse? Like what?
I just fell from the roof and
One does.
punched the horse.
I don't think it needs to be desecrated in such a way. It's already dead.
Wait,
It's already dead.
is this the
Hold
part
on.
where we all
My
split up
rubble.
and
I don't want to hold on.
No.
Oh my wabo.
Nope. Let's stick together.
Shindig.
Ugh.
Oh my wamo.
I like how it gives me the option to open, but then wouldn't open.
Oh my wamo.
The horse?
Yes, I opened the horse.
Oh
Amazing.
my wamo.
Are you good, Astro? Do I want to know?
Oh my wamo.
Shit.
Are these birds?
Here there.
Okay.
Oh, there's fighting.
Good time. Pew pew pew.
Really, I altered and everyone said.
Such is
You
life,
guys
my friend.
are
Such is
powerful.
life.
None.
I just walked.
It happened.
I walked in.
What happened?
Esther, I walked in and went like this.
Oh. It
And
won't
the-
let me.
Outside.
I collect.
I don't think you should do that anymore, so I can finally. Oh.
I killed like 6 of them doing that.
Oh my god, thank you. That's
The
good.
ultimate tactic. Pray and pray, baby.
That's why I've been saying this gun's so fun, because I just walk up and I just go like this.
There's a lot of loot up in here.
Because it shoots so fast and one
I
bullet
know,
kills
there really
everybody.
Oh my
I
god.
love disc in chat.
See?
I
Like
did.
that.
Oh,
And here's another one.
Oh, hold on, hold on.
Like
not
that.
one. Hold on.
How?
you might-
Oh, they're dead.
Oh, you did it. Oh. Jesus Christ. That's what I was asking, if they updated the game, because the enemies feel bushier.
Do they?
Yes. Or have we just gotten that much more powerful?
Well, the more you do,
What is this?
finesse, it's supposed to like increase.
A bunch of scary.
Chris did something.
Oh, I can't do anything about the vampire.
I just got the watcher behind you. Let's go.
Well, you guys have fun killing stuff. I'm looting.
No help us. No help us.
I can't.
Wait,
I'm nowhere
where?
near you guys. You guys ran off.
We're right here. What do you mean? We're like two buildings.
I'm like where the birds are.
Where bird? Ow! What the
Whoa,
fuck?
what is that?
There's a rook.
Oh, it's, yeah, he's here. Okay, hold
Like
on.
a chess piece?
Like a
Okay.
pain in the ass. See,
Alright,
it
I got
didn't
him.
that last time, but then he respawned and I went, what the fuck? Oh, I got a provocative weapon skin.
Oh, excuse me.
Cool.
I haven't gotten, like, any skins.
A provocative weapon skin? Ooh.
Yeah, don't know. This
Then-
weapon skin is like,
Can I see
It's like,
it?
ooh.
it will.
Oh my gosh.
After things are done. What the fuck is this guy doing?
There's something here.
Punch him! Punch him!
There,
Oh, there we go.
He dis.
What is happening? Chris, are you making friends with birds or like what's going on?
Oh, we did that. You can collect the loot up top at the little silo.
Oh. Take that. I am one with you, Barry.
Please don't stop doing that for the rest of the game. That's all you do now.
This is my only
You were
response.
just.
You're like, where are you?
Oopsie, baby.
Oopsie, baby.
Look at it.
Look at that.
The cute
Why does
baby
it say
driving.
cute? Oh my god, I don't like dolls. Ugh,
Because it's
I can't
driving the truck.
That's better. Who could have possibly?
Oh, here's
shot-
another one.
Another one. What? Babies driving things? or
Oh,
what?
vampire.
Oh. Oh! Ma'am, I'm gonna need you to not try and scratch my booty hole for me. Thank you. Okay. I got electrocuted, I guess? What the fuck was that?
I shot the vampire and I killed it. Because that's what it did.
Ooh. Ooh. Are you untouchable if I killed you? I killed her. What else are we doing here? What are we looking for?
No,
I don't know.
Valid.
Hopefully another room full of enemies like that.
I found one of the yellow people.
I
He's
see
up
him.
here.
I see him.
Wow.
I'm coming. Yeah.
Hey, Jacob.
Hi, yellow man.
What are you gonna do after all of this?
I
Hello,
love my
yellow
sister.
man.
That word meant something else for her.
Think about after.
Where?
Maybe you should start.
Where's the yellow people?
It was
It's
on your
gone.
left. It was here. Yeah.
Oh.
I just think.
I don't.
Stop. Hit it once and let it play. My God.
I just think.
I don't.
I eat my food.
I just think.
I. I
just think.
Oh my, here's a rock climber that fell to their death.
That happens.
Oh wow. She like didn't really like. She was not like really prepared.
Was she? Let me see.
Like look at what her gear. Like she has minimal gear. She's.
Oh yeah, she
Wait,
just has a
I
rope.
can't get her back. Oh, her backpack. Can get in her backpack.
Can you diagnose this, Astro?
I diagnose you with death.
Oh god.
Oh, backpack. I got the backpack.
A backpack.
Backpack.
So from what I've gathered, Claire became Black Sun, and Charles became Blood Bag Chuck.
Let's get moving.
That just sounds like really bad usernames from.
Black Sun sounds a lot cooler than Blood Bag Chuck.
I don't know.
They both sound pretty bad.
Black Sun could be like a fucking supervillain or a superhero. Blood Bag Chuck sounds like the guy that like works down at the blood donation center, and they're like, "Yeah, that's Blood Bag Chuck."
Not even.
No, what?
It sounds like it's like one of those like old like Xbox gamer tags.
I don't know.
And it sounds like
Bag Chuck. Oh my gosh!
that's like a 2005 redneck Xbox gamer tag.
It's something. Is that like if you sleep to a sleep sound? Like I sleep to rain, but do you like sleep to ocean sounds? And it's got like, you know, the ocean going like.
Then it's like, and then it's like,
it goes. So
it's
relaxed.
like rainforest, ocean breeze, murder road.
Yep, that's what I sleep to. Murder crows. Would you expect anything less?
I would be disappointed if there
Well,
was less.
Get ready to be disappointed.
Wait, why are you white?
You
Chris,
can't
you
just ask
people
somebody
why
that.
they're white.
Oh my god.
That's not something you ask.
Mm-hmm.
What does that sound?
I had to walk away from that.
Bro.
Before I had said something I shouldn't have.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure about
Oh, there's my provocative skin on my gun. Yeah.
Wait.
My gun is now a provocative gun.
Oh.
Are you intrigued and interested in my gun?
I think I am.
Does it provoke you?
It does provoke.
Nani?
Nani?
Wow. Spoilers, poorly. Spoilers.
I've got boisterous.
Who wants to go find their lost unit?
What?
That's one of our things, is the lost unit.
You have provocative, I have boisterous.
Ooh.
Oh. Look at you.
It's a very moisturizing.
Well, that's something. What is this? The white green, or yeah, white green elevator.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know what boisterous means.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's like being loud.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Super backseaty. Wow.
What's your source,
The
huh?
actual disrespect.
What's the source? Yes.
The source.
The sauce. What's the sauce?
I always laughed at that one tweet. I don't know if you've all seen it. This one dude just tweets, "Whales are very big," and some other guy posted, "Source." Like, what do you mean, source, dude?
Can you
need a
confirm
source
this?
for that? What is your source? I'm like, what the fuck, dude? What do you mean, source?
It means
I am the source.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
oh, it's one of my favorite memes.
I love that.
I love that meme so much.
Look, a laser beam.
Molten hot lava.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
That's one of my
Are
favorite.
you not supposed to make it the fuck up?
No, you're not.
What?
No respect.
Crazy talk.
You're supposed to have credible sources like
I can't be anybody can add stuff on Wikipedia. How dare you?
Yeah, back in high school, we used to edit Wikipedia on my friend's mom account, who was a teacher.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's committing crimes, Chris. Crimes!
How is that a crime?
I don't know. Sometimes I just say shit. I don't need reason.
And then we got her banned.
Okay, Dad.
Oh
see,
my
shameful.
god.
Shameful. What were you putting? Wait, actually, never mind.
What was it? Like
Champy good.
We completely redid Washington page.
Who?
And it was up for like hours.
Why are you like
I can't remember what we did. It was ridiculous.
Try, honestly.
What's up?
Are you blowing things up again?
First president
Yeah,
of the
this
US, and he's there for
vampire.
almost 4 years. Really?
There's 2.
I don't even like think of that kind of stuff. I guess I'm just bored.
You don't
See,
think what?
Poorly did it too. I'm not the only one.
You also pee in the yards, so...
What's wrong with that?
Where does one start?
In the yard, hopefully.
I'd start in the toilet, honestly, but...
No.
Yeah.
No.
Listen, why do you pay for indoor plumbing if you're just gonna piss in the yard?
Oh my god, why are we back on the yard pissing
You just pay less.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do.
You don't pay per flush.
Well, I know, but you pay.
You do.
He's like, you don't?
No, you don't.
The guys are very
How
confused
does it
right
work,
now. You're breaking their brain.
You don't pay per flush, Astro.
How does it work?
Like you've
my God,
got
it's per gallon.
you've got like a base amount you pay every month.
Yeah.
That much water.
Right, but if I flush more, that
no,
base amount will go up, and I'll pay more.
Yeah, but like it also includes like your showers and like washing dishes. Like it's not just
And
like
you're
how
washing
many
your
times you.
clothes.
Oh yeah.
Watering
Like
your
it's all
lawn.
your water
you
in and
pay.
out.
Maybe
Right.
there's a lot of flushing going.
How much are you pissing, Chris?
I don't know.
You underestimate his power.
Like,
Also, you never heard if it's yellow, let it mellow? Come on.
That's gross.
That's
I'm kidding.
gross.
I don't do that
Not
either.
making your yard smell like human urine?
Right, it's good for the plants, apparently.
It is not.
But-
Dog pee kills your grass, so why do you think human pee would be any better?
And I only
I'm back at
know.
the Maritime Center, by the way.
So we
I
have veggie diets.
only know that saying from Meet the.
I'm killing some statues on the way. I will help with it in a moment. I just wanted to kill these statues. Where the hell is this one? There it is.
What is this? What am I doing here? Oh, there's a little house. Help me. Need help. Help me.
There's nothing that any of us can't beat. Come on.
Help me. Help me.
Oh, there's a vampire nest like right next to the Maritime Center.
What is
We
that
could do it
noise?
after.
I'm
Are
on
you
the
in trouble,
way.
Astro?
I'm climbing
A little
up
bit.
there, the fans.
A little bit,
I am
I think.
right here.
Alright,
Oh,
I
wait,
just have to
they
turn on the
respawned?
power.
Enter
Follow the yellow wire
Good to see you, honey.
all the way to the generator.
This woman said it was good to see me.
need a
I
key.
don't even know who
Use
the fuck she is.
Chickering safe house key. Oh, hello.
Kind of wish they would stop giving the lowest tier possible stuff, like the whites.
I know.
I'm like,
What?
can we just get like green, blue, yellow, purple? Like, why even give me this? Why do? Why even do?
Look at me, guys. I did it. Boop.
What is it?
I got us a safe house.
What is
Wow.
Oh, good job.
What is it?
Yes.
You for the
Yes.
safety.
Praise me more.
Okay, well
I
now
need-
you're just fishing.
I need ammo.
Which, in that case, you should be playing Destiny.
Correct.
Oh yeah, they
So
added
come
fishing,
to
right?
the safe house and
Oh,
get
yeah.
some ammo.
They did add fishing to Destiny.
Oh yeah?
Yes,
Is
they
it
They
did.
cool? Is
showed
it
it.
good? What do you get for fish?
If you get
The
enough,
fish.
it'll upgrade your armor and stuff like, or you'll get armor pieces and guns and stuff.
I don't know. I just know you get fishes and you put
Do you
them
see that
in
one
your
glitch where you get like infinite infinite
exotics.
exotics, yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to try that when we get off of here.
I got
you
an
should hurry
exotic
before you
fish.
catch it.
I got an
Oh,
exotic
they're
fish,
not
and I
gonna
got
catch it that
I got an
fast.
exotic gun. So I got
They're
an
gonna-
axe head.
There's something where if you talk to Ikora with a mission or something, you
Yeah, abandon the quest and then talk to her again, and
you
then
abandon the quest, talk to her, then you get like as many exotic, it's just
As you can
infinite
Yeah.
legendary shards.
yeah.
It's pretty cool.
That cleared that up. What is all this? 285. Okay. I have cut down the sheer amount of crap in my backpack.
It's really hard to do.
It fills up so fast. And yet the stuff that we get is not that much of an improvement on what we have. So
Why is there a whale right here?
well, it's a maritime center.
The door is barricaded. I can't shoot through it. That is not how doors work.
You know not how doors work.
Oh, there's a bunch of enemies in here though.
He's exactly how doors work. We've played games with him. And stands in front of us all the time.
That's true. You're not wrong. Well, he's more like a wall than a door.
But he's not a window, that's for sure.
That is for sure.
Speaking of window, nope.
The amount of times I've tried to snipe and Chris just steps in front of me and
Steps in
stands there, and I'm
front,
like,
I
God
know.
damn it!
He's like, I didn't see you. And it's like, I was staying still. You're the one who walked into my space.
You know, sometimes things just happen. And we don't have to point fingers or like, you know,
Don't we?
call people out for things.
Don't we?
You know, you just let bygones be bygones.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I found the
Oh my god,
whales.
there's already a new dupe glitch in Tears of the Kingdom. Let's go.
Is there?
Yes.
God.
Amazing. I love it.
I'm so happy because I auto updated and I'm so sad about it.
You were about to go to GameStop to buy an original copy of the game.
I didn't know if it would work though.
Yeah, if you do that, just don't put your Switch online.
No, but But like, will my saved progress pass to the physical copy?
Oh, I don't know.
Ooh,
I don't
yeah,
think
I don't
so.
want to start over. No big deal. It's no big deal though. It's all good. New glitches will come out, and they cannot patch them all. Although
How
this
did you
one is
even
horrendous.
find out?
It's I just saw on TikTok.
Oh my
On the
gosh.
tickety tockety?
Yeah.
I like that you've been posting those builds because I've been seeing those and I thought about sharing them to you, Pink, but I didn't want to like spoil anything, so I'm like, I'm not gonna share these.
Oh yeah, the builds are the only thing I don't really care about.
There's some that I'm just like, what the? That one with all the lasers that just like wiped that
So cool.
big
You
dude.
can just fast travel
Yeah.
them.
That's insane.
I didn't know.
Oh, we tried to figure out how to do that, but we've been having a little bit of trouble. See how we can build that. And now it's even worse because we can't do the currency to build it anywhere.
Oh yeah, because we can't duplicate the currency.
Yeah, because well, if you have all the materials, you don't need to dupe it, but that's a lot of materials to just pop out every time.
Yeah.
Which quest are we doing?
Oh wait, another.
Still keeping hope alive, I guess. Since it's the top one?
Hey, that sounds pretty good. Do I have to vote, or do you guys? Can you guys do it?
We got a radio
perfect.
message from Anna. She and Joe came to join
From
us after
Anna.
we sent the all clear. But now she's stuck in some vet clinic and the baby's coming. Joe tried
Nani?
to give her up to one of the
Don't give me that baby.
how she got away. But she needs
Joe
It's a
tried to
good-
give her the vampire?
how to get out there and help her. But then Mr.
Bitch.
Lawrence
It's a good thing we have a doctor here.
None.
saw a man
Damn, he tried to give her up like she was an entree and the baby was like an appetizer.
Ooh.
Where
I-
is Dr. Vase when you need him?
Hold on. I'm gonna
Dr.
let Rhea out
Vase?
of the room. I need a moment.
Dr. Vase.
Dr. Beast.
Cool, thanks.
Dr. Vase.
Dr. Vase with his giant donk and his baby hands.
His baby hands.
What?
Dr. Vase? He has baby hands.
Nani?
Why do we have
He
so
has-
many keys?
He has baby hands and a giant donk.
Donka?
And a
Donk.
magnum dong?
No. No, no, no.
Jumbo. It's
no.
called Jumbo.
No.
That's the
Dr. Vase.
presidential. That's the presidential.
The presidential
Yeah.
package.
Yep.
The presidential.
Yeah, it was a good try.
It was not a try. It was actually an attempt. Thank you very much.
No, isn't try and attempt the same thing?
No, I meant to say it like it wasn't a try. Like I did it.
Oh. Oh, good job. Good job.
He just like pats you on the head like you gave it your best.
What's up?
You did it.
I did my best.
Something for me?
I did my.
It's one of my
You did.
swirls.
You did.
I hate thinking about it out there. Anyone
All right, what are we doing?
Steve.
Aren't we doing that mission that we just? Where we have to go find what's her face?
Or delivering a baby.
At the Chickering Veterinary Clinic.
Oh my god. Why are we delivering a baby? We are not qualified to deliver a baby.
You're qualified.
You are
enough.
qualified.
No, no,
There's a
no,
building
no,
near
no,
the
no.
tourist
Wait, can you really not deliver a baby?
Yeah, I can.
Exactly.
No, 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 no.
I mean,
But-
anybody can. All you gotta do is catch. That's it.
No, no, no.
You just stick your
Just
hands out and
yank.
go, I'm ready.
Just
No.
yank.
Split up, gang.
Yeah.
Just
Stick
grab
your
the,
hands
the
up
head
like a
and pull.
puppet.
No.
Stick your hand up and in like a puppet. Grab a leg and just yank.
No, do not grab a leg and yank.
No, you grab the head and yank. Come on.
You do.
What
That's a
about
good-
an
just-
arm?
No,
You
no,
just
the head.
you just pull it like you're starting your lawnmower.
Yeah, you grab the umbilical cord and you just give it one good yank.
Not the umbilical cord, not the leg. The head.
No. It's fine. Babies
You
bounce. Babies bounce.
Babies are very pliable. They'll be fine.
They are, yeah.
Pliable. That's something you walk up to them and you're just like, oh, it's baby's very pliable.
Wild.
Little gummy baby. Yeah, they're kind of like gummy bears, but babies. Gummy babies. This is not a family-friendly or child-friendly stream in the least.
You just
isn't everyone like 18 plus though?
I would hope.
I meant like your stream thingies.
Yeah. That doesn't stop kids from sneaking in. Those little
But
shits.
we're safe. We're safe.
We're never
Hey,
safe.
kid, fuck you, kid.
so like when you pull them out, does it make like a slide whistle noise? Like
No. You cannot hear over the screaming of like push, and then there's the mother pushing, and it's
and she's like fuck,
and then they poop themselves,
and then
and
out
they
of
poop
nowhere
themselves.
you hear
poop everywhere.
They do. That's okay.
There's just poop everywhere.
No, not everywhere.
Poopy baby, poopy doctor, everybody.
We prepare for the
Poopair?
You prepare for the poop?
Hey, I found her. She's in here, and the guy's just looking at me.
You look like little pads in case she poops.
Look, she's in at the vet. They're ready to euthanize her. They're like,
How do we?
it's your time.
I can break every glass.
We gotta get rid of the vampires first. Make it safe for her to have her litter.
All about bloody Tom. We're done here.
All right, open up. Let me see. Oh, she's dead, 100%. Look at all that. Look at that. She's dead. There's no way.
I can't see.
Hold on.
She's breathing. She's breathing.
There's a baby in the cage. I took the baby in the cage. Someone's been stabbing teddy bears.
I found Anna, but the baby is coming. I have to stay.
The baby's coming. She looks way too relaxed.
Quick, shoot the glass.
We're not safe here, but
Let me see if it lets me throw this through.
I can help.
That's the info on bloody. We got what we need. Let's head back.
Go and turn the power back on.
And the power back on.
I can't do this in the dark.
How did you know I've been stabbing teddies?
You okay?
I know all.
You just need to feel around. You feel the head.
Able to see the baby.
No. You don't have to see
Yes,
it.
yes. You have to see it. Yes.
Nah, you don't. What does it matter? What if you're blind and you're a doctor? You gotta just feel around.
No.
I am a surgeon, Dr. Han.
I am a blind surgeon.
Oh, have you seen all the memes with that? I love it.
Yeah.
There's one where he goes, "I am Dr. Han." Dr. Han.
I like the one where his eyes get bigger and bigger, and his voice gets higher and higher. So it's like, I am a surgeon, and it's like, and it's like his eyeballs are fucking huge.
I love the ones where like they switch out the what he says. It's so good. Let me see if I have one. That's so funny.
Well, you don't need lights on to push a baby out. Just saying.
You have to see the baby. You have to see the baby.
You
Have
don't
you ever
have
pooped
to
in the
see
dark?
baby.
You can just
What
like
do you
put
need
your
to see the
hand up
baby
there and like
for?
feel around.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
you have to evaluate the baby when it comes out.
Do you though?
You do?
I mean,
It comes out and you're like, yep, this is a
That's
baby.
Yep,
No.
yep. What do you think it's gonna be a dolphin? Like,
No.
It's very pliable.
you just stick your hand up there and you go, feels like taffy, must be a baby.
No. There is a scale. You have to evaluate your babies, people. Come on.
No. That sounds like you're setting it up for failure, and I don't appreciate that.
No. You have.
Fresh out of the womb and you're evaluating it? So
Yes.
rude.
Yes.
Alright, have we
How
found
are we supposed
power?
No, it's like put the. Oh, we have to go to the substation. Okay, well,
Where substation? Oh,
I tagged it.
all right. Well, here we
Who's
go.
Speaking.
Mushroom Kingdom, here we come.
Astro's out here grading babies. He's like, nope,
Yes.
this one fails. This is a terrible baby.
Well,
It's an onion.
no, no. You have to validate.
Yep, judging the babies.
You have to invalidate the baby? Wow.
You have to judge the baby. Yep.
Wow.
Wow.
Is it
Haven't
pliable
even
enough?
taken a breath in, and he's like, failure.
Well, if he doesn't take a breath, that's one of the things you evaluate for.
Yeah, see, failure of a baby. I told you.
I mean, if he's not breathing, you have to do something.
I was contemplating making all my Vampire Fall Out Boy cover band. Our lead singer will be Fangs for the Memory. Oh my god. Lead song. Fangs for
There's
the
a grave
memory.
lock right here.
Thanks, them. Thanks for that.
Oh, we did it. Oh. I say we, but I don't know what we were doing.
We were getting the power back on because baby.
I got so
we gotta
close
defend
to
it.
We're
Ow.
defending.
That was so. How are you, Zem? How is your week? One night and one more time. Thanks for the memories.
For the memories.
Can you upgrade
My
that
work
elevator?
so great.
Like, what are the
Oh
upgrades?
my god.
Sweeter.
Just doubling down on it, aren't you? I love it. Wow.
Why isn't it going up? Why
I
isn't the
don't
fire?
know. Something happened to piss it off. Do we
Something
have to,
pissed the
like...
power off?
Yeah, something pissed the power off.
Oh, I see. Well, this one's green.
They're all green.
Well, maybe if it was in
Okay.
the yard, it wouldn't be as mad.
Oh my god. Maybe it's just bad at being a baby.
Oh wait, these switches, are they all on? The switches?
I don't know.
This one switches.
Oh yeah, well, that'd be terrible.
This one's yellow.
I don't know.
Why is this one yellow?
I hydrate.
Fix it, Astro. Stop breaking it. Tell it its baby isn't baby enough. Understand if I was absolutely batty with assuming he'd laugh at that. Oh my god.
You have.
Oh
you,
my god.
You need to determine.
You're just vamping right now.
Oh my god. Why is this one yellow? Why are you yellow?
What do you want about yellow? What is yellow?
This light is yellow, and it's
A
stuck at
Coldplay
5%.
song?
I can't turn this one on. Hold on. So wait, there's like other side switches then.
Yeah, this one's yellow. Look, this yellow. Yellow light.
Yeah, but look, this one I can't
one.
turn on. This one's blocked.
Power, no power, go. Everybody pick one, and then we all run in a circle until it makes sense.
Well, there's this one right here. Look at that right there.
Is there something we have to shoot?
Alright, so this
When in
one
doubt,
says
shoot
liquid
things.
level high, but I can't do anything with it.
Oh, what the fuck is that? What is that liquid?
It's a shroud. It's dead.
I don't know. I'm not seeing like I saw that one switch, but the rest of these don't seem to have anything that is. I don't know. You got plenty of these, as you should.
Do we like have to break
Vampire
this to
talking.
like reveal it?
That's what I tried. I was shooting it, and then nothing happened. When in doubt, just shoot shit.
Okay, hold on. We have to think.
Think. Who thinks? What is this? This is everything. Defend the trigger. Oh no, we
Okay.
just had to just. Yeah, we just had to vibe. Apparently, it probably bugged out.
No.
That was probably how many enemies it wanted to spawn.
Let's turn on the power. But it won't.
Don't
let
worry, I
this
turned
turn
it on.
Oh, we all have to be here. We all have to.
We all have to be here.
Oh. And I was at a sink.
You were at the
Oh,
sink.
Like,
Don't worry, if you need more of them, you can count on me.
Yeah,
Lord!
everyone had to be there, and Yaga just kept spamming the button.
I'm over here like, one of these days it's gonna work.
We didn't do it.
You've really staked your claim on these jokes.
Wait,
Did we do it?
It didn't work.
I don't know.
It did, but it's okay.
You are bleeding these jokes dry. What?
What do we do?
Well,
There's
It
only
says
one
to check
thing.
on on Anna when you go to the mission. It says check on her.
There's only
Alright,
one thing
let's go
to
back
do.
over here then.
You shoot all four corners once in this order.
Why are you both in here being maniacs? What are you maniacing about, huh? Yeah, me. Dogs. Where are we going? Oh, I'm heading in the right direction. Okay. I was like,
We're gonna check on the baby and then we're gonna be like,
the blood.
That's pretty pliable.
A port of me, and I am the blood.
Get that baby away from me.
No touchy the baby. Where are we going?
let me see the baby.
Right? Over here?
Chickering veterinary office.
Oh, peace.
Let me see the baby.
Jacob, you don't
I
talk
want
about
to
yourself
see the
very
baby.
much.
Is the baby here yet? Baby?
Come on,
Baby?
You see-
Oh, baby here. It goes,
It's a girl. She just grabbed it by its head. She's holding it by its head. She's holding its head. She's literally just holding it by its
it's a
head.
vampire.
Okay.
If these cultists know one thing, it sure as hell isn't grammar.
First job was picking scrap metal. That enough for you?
Great. Freaks just love it when it gets to us.
Damn. Your dad tried to sacrifice you and your mom before you were born. Dope.
Just because. Now look around, huh?
Taco.
I'll get her back to the Maritime Center once she's had some rest. Thank you. Really. You saved all three of us.
Damn, Joe tried to sacrifice her. What a dick. Can't trust a man during a vampire apocalypse. He'll try and sacrifice an unborn child.
Yeah, that's pretty insane.
Oh, I hear screaming. Can we shoot? Oh.
Also, I don't blame him because that is a siren. That is a siren. That is a dinner bell for vampires.
No.
Oh yeah. Vampires are gonna come running.
Yeah.
No, the vampires are gonna go, whoa, get that baby.
Get away from me.
Are you calling Pink a vampire?
Yes.
I've got something to show you.
A woman gives birth.
I
Let's
know
go ahead
what
and
you
send
are.
Shotgun
Say
bullets
it.
through the window.
Out loud.
Hang on.
You're a pink pyre.
Say it. Out loud.
Spider monkey.
Or like, so when like somebody walks in front of a fan, like, it just at the side of them.
Sorry.
I do. I turn my nose up at them and I'm like, what?
I need my cranberry bog candle.
You know, I could wait to find the steps to get up there, or I could just do that.
Wow,
can't
you
use it. Why can't I
teleport?
teleport,
Never.
dude?
That would never happen.
What?
I can't use it. Oh well. I
Hey,
found it.
Sarah. Oh, I'm out of
Sarah?
luck.
Who's Sarah?
R.I.P. Sarah.
Is it Bob?
Sarah Bob?
Bob.
Sarah is
It's
Bob.
my-
That's true.
Sarah Bob.
That's my.
Yes.
Whoa.
That's my stapler.
The hell do you plan on getting formula in the middle of Redfall during a vampire crisis? She's gonna be breastfeeding, or that baby's gonna be starving. Those are the options.
Titty?
Yep.
Why
She's going to
lockpick the
use
door when I can teleport
titty?
through the door?
She's going to use her titty.
I don't think Redfall's getting a shipment of Infamal. Infamil?
Infamal.
Listen.
Infamal.
You guys joke. I don't give a fuck about babies. When people are like, "Oh, babies are so cute," I don't know shit about babies, and that's how I'm keeping it.
You're like,
I don't know
"Ooh,
how to
get that
pronounce
thing away
baby
from
stuff.
me."
I don't want to know how to hold a baby. I look at them and I go, "That's nice," and that's where it lays.
You should start saying that's really pliable.
That looks like
Shut
a piece of
up.
taffy. Piece of
They
taffy
aren't
with face.
pliable, okay?
Babies
Like,
don't. They have a hole in their head too. A big hole in their head.
Oh, they have.
they're very pliable and flexible and you know.
Bend your babies, everyone. Bend your babies.
Turn
You
that
should
baby
bend your
into a
babies.
Stretch Armstrong.
You should bend your babies. You absolutely should be stretching and bending your babies. Come on.
That's my favorite thing to do with my babies.
Yoga
Is
your
I
baby.
stretch them.
I'm strong those babies.
That's what I said.
Can you guys get over here so we can?
Except this one, you don't want to find out what's in.
Oh no.
Babies bounce, but only once.
Oh
no. Don't get me started on jokes like that.
Jokes. Do you know how many friends I have who are like, I was dropped on my head as a baby, and I'm like, well.
I was the doctors told my family I was gonna have Down syndrome.
Tom is just another Avon asshole.
Why would they say that? Like, what evidence was there?
I don't know. There was some kind of I don't remember, but they told them like the chances were really high.
And what happened?
They said you should not have this baby. And
wait, was this before or after you were born? Because it'd be really fucked up if they were like, you were born and they were like, you shouldn't have this baby. Get rid of it. Just go leave it somewhere. Leave it out in the forest. Let the wolves take it.
Oh my god, what is happening tonight? I have to delete this VOD.
I'm telling you, this is an actual story. Like, this isn't like something I'm just
Astro,
making
you
up.
have no idea the conversations that have gone on in this stream tonight.
Hey, I'm not the doctor telling Chris's family to leave him in the woods.
What is this conversation? Poorly, you were not here earlier. You don't even know.
We have not had any weird conversations all.
Everything.
Oh yeah.
Okay, compared to the stuff that he usually talks about, this is nothing. This is.
Look, just imagine when you're not live. What I'll say later.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, what are you gonna say later?
I don't know. It's just whatever pops in my head. I don't have to filter as much.
Whatever.
Astro,
in your head.
Off stream, you should go sail with Chris in his boat and see if thieves.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I don't know if he's gonna understand it though. Like that might go over his head.
Hold up, I will.
He might not.
He might not, but there's a chance.
I don't know. Culturally
Please do not touch. I'm going to touch these squirrels.
He just goes, I don't know. I'm culturally illiterate.
Okay.
Hey,
well.
There you go. You can see it now.
As long as
I don't
there's
know what the
self-aware,
conversation.
I guess.
You mean like the one I literally can't? Yeah, like that one, Laws. That's one of them.
Some of us grew up in a different time, in a time of South Park and Jackass.
Yaga can't.
and they let
Yaga
you put
can't
that.
pee in the shower.
Huh?
I can't.
I mean,
can't.
they did, but how did
It's a
that go
curse.
over their heads?
How did what go? What?
What do you
name, dude?
Oh, I don't know. But it worked, and that's all I care about.
Oh, so you get it? Oh, don't
does he
laugh
think
at
he
it!
gets
Don't
it?
laugh at
Does he
it!
get
No,
it?
don't laugh
Or
at
does he
it!
think he gets it?
I think I do. I don't know. Maybe.
Put it in the Discord. I apologize to everyone who's like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? But, TOS is very limiting. That's why you joined the Discord.
Is that what you thought it was, Astro?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
He knew.
Well, I don't
I
know
mean,
what
I
they
kind
know about in Puerto Rico. I don't know. I don't know what you guys know and over there. Like, do you have those there?
Oh, we don't want to start this.
No. Well, no. I mean, it was just a simple yes or no. Not details. Not details.
If they are here, I have not seen them.
Okay. But there's definitely whorehouses for sure.
Nest.
Oh, they are whorehouses.
Like a
Oh. Oh.
There are whorehouses. For show, baby.
Will be real nasty.
Oh my god. Oh Lord. Have mercy. Ward family history. Reach Ward's funeral story.
Not go to one yet.
Yet there's a plan in place, obviously.
Oh, if you stand on the barbed wire, you get hurt.
I mean that's
do you
barbed
think?
wire.
Do you
think
think
we can
if you
figure
stand
it
on the
out?
barbed
Hold on.
wire?
Giraffe.
Look at the animation is so funny.
No.
I hate Bill the vampire drinking my blood just by looking at me. Blood bag Bill! Okay, so which way do I have to go?
We must follow.
I'm going to the War General store because it's a side mission and it's pretty straightforward.
Nope, someone died.
Well, I did, but I like lagged.
Oh,
Like
you
this
lagged
guy
on?
like literally like was like floating in the air because I was like, I don't know, it was funny.
And then you died.
Well, because I couldn't shoot him, but he could shoot me because he was like floating.
The flagging man.
Oh, there's a
Yeah.
grave lock just right there for no reason.
I mean, that happens from time to time.
Oh, the what?
Looks like it's over here.
Oh, did you just call me a heartbreaker?
You're a heartbreaker.
Heartbreaker.
Oh no.
I found
I
the
have
general
to
store.
walk.
Oh! I'm taking squirrels. No one can stop me. Oh, this guy wants to, though. Oh, there's people here. Brabon!
Nice.
Mommy needs
catch,
you.
Poorly.
Bribon. I like
At
the way
this
everyone says that here. That's
They're mad because I'm stealing squirrels. Where'd that other guy go? Kill him, Brabon.
Outside.
Bribon.
Brabon.
Bribon.
Oh, that's a man.
Here.
That's a man.
Punch him! Punch him!
A man.
A man. Okay, I got a squirrel. Is that all we have to do? Or is there more? Bitch. Bitch.
What are
I'm
you
a
calling a
boss.
bitch?
I'm a bitch and a boss and I shine like gloves.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Ew,
Hey,
a man.
hey. Fucking door. Was that all we had to do?
Maybe.
Approach the front gate of... Wait, I was doing word from the history. Return the squirrel to Connie. Reach Connie's storage space. 30. I don't want to reach any of her space.
Oh. Oh, you have to.
I don't want to. So that one is just simple as just taking it back to the, what's it called? The fire station. Or not fire station. Maritime Center. The Maritooty Duty.
Maritooty duty. Mm-hmm.
Woo, woo, woo. There's only one way to stop that. I think we have a problem, you guys. He's blowing shit up. Ah! Oh my god!
Why is there two cars phased into each other?
Why did I almost die? Lord. Alright, I'm gonna take the squirrel back to Connie. Connie?
You should do
Connie,
that.
I got you, squirrel! And then if somebody wants to pick the next mission, well, I go shove a squirrel in Connie's storage space.
What?
Ooh, maybe don't.
Put a squirrel in their prison pocket?
Oh
That
my.
is not what I said at all.
That's what I heard.
I mean, that's
what
pretty
you
much
wanted
the
to
same
hear.
thing.
Is it? You're not Connie.
Kind
Where the fuck is Connie? Connie. Connie? Where are you, Connie? Is that you over there?
We found the people.
Is that you? Retrieve birdwatching book.
I am salami.
Calm down a bit, shall we?
I am salami.
Excuse me?
What?
that's another one. The doctor, the lad from the I'm a
I'm a surgeon.
Yeah, and he has a little like they put a salami on his face. I am salami. I am salami.
Reach Connie's storage. Where the hell's Connie's storage space?
Dr.
We have to
Hawk.
find.
I am salami.
Okay, trying to communicate. If we could not talk over her. Where's the storage space? That's the mini book house.
Her vagina. We
Oh.
just talked about this.
No, it's
What
it's
the-
near the maritime space. mirroring time.
It's
shooting.
probably.
That's not the prison pocket.
Well, we have 2 pockets.
That's
Don't
not
be
your prison
jealous.
pocket.
Okay.
Oh, double the room. You're right.
Mm.
It's to make up for all the pockets we don't have in our pants.
In our pants?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're inside our pants, technically.
It's true. We're always like, we don't have enough pockets in our pants. They're very small. It's like enough to put up like a piece of gum, and it's like, but you do have your prison
Single
pocket.
stick of gum.
You laugh, but that is the fact.
I know.
You want to hold a stick of gum? That's all you get.
I got a
Welcome
piece
to
of juicy
being a
fruit in
woman.
there.
I got my Cinestick or whatever it is.
You get pants with bigger
my God.
pockets.
That
It's
doesn't
why
exist.
it's why we get excited when dresses have
right
pockets.
here.
We're like, pockets! Yeah, but we're some about the storage unit. Had to go to the storage unit for something. So
No,
I'm
it's
trying to
just
figure out.
storage.
I don't need it anymore. Got my little fella here.
Because it was a two-parter. Reach Connie's storage space. So that's what I'm doing right now, but I don't... I'm in the storage area. I just gotta find her specific...
No. Hmm.
I am going to reach deep inside and grab hold of your ass.
I don't
Is there a place nearby that I found? The fresh churros, so excited. Fresh churros. Delish.
Where?
Can you go in
I
tomorrow?
need an adult. I am an adult.
That sounds so
not-
good.
What the hell? Okay. I have to reach her storage space, and then on the map, I'm here, but like...
What are you doing, buddy?
Is this... Unless it's this building, but like, that's not really storage. That's a building. But like, what the fuck do I know?
Well, building is storage.
Yeah, but this looks like part of the town, and there's no... Yeah, there is no door to get into this, so... What the fuck? What is... Is it glitching for me? Is that a possibility?
I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm almost near. See if I see anything.
Because some of these are open, but some of them aren't. That's a boat. That leads to outside. What the fuckery duckery dog?
Where did it go? Where is he?
Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? Reborn, help mommy! Yeah, I don't know. Like, this is obviously a storage area. There's, like, lockers and shit. But maybe it's in this town? Maybe it's further in? Maybe I'm just not further enough? Maybe that's it. Maybe I just assumed that these looked like storage lockers, so maybe it's in here. Maybe this haunted tours? Or, I also don't like when you place markers, it doesn't place it where you place it. It places it, like, elsewhere.
Found it.
What did you find?
I'm gonna say the first town definitely feels like it was better designed than this area. Yeah. What are those? There's like carved teeth. Freaky deaky.
Ew.
Yeah, those are teeps.
Very much ew.
Peeps.
Teeths?
Better than feet. What if they were carved feet?
Why would you do that? Why would you even say such a thing?
I could say worse.
No, do not.
I could.
Do not. Please,
I
no.
could do it.
Please.
Please do not do it.
Stuff and things. Bippity boppity boopity. What the fuck is this shiny shit? Guys, I'm seeing shiny lights. What are these? Something about Backwood Forest makes me realize how spacious this game is. Nothing really going on. I know. There's weird shining lights.
Yeah,
They're
like yellow. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what they are or why they do what they do, but they are here.
Yeah, I don't know what they do either.
Freaky deaky. Oh, whoa.
I didn't want to walk through the door or find the door, so I just went.
I mean, yeah, that's par for the course for you. You walk through a door.
Why would I walk through a door when I can
You
teleport?
definitely wouldn't.
That is insane.
I know, crazy talk. Exercise, gross, can't be bothered.
Exactly. At least you understand.
Wait, where is?
Oh,
Gotta be. Gotta be.
Never give up on the good time. Gotta believe it. Learn you find. Beep 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 ba doo doo doo. Oh, I found King's Square. Ooh, there's a grave lock around here. Is it in the toilet? It is. Potty lock.
Potty lock?
I mean.
You mean the yard?
Oh my god, come on.
Oh, it's like a fair. It's like a little carnival. Give me food, bitches. Hey, no barking. This is not a barking zone. This is a no barking zone.
Way better.
God damn it.
I think someone disagrees.
That was a blatant disrespect is what that was. How dare. She's playing with Odin in my bedroom. I'm assuming they're on the bed just being dinguses. It's like some UFC shit in there.
Only
Yes,
barks.
it should.
All I hear is "ah" from the other room. So much for just vibing. The dogs are like the vibe is scream. Give me the squirrel.
They make their own worlds in their head.
Ooh, giant pumpkin!
All the pieces they want.
Oh my god, we can go inside the pumpkin, you guys.
Push out all the pieces they don't.
Oh.
Goodness gracious.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
There's a fire soil. Beep beep. Ooh, my back's all cracky.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Okay, so we have to go to the mini book house or the Bladewell campgrounds. Good news is there is a travel spot right next to both.
I'm trying to make it to the top of this Ferris wheel.
Yeah? How's that working out for you?
It's working out pretty well.
Well, as long as it's working out for you, that's all that really matters. Chase your
Right.
dreams. Climb that Ferris wheel.
I'm almost at the top.
Ooh, we're gonna take a screenshot.
Make it drop. That's a real tall Ferris wheel.
Do you want to climb with me, Astro?
Yes, hold on, let me get something to
I traveled to the fast travel and I'm like right up in a vampire nest.
Ooh.
I can get you up where I am. So
I can
high.
show you the world.
Hold on, here you go.
World. World.
You ready?
World.
Oh no, hold on. Okay.
Oh.
Right here.
Hi, Turdy.
I like how you did not hold on at all, you went.
I will get us to the top.
Ow, ow, ow. Oh my god, that hurts.
You'll take us to the top?
Make it drop.
What's that?
That really didn't feel good.
Wet.
Okay.
Wet.
Let's see. Okay, like this.
Wet.
Barely
up, wet.
Barely
Wet.
forward.
Wet. Oh,
A little more forward
mini
than
book
that.
house. Oh, it's like a little lighthouse. How cute. Oh, there's a dead bird in there?
Aw.
Very kawaii.
Who put a dead bird inside the fucking library?
The monsters
That's so rude.
draw power from
got like
Search for the
gun
bird watching book. I don't want to. Kangaskhan!
Oh, that was close.
A little bit more forward.
Yep.
Man, there's got to be something on top of this.
There's
Break.
got to be something up
Break.
there.
Break. Ooh, this looks ookity spookity.
Ooh.
Oh. Yeah, I want this one.
Okay, let's see.
No. Take a nap.
Like
Anyways.
this.
Hey! Bird hunting list. There's. Oh my god!
I'm almost there. I'm coming.
I don't know that you want to be here.
Why?
Well, there is a poster board or like a cork board that is covered in giant birds nailed to it.
Nice. This is my favorite poster board.
That, wow.
Nope, more forward.
I just looked over and went, oh. That's a choice. Yeah. So we're looking for a bird watching book.
Okay.
I feel like someone wasn't just watching birds, for sure. Putting it out there. They were murdering birds.
Nice.
They were a birderer.
I can't use it. Oh,
Nice catch, me.
No.
I was in the way.
Okay, so we have to find the birderer book.
Okay,
Oh, maybe it's in the sporting goods store. We always have good luck in the sporting goods.
wonder if
Everyone does?
I can just go forward this time.
Nope. Let's stick together, okay?
Oh, that's pretty good.
I like the
We
sporting
are,
goods stores.
we are at the top.
We can see them from here.
We can see from here.
Yeah. It's very nice.
Ooh. It's bloody.
What is the
There's
next one?
nothing up here.
There's another key here. Why are there so many doors that are like pointless? It's very confusing.
Not even an achievement for making it to the top. Wow.
You've accomplished nothing in their eyes.
I see that.
Store. There's like so many
I
doors
still
and
had
like
fun.
nothing to pick up. Why?
What about that lighthouse over there? Can we get to the top of that?
Go for it.
Maybe.
Where is this book?
I don't know.
Also, like, there's literally nothing in here, really? Interesting. Okay.
Oh, it went
maybe
too
it's on the-
far.
Oh my god.
You've gone too far now. Be on top. That seems like a good place to search for birds, right? Probably. I'll
On
find
top?
out.
Yeah.
In the sky.
I thought like on the roof. You know, it's tall equal good find bird spot.
Maybe you're
But
right.
apparently nothing. Dude, this has nothing.
Don't
at
move.
all. Huh. I'm very confused.
No, don't be
Barren.
confused.
Why do I just gotta Brighton Bridge? Oh, it's at Brighton Bridge. That's why. Okay, so we have to go to
Let's
Brighton
see,
Bridge.
can
I like how you have to like look at that stuff to figure out where the hell you need to go, or it just like is like nah.
There we go.
So the bridge is this way apparently.
Oh, it's so dark.
Goodbye, ankles. I don't need my ankles.
I don't need you.
They're optional. It's like toes. Optional. You don't need them.
Why you gotta circle back to the
Toes? Like onions? What just happened? What just happened? My game crashed.
No.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't pick anything up. Chris, are you losing?
I
Connection?
don't.
Oh, my game straight crashed. Like I went back to the Xbox menu.
You're
I
like frozen.
Yeah,
Ankles
I
are
can't pick
temporary,
anything
toes
up.
are frozen.
Yeah, my stuff
Yep.
isn't. Oh, there we go.
Bye forever.
My
Failed.
toes are icy pops.
Ugh.
But ankles are temporary, toes are forever. Toesies are forever.
Stop.
Grippas.
Ooh. Gorilla grippers.
Oh.
Oh.
I hate that.
That is so disgusting. Disgusting.
I chose the worst time to eat my food. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. How are you, Stonewall? Oh my god. Well, it's 8 now. How long do we want to continue this, or do we want to call it where it's at?
I'm
Oh,
fine.
he
either
just
way.
reinvited. Yeah, I'm cool either way.
I'm fine to call it there.
Is it really still daylight out? Sorry, I'm tripping because it's like 8 o'clock and it's still light out, and I'm like, who put this sun out?
You don't belong there. Go away.
That's kind of what I'm like. I keep looking out my window like, that's not right. Who's putting that sun out there?
We can call it there.
The sun should not be out. Fuck off, sun. Post the link. I think my Redfall is broken.
Are we calling it or are we not calling it?
It's up to you guys. Oh my god, Freya, stop. You can post it in the Discord. Oh, me trying to do things. I'm being...
Well, if we're gonna end Redfall, I'm gonna go back into Zelda.
You don't want to go fishing?
Later.
Later.
I will go
Okay, well
fishing.
then I'm just gonna raid into you then and call it for now. So.
If that's what you would like to do.
Well, because if you're gonna play Zelda and we don't know if it's gonna crap out, because it's already been... Where am I at? do, 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 do. Where am I at?
I will be back.
Yeah, I'm at 3 hours, and I don't want to burn myself out, especially because I have to get up early tomorrow. So
Oh yeah.
I'm just gonna raid into you.
Sure, I'll play a
Ooh.
little bit of Zelda and then
Ooh, Zelda.
see how we feel
Okay.
after that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
I will go do my raiding thing then.
Oh,
Bye forever.
Goodbye, further.
What the heck? Bake a cake. Oh my god. I have to authorize my stuff.
You have to authorize your stuff? Nani?
None.
None at all. Oh, I see you starting Tears of the Kingdom.
You don't see anything.
Where did you leave off?
I didn't do Piney Coney, but I can in a second. Because now I can do it with the what I'm trying to do words at the same time. Yes, I can do it in a second because I don't have a game open, a PC game open. Oh my god, Baba Yaga Witch rating? I'm so surprised. I'm so shocked.
The Baba Yaga.
Surprise!
Surprise! I'm so surprised! Thank you for the raid. Thank you for playing with me.
Of course.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, much surprise, very shocked. I never knew it was coming.
I try and keep you on your toes.
Ooh.
I see. Are you guys going to
what?
fish?
Oh my gosh.
Are you guys gonna fish?
That or if they don't want a density, then I will probably start Zelda.
Oh. What Zelda? Breath?
Breath of the Zelda.
Breath of the Zelda?
Breath of the Wild is so good.
I see you.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Punch
Yes, I do. I see you.
No, 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 you saw nothing. You saw nothing.
I saw you. I saw you. I saw you.
Oh wait, yeah, I still have to give you the Pokemon. I keep forgetting.
I need to. Did he just say just kidding?
No, I said I keep forgetting.
Oh, I thought he said just kidding. Like, oh, I need to give you Pokemon. Lol.
Lol. You thought.
Gosh, that's so funny. He's like, oh yeah, I need to give you Pokemon, but I'm not.
But I'm not.
Wait, who's got the stream on in the background? Because I can hear it.
I can hear it. I can hear it.
I can hear it.
Shut it down. Shut it down.
Shut it down. Ew, I sound like Batman.
Where are they?
Where is she?
Oh, now I need to be careful with my fire bombs. My bomb flower.
Oh wait. Okay, so Aster, are you trying to say you want me to boot up Pokemon, or are you Zeldering?
I mean, I'm playing Zelda, but...
No, but if you're playing Zelda, you're playing Zelda.
Yeah, I'm playing Cell. Ah. What is it? Oh my god. Yeah, all I have left is the fire temple. That's all. But I want to get that headpiece that you got.
All right, who has the stream on? Seriously.
Don't look at me. My stuff's got tab muted.
Everything's through my headphones, so and I can hear myself. So.
Yes, there's a. It's coming through somewhere. Somebody has it up.
Oh, I think it's 6 Suck. Yeah. His name lights up green when we talk, and he's not talking.
My God, Chris.
What a
And I'm guessing he left the room to go cook a sausage.
God.
Or to go take a shit.
I mean,
You
you
just
can mute
mute
him.
Exactly my train of thought. How far have you gotten in Pokemon?
I mean, I only need the like actual version
you're, like, done,
exclusives.
like,
yeah,
done.
yeah. I've been done.
Kind of Moidar.
I think the only one I can't give you because I already gave it
I have
away
to
is
mute him.
the Legend Daddy. I mean, I can trade it. I traded for like three of
there's
the
a car
back.
over there.
Give it back, but I cannot because it's the only one I have. I think I have to check.
I probably should do something productive.
Productive.
Yeah.
Like what? Produce
Like
what?
like a temple or something.
Oh, in game.
Oh, well, I'm trying to go through some of these side quests because I have so many.
Oh, laws can also help for Pokemon if you need.
Oh.
Oh, yes. Yaga needs Scarlet. Okay, so here's these. Okay, these are
I don't know if you do this, Pink, but when doing the shrines, I abuse so much the rewind. It's insane.
Not really.
Lord help me.
With what?
My dog chewed one of her toys on my bed and like put holes in my sheets.
No.
Oh.
Hi, Brista. Gonna be a Yiga or something. Yeah, she's a Yiga.
No. No.
No, she's not. Are you spoiling?
No.
Why?
Aren't you guys all travelers? I don't know. I haven't talked to that one. They can do
Astro,
name?
you're not good at that.
Okay. I don't know what you mean by that, but sure.
You spoil stuff all the time on accident.
I don't know what you want me to say. I haven't talked to this woman.
This woman. I've never met this woman in my life.
That poor fox. I know, but I need the meat. I'm sorry.
That's
The
like
what?
every time you play like Horizon and you have to hunt for animals and it's like, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Chicken.
The very bones.
Why couldn't it be something gross like monkeys?
No. There are no monkeys here. Oh.
There are no monkeys.
Apparently I had to do an update.
On?
Pokemon.
Wow.
I opened it like last week, so I don't know what they updated.
Okay, I definitely pulled my shield out twice, but sure. Giant binder of PS1 games and some manuals. $300 to $400. See, the thing, like, collectors, like, know what stuff's worth, but if no one's collecting and no one's looking, then, like, what are you supposed to do? my arrow back.
I forgot I ordered a Kindle.
You forgot you ordered a Kindle?
Yeah, my memory's not great. I have to wait until Sunday.
Sunday.
It's the only relaxing day I have.
Oh, those bokoblins are so tough.
Bokoblins?
The black ones or whatever.
Bokoblins?
I
Oh, they are insane. They are. Oh shit.
Are they insane?
They fucking are. Random? Oh, you should use it. You might get Scarlet Pokemon that way. Right rates for Pokemon you don't want. The problem is you don't care for
Nice.
like hacked
Okay.
ones. I don't know if you care about that or not. They'll probably be nicknamed like some website, and they'll have perfect stats and shit, but they'll just be nicknamed after like a website.
Yeah, but can't you change their names?
Not when someone else
No,
nicknamed
traded.
them.
That's bullshit. Well, I'm just
Yeah,
trying to
that's-
finish my Pokedex. Well, I do want the seahorse. The one that looks like seaweed. I want.
Seaweed. Oh, I.
Pieces of the games I probably sell most of them. Problem with them being in the binder. Yeah.
Why am I crouched?
Mhm.
Ah!
Trying to be sneaky.
The bug just ran up and tried to smack me on the butt.
You trying to be sneaky?
That didn't look appropriate at all.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Famfi when it uses slam does not look appropriate.
This has to be a trap. This can't
Or
be real.
it's a frat.
Where is that quest?
Outskirts stable.
Oh, it's one of the stable quests. Ooh.
This game's limiting how many horses you can have. I should be able to have all the horses.
Well, you see here.
I don't see here or anywhere.
What? You don't see here or anywhere.
Or anywhere.
Are you who?
Gosh.
Kinda, a little bit.
Yeah?
Well, I'm supposed to be wearing glasses and I never wear them, so yeah, pretty much.
And
Always.
why do you do that?
I hate having to clean them. Because it's like,
Look
if
at,
here's
she's
the
trapped. She's tricking me. She's gonna bring me to the Coliseum.
Okay, well, you should slap her in the face and tell her no.
Coliseum.
But either I can't see with my glasses off, or I can't see
Okay.
with them on because they're dirty. So I
You
not
can't
wear
see
them.
anyway.
Yeah,
I see.
I'm committed to being blind. It's fine.
No.
Wait, I can't go.
No sticky thingy.
What is a sticky thingy?
He knows
Oh
what
no.
the sticky
R.I.P.
thingy
Charmeleon.
is.
Charmeleon got kicked in the face. I should rename him Johnny Knoxville.
Sure. Johnny it is.
Johnny, it is. What are these? What do we do with these?
With what? Well, you'll figure it out.
Oh! Okay, I have to go back. There's been so many of those around, and I've been like, I don't know what to do with them.
Just boop. Yep. You got it, you got it. You got it. As I... Because you're the best around. Alright, now I actually need to cook my food.
Up the butt.
The food. Cook it.
No, Barley said up the butt.
Are you looking for buttholes again?
Ooh.
Obviously, you have to.
Oh yeah?
Those are a big part of this game, honestly. Yes, you have to go in the buttholes. Like,
No, I'm saying,
seriously.
like, some of them are just there. Like, you don't even have to look. They're ready to go. They present
Some of them
themselves.
are...
They what?
Yeah, they definitely present themselves, for sure.
Get over here.
Are you serious?
I'm a good cat. Oh, wait. We can hear him. Oh, he is returning.
Oh,
Finally.
I have to unmute him if he's back.
Got a tick. Sorry, that was a full-on tick.
Understandable.
There's a Gleeok in there, though.
Gleeok makes me think of leaking.
Ah.
Where's Ole?
This is a big old trapperoon season here.
I mean, is it really a trap if you know it's a trap? Or is it a face-off?
It's a face-off. Yeah. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it.
What's in there?
Do you remember this quest, Loz?
What kind of wrap?
I like the caramel, personally.
Oh yeah?
But
a
I usually get a
sounds
strawberry
so
acai
good.
refresher. Refreshers slap. Maybe I can get one tomorrow.
Wrap?
No, a strawberry acai refresher with lemonade.
Ooh.
Ah.
I call it go-go juice because you get the caffeine like from coffee, but it tastes like strawberry juice and lemonade.
I knew it. Astor, you're such a bad liar.
Ooh,
I think
Astor's a bad liar.
I've done this.
No, I said it's a Yiga and you said no. I was like, yes.
Well, because all the ones I've found so far are just travelers.
Nah. Very easy to see a Yiga trap. I'll let you off this time. No.
died because I killed you.
Because I killed
Got
you.
soldier.
I did it.
You did it!
You're the best.
Around!
Oh, wow. He was T-posing on my screen for like a second from from your stream's perspective.
Tully, thank you for the hydrate.
Did you do it? Did you hydrate?
Did.
Okay.
I hydrated.
I had to verify.
Okay. How many more of these quests do I have to do? Okay. Quick Goddard for Western Beavers. Interesting.
I think you are into the story of this game. Like, do you think you're like a quarter of the way through? Halfway through?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, not even remotely close. Like, story-wise, like, I guess I'm probably like a quarter of the way, but like 100% wise, like, I'm probably 10%.
It's like a beefy game.
Mm.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Caitlin. We made it to Friday. How are you? Welcome in.
Yeah, Breath of the Wild was also very good. I feel like I did a lot. At the end, I think I did like 15% of the game after I actually finished the story and stuff. I didn't do a lot.
So you're saying your whole life is a lie?
Mm.
I guess it's so.
Oh. Ah.
Okay.
Oh.
So let's go over here. Ooh, there's a Korok over here. Where's your friend? How far? Oh my gosh, that's so far. Don't give me all the fire fruit, don't burn. Oh, damn. Okay. Well.
Now you must
Shit. I feel like the best way to get this Korok across is going to be to sail it across. Which is going to be annoying. Oof, I need to craft some more stuff. I need to craft some more stuff. Shit. I'll have the Master Sword again. Hold on, I don't know why I can't read.
So if you break your Master Sword, it's gone forever?
No. There are weapons that like that one
recharge.
Recharges.
Okay.
And there are certain weapons that you can have remade, but they will break.
Okay. I was about to be like, that's really messed up.
Yeah, no, the Master Sword does not break. It just loses energy temporarily.
Okay. That's not as bad. I was about to be like, that's really messed up.
I still hate that mechanic. But it is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not, I don't feel it as bad
Are you put at a limit on collecting stuff?
999 of each item, yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's not that bad.
Yeah, it's 999 of each item.
Yeah.
But like you do have you have limited like weapon slots, which you upgrade through collecting Koroks, but even then it's still limited, like it's not forever.
Oh.
I hate that this does this. It goes too far forward sometimes. Just line up how the other one is. not going forward? Okay, this isn't right. Oh, right on top. There we go. Okay. I don't know what that's for. I just felt like making it fancy. To the front of the boat? No. Should I?
The poor Koroks do to deserve this.
Exist. Have you seen how far some of these fuckers are asking to be taken? Some of these people are like, hey, can you go up an entire mountain, please?
I remember going to Disneyland, and by the end of the day, being like, I am so glad this tram is going to take me to the parking lot, because I can't walk that far. So I get it. Have you ever been to Disneyland for an entire day? It's exhausting. So are you in the boat with your overseas beef, so you're just gonna make your own version in Disney?
No, I just want to be as good as some of these people I see on TikTok.
Some of these people, I don't know what the hell they're doing. 'Cause it's a lot.
They're glitch hunting.
They are going above and beyond. I still like the helicopter. Cracks me up.
What did you think of the build? They're all insane.
Well, that is so cool what you're making though.
Me?
Yeah. Look at that. That's gonna use a lot of battery.
I guess we'll see. We'll see.
How good will it be?
It is gonna go through a lot of batteries, but I have, this one actually might not. Or this one actually might. So. What's the point of the stabilizer? So... this thing, this little guy right here, makes everything always, like, standing up straight. So I'm just gonna fuck with it and see. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, chat. Should I put rockets on the side?
Yes.
Like, I don't know.
You have
Yeah?
laser? Can you turn it into a laser aircraft?
I do have lasers. I do have some
What was on
lasers.
top for?
Does the fan power increase when you put one in front of the other like I've seen? I think it does. I think it does. I don't know like 100%, but I'm pretty sure it does, yeah. Chat, I just want you all to realize that this is not a good idea. This is not gonna work. I am increasingly making it worse, okay?
Define a good idea. What is a good idea?
It's great. It's perfect.
The balloon's a little much. No, it's fine.
Please the eyes. Your eyes aren't pleased. Sometimes it's about form and not function.
This is my magnum opus right here, guys. This is it. There's nothing after this. I can't attach anymore? You are stifling my creativity right now, Nintendo.
This is completely unreasonable. You should be, like, they said craft, and you said I will, and now they're saying stop. Make up your mind.
Alright, so how do I... Alright, so how do I... Oh, set as favorite. Amazing. Oh, wait, no, I lied. I lied.
You lied?
Not that one. This is the one. Set this one as favorite. Cancel favorite. Okay. We got it. Alright, guys, here we go. We just have to make it over there. Okay. Hold on. Just in case. Just in case this goes horribly wrong, which I don't foresee happening.
You don't?
It doesn't float at all. Oh. It doesn't float at all.
Submarines aren't meant to float.
Alright. Alright. Alright, I have another idea.
Now you're waterboarding Laura.
I'm not Chris. Yes, it does. It does need flames. But we might not need flames. We might just make it. Alright, what do we think? I think it's this. I think this is the one. I think this is the one that's messing with us here. Let's try it here. Okay. That fan. It was that fan. That fan ruined it. Wait, how come that one... Why is it tipping over? It's perfect! Alright, is it this? Is it the balloon? I think it's the balloon. Like, I legit think it's the balloon. Look, it's starting to tip back over. Kinda?
Not heavy.
It's perfectly built. I don't know what you're talking about. We're almost here. It's fine. Oh, no, we're not. We're going very far off. Alright, hold on. I have to think. If only I could just get this control stick. No, go up. No. Grab. Okay. Let's see. Bro's having a fucking crisis, guys. Why not just load your save? Because that's quit. That's what quitters do. Even though that's actually smart. Okay.
That's what Aster would do.
I told her to save. Oh yes, that's exactly what I would do.
See?
I did. I load the. Okay. Wait. How come this game does this? This is annoying. It, like, takes your build apart.
Yeah.
Unacceptable.
Okay, so I need one of these. I need... What? 3? 4 fans? I had one of these, right? I had 2 of these. I had one of these. And what else did I have? 2 of these. And then one of these. Wait, where's my balloon? Here, first of all, let's drop a flame. Where? Drop one of these. Then I'm gonna do this. Wait, what am I missing that I need 3 of? What am I missing? Is it the Korok? Where's the Korok? Wait, where's the Korok? Where was the Korok? It has to be out if you want to save the currency. It can automatically make it if you don't want to, if you like don't care about the currency, but I don't want to waste all the currency, personally. But that's all. That's the only difference will be. Is if you don't have the pieces already out and ready, it like auto builds it like out of like your magic pieces, you know? Okay. Because it's not... Because it doesn't go out of your inventory, it, like, builds it in the world. So, like, these little capsules, quote-unquote, are, like, magic capsules. So it's, like, you have to break... it's hard to explain, but, like, these don't exist until you break them out of these capsules. So it doesn't technically take what's in your inventory, it crafts from, like, what's in the world. So if you have these capsules, you can put them in the world.
Because Nintendo said so.
We are stuck on... We are stuck on a corner of a stair. Why are we drifting to the side? Why are we drifting to the side? The rockets get used. They are only for a certain amount of time. I'm not getting any air at all. Why am I pulling to the side? Go that way. Yeah, I didn't mean to pit Kamibo. Go away. The lasers add a beautiful touch, I have to say.
Yeah, I told you. Nothing says top tier build like some lasers. Decorative lasers.
Yeah.
Yeah!
Oh my god, I just did a surprise trade. Coco for a Toy Coco.
There you go. That's how you do it, guys. That's how you do it.
Surprise trade always has a
You know what time it is, though, guys? I think it's murder robot time. That's fun. Let's make a murder robot before we end stream real quick. I think I've got some murder robots here.
What about hands? Do you have hands?
I don't. Never end stream forever? Forever? Guys, first of all, my internet couldn't handle that, and second of all, you guys couldn't handle that. You'd get so tired of me. I don't think you even understand. You just did what?
Found one of the three-headed fellas.
Uh-huh. The Goyaks, yeah.
I don't know, it's not worth it.
I could have told you that for sure.
Severely under for the amount. Well, maybe I was just. I'm in band with that. Welcome back, dude.
Oh, I see.
Welcome back.
That doesn't work. That doesn't work. Okay.
Well, now that he's back, I'm gonna go because I have to go put stuff in a Tupperware.
Okay.
I have to do basically the same thing.
Why doesn't this one want to go there though? Well, like, why is this doing this? I don't get that. Okay, I guess we'll go here. That's weird. Do you go there? You won't either. Go here? You won't. Why? You go there, okay. Then, yeah. I think that's it. I don't think it's glitched. I think it's actually... I think that it's actually... It just doesn't have enough space. Like, it doesn't have enough space to turn its little mechanical head. See? Yeah, I didn't space it properly.
Are you building like one of those?
What? No. No, not one of the laser things. This is just like my little murder robot thing. Yeah, I made one in the beginning of the game, and as I've like gotten new pieces, I keep like adding onto it and like remaking it.
Okay.
You'll see it in action in a second.
Ooh,
The murder wall.
Yes, are we ready? It goes through charges so fast though, it's absolutely hysterical. Like I have to like eat charge like just chow charges down, that's ridiculous.
All the little ones?
I need more batteries is what I actually need to get. Like I need to go get some stuff. So funny. Just like the absolute, just like carnage against temple bosses. That would be hysterical. Especially like if you actually had like full batteries and you could do it. Like I'm curious how fast it would go through like batteries, like the battery pieces. Why did everyone just got so quiet suddenly? I don't know why.
Well, Yaga isn't here.
I know, but I had to change hers too. You're quiet now too.
Oh yeah?
Mhm.
Yeah, me too. I was like, we were talking.
Yeah, I don't know.
so good. It's so funny. What is this? Dreadful Char, hello. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. What did we play today? It's a Char raid. Hi. We played some Bloodborne. Ooh, Astro loves some Bloodborne.
It is a good one.
It is a good one. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so
Really
much for the
good one.
raid. How was Bloodborne?
I'm gonna follow this person because I want to see some Bloodborne.
Oh, see, there you go. We were playing some Redfall as a crew, but we wrapped up for the night, and so now I'm just playing a little bit of Zelda before I end for the night, and we were kind of just hanging out in voice chat and winding down for the night. How was Bloodborne? How was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for being here.
Boss? What?
Oh, a bit of a struggle. Thank you for being here. I normally do have a camera, but I am currently in the process of adjusting to a new medication. So I just haven't really been feeling 100%, but I still want to stream. So I've been doing some no camera streams, but I do normally have a camera. I do normally like to interact with chat and have a good time. But like I said, just want to hang out. But welcome in. Thank you for being here. If you are not familiar with me, hello, hi, welcome. My name is Krista, or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer. I play a little bit of everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and pretty much everything in between. I do have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid, just to see if this is someplace that maybe you want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, just kind of like see what we're about, what to expect, and all that stuff. I hope you guys enjoy, and I will see you in just a moment. Enjoy. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I wanna ride my bike!
Hey, look, Nate. It's Uranus. I am Cat. I can help you. Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever.
How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping? Bees! Go, bees! Yes. I want to die right now. I'm gonna go drown. Yeah! Nobody's looking at my pee-pee. So cute. Perceive my booty, arg. I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. I shoot them my gun. Antidepressant. Is it working?
I want to be haunted by Marcia. Oh.
I'm trying to make the poop.
All right, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh, my monitor.
What
Nate,
I had said.
Why are you like this? I couldn't make this up if I tried. That won't and can't go wrong. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye. Thank you, Char, for that raid. I appreciate it. And I hope that this is your vibe, because I always love to have new people come and hang out. And like I said, I normally have a camera. I normally am very goofy, silly, don't take pretty much anything seriously. But I just like to have a good time. But while I'm adjusting to some new meds, and while I am completely obsessed with the new Zelda game, we're just kind of like, we're just vibing and having a good time, you know? And follow all the Hellraisers. I know, I have to go too, especially the last wave of people who were just added to the list. when I was added. I have to go through and I have to follow them. I love Kate. I've been following Kate for forever. Right, I'm gonna undeafen them so they don't think I'm ignoring them. Hi, Chaos! Someone say a good time.
Well, I did a couple of events. I hope no new events have come up. I don't think I can give you like the event Pokemons to breed because I don't think
We spent 2 hours. Rosef, we weren't supposed to tell new people that. We did. We spent 2 hours talking about P today.
That's gonna
But
start
we're not.
rehashing it.
But we're not going. No, we're not going down that rabbit hole again. We're not.
And you can only catch one of the events too.
Yeah, there's only one, but that's okay. You can do it again to farm
need-
materials.
Materials.
Materials. We have to warn new people. Do we? Do we? I've been following her before she streamed. She's always been so genuine and nice. I know, she's so awesome. I love her so much. When she asked me if I wanted to be on the team, I honestly was like, wait, really? Wait, really? Like, cause yeah, I knew her team. Because her team is like, it's not like you don't apply to be on her team. Like her team is like people that she genuinely enjoys and like wants to support. So like when she asked, I was like, wait, what? Wait, what? Me? Me? Are you sure? Did you mean the right person? I was screaming. I was at work. She came into my stream. She came into my stream and asked me while I was live, and I was like, yes, yes, yes. Here goes these pieces. That's like, I just want everyone to know, okay? I just want everyone to know, pro gamer moves. That's been like my 10th flurry rush, like this whole game. Okay? That's like 10 flurry rushes better than the last game.
Is that saying much?
Yes. Those are hard to do. Oh, what is this?
Really?
Am I about to disrespect somebody's grave right now? Like, I want this flower. Whose
feel like
grave is this?
Surroundings.
Whose grave is this? Oh, examine. I have to step on it to read it? Oh. It's not like somebody's grave. It's just like a little monument stone.
I actually love that song.
Good night, Char. Thank you so much for the raid, and I definitely want to pop in and say hello if I can next time you're live. Here, actually, let me be a good bean and follow while I remember. There we go.
You never told me what boss they were trolling with.
Did they? No, I don't think they did.
That's okay.
If you're still here, Astro wants to know what boss. If not, no big deal.
Big deal to me.
It's a big deal to Astro.
It matters to me.
Shit. Too high up. There we go. Oh, Mikolash? Does that make sense?
Good
old Mikolash. Oh yeah.
Mikolash.
Oh yeah, Chaos is here too. Yeah, that's right. Now we got two Bloodbornies in here now. Oh my god, come on. There we go.
Yeah, you don't like Mikolash? The host?
I like
Just keep getting distracted. The latest? No, I haven't watched, like, how recent?
And then the blue attack. I hate that attack. It goes blue.
The what? The blue.
If you played.
The only Soulsborne game I've played was Elden Ring with Chris.
I don't feel like there was an enemy that did a blue attack.
Well, we also, like, didn't get very far.
What do you mean?
They are covered.
At least it's not the ortho.
Alright. Yaga, let's...
Okay, what are you on? Oh, I'll have to watch after stream, Wolfie. You can you put a link in, like, one of the movie channels in the Discord or something. If you would like to, of course. Of course. Is that it? Like, that's... He's not defending a treasure or anything? That's kind of annoying that he, like, wasn't defending anything.
Maybe there's something inside of him.
No,
Maybe
I
he ate
killed
it.
him. He blew
Oh, you
up.
killed him? Damn.
Yo. I killed him.
Good job.
Right. There's nothing over here.
One murder.
One murder. Ah, ah, ah.
Two murder.
Two murders. Ah, ah. Alright. I need arrows, like, for serious. Like, I don't want to dupe because I don't want to dupe, but, like, I am not making any money like I was in the last game.
Oh, and you can't do it anymore.
Well, I thought you said that there's a new one.
Oh, it's... Trust me, there's a new one, but you can't do it. It's horrendous, the new one.
Oh, it's not easy to do. That's funny.
No, it's slow, and to dupe items, it's also slow, and you have to wait for the blood moon to do it again. It's a whole thing.
Oh, gross.
Bloody
I love how they, like, figured it out, but they're like, yeah, but now it's really inconvenient.
yeah, but I'm sure it'll get easier with time again.
I have to find them somewhere. I have amiibos from, like, I have amiibos left over from Breath of the Wild. I have like 12 Zelda amiibos or whatever.
I want to say
Like,
I saw people like scanning in like Animal Crossing.
Yeah, no, yeah, you get like just meat and vegetables and stuff for Animal Crossing ones. But like if you have actual Zelda ones, like actual Legend of Zelda ones, you get like weapons and stuff too. But have you seen the one? Have you seen the one where he scans the Animal Crossing ones and like the meat drops and then he's like, "Wait, is this my villagers?" And then he goes to his Animal Crossing villagers and it's just like full of graves.
Really messed up.
It's hilarious. It's so funny.
That is pretty funny.
Well, the newest glitch involves.
Hi, McAwful. Welcome in. What a small world. The newest glitch is what?
It involves the little sucky dudes from the like plants.
Yeah. Octorok.
Yeah. So it's so difficult to do. You have to. So you know how he does his little sucky thing. So you have to, if you want to dupe an item, you have to attach it to a weapon or a shield, and then drop it, and then have him do the little sucky thing.
Yeah. And then he do the little spitty thing?
No, but you have to time it before it goes, like, inside its mouth. You do a recall on the weapon, and it'll glitch, and he'll spit out another weapon, and then with the recall, you keep the old one, and that's how you don't do it.
Oh my gosh, that seems absolutely ridiculous.
It is absurd. And then, obviously, if you kill it, you either find another one, or you have to wait for a blood moon.
McAwful, how was your Friday? I hope you had a good day. And you have to wait for a blood moon for it? That's stupid too.
It's because when I don't know if it kills it or something, but you know, for it to spawn again.
Yeah. Or you just have to know where there's Octorocks.
Yeah, you just have to know where they are, yeah.
Yeah.
For Union Circle.
Mine was good. My Fridays, luckily, my Fridays at work go by very, very, very quickly, which is great because, like, my Thursdays are, like, stupid. So. Alright, I'm trying to start filling in some of my Hero's Path of places that I haven't gone to.
Oh my god, look at that. That's insane.
What?
That's pretty cool. Your Hero's Path is insane.
Bad?
It's insane.
Yeah, like insane bad.
Oh my god, why would I say insane bad? What do you mean?
Because like look at I haven't been here, I haven't been here, I haven't been here. Like there's so many places that I haven't even gone to yet. Okay, all right. I am asking. I am allowing anybody in chat who knows the answer. Okay.
I know all the answers.
So I did this labyrinth, okay? And I could not fucking this one that I'm showing right now. I could not find like I could not figure it out. I went, as you can see, like my thing, like I went through and through and through, whatever. Do I have to fucking go up from underneath?
They,
Like, do I
well,
have to go through here and go up and underneath?
I didn't do that one. I did the one on the top right. But from what I can see, I feel like they're all the same. Like you have to, solve the labyrinth itself. Go to the one that's in the sky, because there's one up.
No.
That one has an up one as well.
I know.
Yeah, and then from that one, you drop to the one below.
So how do you get below? Like, there's not a thing
From the
here.
top, yes, from the top one, you solve the top one. And it'll, like, for me, it said, oh, I've unblocked the path or whatever that it stopped you from going and whatnot. And then you just skydive all the way back down.
The answer is 42.
My god. Yago, are you so close? Christ.
I had to make you uncomfortable.
I'm missing something, and I went through this one. Like, I don't.
Did you do the top one? Did you go to the top one?
No, I
Well,
couldn't get up
you're
there.
missing. You have, well, can you make like an equipment to get up there or something? You have to go to the top one for sure. Like after you solve that one, did you solve this one first of all? Like, did you put the little hand on the? Oh.
I can't get in here. Like.
Oh. Oh, you
And
don't
then I
even have
got
the shrine.
trapped.
Oh.
Yeah, and then I got trapped because the hands spawn.
All right. The hands will spawn. You have.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so
Yeah,
I
you gotta
went
kill the
through,
hands.
and I couldn't figure out how to get down. Like I went through and I went through and I went through and I went through, and I see where the place is to get down, but I can't figure out how to get down.
Is it like?
Do I have to
barred,
go
like,
from the one that's underneath to get up into this one?
No.
So none of them are ever connected physically, meaning like from underneath.
I'm just going from the one that I made. I think they're probably the same, which is you have to do like the one on the middle ground, go to the top, and then from the top, it'll let you go all the way to the bottom.
Ugh, okay.
That's
so
how
I missed something then, and I went through that one so long.
But there is
I might have missed something. I might have missed something. Then I had to have missed
You haven't done that.
But I went through so many times, and then like the hands kept coming out, and I would like stand on the wall and like wait.
Yeah, I think you have to fight the hands.
I can't fight the hands. I'm a baby. I can't fight them.
Did you give them a high five?
Oh, there are too many to hit high five.
Yeah.
Well, there's laws. There's no ascension, right? Right. You got to do the middle, then top, and then you have to.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. So I have to go back into the labyrinth. There is something I missed in the labyrinth. It's not a matter of going from underneath. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. That was my question.
Oh, you're already. Sorry. Alright, which one do you need? Baba Yaga.
I need the little horse.
Oh, I can see the ones you're missing. Okay.
Oh, you can.
Yeah, like they like wobble or like shake or something.
You mega lied. You're missing way more than you said.
I feel like I want to see. I feel like I want to see her Pokédex because I feel like it's gonna be like 120 or something.
Oh no, she has a couple, but she's missing a little more than the exclusives.
She goes, no,
I'm asking for the exclusives. That was it. I wasn't saying fill up my entire Pokédex.
Oh, I thought you wanted to like fill it up.
No,
all right.
no,
okay.
no.
We can do that.
I can get the other stuff. I just need stuff that I can't get without having cards. Although I think you don't have the baby, so I'm giving you the baby.
I don't have it.
I'll be glad to. Okay, I'll do that, and then that's what we'll call it. We'll go back there. Hold on.
It's bouncing.
Oh, maybe it's because I don't currently have a blood baby. Alright, I'll give you this little gift. You can keep this one. I think this is the one you wanted. Okay. You don't have
it. Wait, yeah. Hold on. Before I do this, do I have
Where are my travel medallions?
There's one. Right there. And there's the other one. Did you not see them?
So are you gonna go in
There's
the labyrinth?
this. I know that one. I know what that
You
one
have
is.
one. You have one in
And I know
Lookout
what that
Landing.
one is.
You have one up top to the left near the labyrinth. Yeah, there it is. You see it right below the labyrinth?
So okay, so the third one I got rid of because the third one was over by Zora's domain. Yeah, it was over here. Okay. Okay. Well yeah, because this one I can get rid of that because the thing's right there. Okay. Need arrows before I go in there.
I need arrows.
Like bad. If I buy this now, I'll play, but I must wait. I think I want to try and convince Sophie to play. Sorry, did I just... Shit. To play Ocarina of Time. I was like, wait, are you trying to not use her name? And then I was like, did I just fuck it up?
You can
And
keep
then
this one as well. I have more
and
than
then
one.
I just ruined it and then made it worse.
No one heard anything, right?
No. You were talking?
Oh, you call her. Okay, I was like, I didn't know if you were trying to, like, not use her name, and I just fucked it up. Like, I know, but I stopped saying, like, I stopped saying her name, like, I stopped saying it because I didn't know if you didn't want her name out there. And then I panicked because I didn't know. I just didn't know. Okay, yes, I know her name is Sophia. That's why I was like, Sophie, and then I stopped because I didn't know. Where's Beetle? It's panic. Because she's oh so beautiful. Oh my gosh. Wow! Because I'm a lame sappy dad. No, that's not lame. That's cute. Yeah.
It's pretty cool, Chaos. Alright, who else do you not have that is exclusive?
Da, 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 da.
I can pull up the list.
No, they'll be jumping.
Yeah, they like flash or whatever when you do it.
Can you keep this one? Oh, I don't think that one I would like. Oh, you have this one. Oh, that's interesting. But I just gave you this one. Okay, that's weird.
Alright, let me get a couple more arrows, and then I'll head over there, Laz, because I did want to end stream.
Oh.
He asks if I have Roblox. Do you have Roblox? Do you have games on your phone?
Got games on your phone?
Do you have games on your phone?
Oh, you already have the legendary here, so that's good. Alright, you can keep this one as well. Ooh.
Where else?
Oh.
Okay. Ain't no time like this time right now time.
Their time, place, thing.
Ain't no time but this time right now time.
Indeed. Ain't no party.
In this house,
like
we don't play
Hamburg.
Roblox. In this house, we build pyramids in Minecraft. Alright, where is... Where? Hold on. Let's see.
Well, I think this one I might want back. Let me check if I have another one of these.
I don't have anything to keep me warm. No, I don't have anything to keep me warm. So I can't use my whole skydiving set. That sucks.
No, this one I will want back as soon as I have. So if you have a Pokemon that'll evolve through trade, you can give it to me now and I will.
I might end stream and I might try it off stream.
Oh, you already have this one? Really? Wait.
Why don't end?
No, you end if you want to. I was just messing.
You can end if you want to.
I wasn't messing. You can end if you want to.
Above.
Where is my really good? Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Apparently I haven't been up there yet. How do I get up there?
Curious,
Why end start not don't begin finish? You okay there, bud?
Work hard. Can't do.
Ooh, okay. It's because it's in my current party. I can't trade you this one, so we have to exit.
Okay.
Well, not now, right? I'm not gonna do it now. And I'll take it out party in. Or can I send it to you? Oh, I can. I don't know if you already had it. You have Roaring Moon.
Nope.
Really, it's not bouncing. That's okay.
Bouncing is lives? I don't know.
Okay, well then this one I definitely want back.
Okay.
Alright. Wait, do I have that one? Was it bouncing?
It ended due to an error.
Oh, really? I didn't cancel the trade. Yeah, get a Pokemon.
Alright,
Level.
Yeah, that way
I
we
don't
can trade them
wanna try
back.
one of
Because I
these,
got it.
honestly. I'm KS, I have spoken word hard.
I'll trade you
words
this
are
one
hard.
instead, because I'm scared for the other one.
You're
But that's fine.
scared.
Because I don't know if I'll be able to, like... I'm assuming I can switch, like, double trade. But because it's on my team, I'm not going to risk it. Oh, this one is so pretty. I'll try to catch another one for you. Because I really like how they did Slithering. And Roaring Moon is so good too. I'll try to catch a Roaring Moon for you.
Alright, so I like followed the things. So they go here. Do.
Oh, you're in the labyrinth. Okay.
And then they go.
Oh, it looks like. Ooh, I see the bars.
Does it go this way? I'm trying to follow the bonfires, the little fires that she left.
Oh, okay, I see.
Way. I think so.
What if I just pressed B and not have Hunter Ball?
Alright, I am trading back your Slitherwing. I need my Gengar now.
I could have used B and then have it evolve with you. Not fine.
Alright, so there was a chest right there. That's a dead end right there. There was a chest there.
Okay. Also, the hands attack you like mid labyrinth. It's not like in a little boss room.
No, they're in the labyrinth. They're like
that is
lurking around. They're gross.
Oh, that is horrendous. Oh,
yeah. So like I've had to like get on the wall and stuff.
I have to go and
to like avoid them. All right. So there's that.
Insane in the membrane.
Insane in the barn.
I could just find like the little campfires. I would know if I'm
Alright,
on
if
the
you
right
have another,
track or
if you have
not.
another one,
Oh, there's a thing right there. Wait, I think I did that. I think I found this one already. Yeah, see, this goes here.
but I can't do anything. And if I go up, it just goes all the way up. And then there's nothing under it. Let's see. And you can follow the little pine cones to kind of show your trail. Yeah, this is where I just got confused. So you can go there.
I think it's just the color variations is
Oh,
so
maybe.
there's her fire,
Right,
there's her
right.
campfire right there.
And even after you send it to me, it'll still be bouncing that I don't have it if it's the same one. Because I sent you a couple Pokemon that you
2 games. So
already.
soon I'll be a full-time sailor. I haven't played. Well, no, I played with Chris for like 2 hours, just kind of teaching him stuff. But yeah, I haven't played in a while. I just got a little burnt
the
out
ship
with PvP.
game.
The ship game, yeah.
The ship game.
See up TIs. Fuck it.
Might as well trade you this one.
Do you want your
But
mushroom?
Yes, I want my mushroom back.
Then do your mushroom.
And I also want the one I'm sending back, because I'll try to catch the second ones for you, but these are the only ones I got right now.
No worries.
I will trade you one of these. If you want to keep one, I'll trade it for the Robo Tyranitar.
Okay, I have an extra.
I've been playing Weeb Fortnite. What's Weeb Fortnite? Persona? Or whatever?
Persona? Weeb Fortnite?
Yeah,
What?
like, what is Weeb Fortnite?
What is Weeb Fortnite? Persona? Weeb? Well, isn't it the Aaron Yeager stuff now?
Oh, is it?
Super Mega Champion. Oh yeah, I was like, no, I've been seeing that. Like, I've been seeing that coming up on your Steam, and I was like, I didn't know what the fuck that was.
Oh wait, you can keep. Oh, you can keep the Screamtail. I have another one.
Oh, you do? Okay.
You can keep that one.
Okay.
I'm seeing which one you don't. Oh, you don't have this. I don't have these because I know there are regular Pokemon that are also version exclusives.
Yeah.
Oh, but we figured out since we're together, you can get my version exclusive, and I can get yours.
Larvitar, which I think I have a regular Tyranitar. Drifloon.
I think I tried this. Yeah, that goes all the way up. That's not right.
Stone Jordan.
So, I do have a path I can try to take you down if you'd like. Okay, I just need to, like, I just don't understand. Like, I am decent at doing these, and I cannot find the way down.
I'm gonna trade you this one because it says you don't have this one. I have a rare one that I'll have repeated. Yes. Yes. Excuse me. The Mecha Tyranitar. You got mechs, really? Interesting.
Robots. Do you need your Dino back?
No.
No.
It does you have.
Emo dinosaur.
You don't want it?
No,
Also,
no,
free.
I'm saying you.
Free is
Oh.
good. Free is
Oh,
nice.
I have other ones. I have other ones. think those were all the version exclusives. I mean, like the ancient ones. Oh no, well I'm missing you're missing one which we're gonna.
Oh, this is
Well, you know what? You know what? Let's try. Why not? Here.
Oh, do you have
Walking Wake? We'll
I
check.
hadn't found the hands yet.
Oh, I want my Roaring Moon back.
Oh, Walking Wake is the Sweet Moon.
Oh, you need it? I have it, but I didn't know you. It doesn't count.
I don't know. I was
But
just
sure,
looking
we'll
at
trade it. We'll trade it. We'll trade it back and forth.
Yeah. Do you have Stunky?
Stunky? I don't know.
Because the regular ones are like Oranguru, Donjon.
Oh.
Also the main one, the one you ride, are those tradable, or like how do you keep?
They are, but I only have the one because I already traded the second one.
Well, I just need it for the
Oh, okay. It didn't say you needed it though. It wasn't bouncing. But sure, we'll trade it.
I can check in my Pokedex.
Give my baby back. Iron. Oh yeah, that Roaring Moon was so rough to catch.
Yeah, I'm missing like it's like 399, 397.
Yeah, see, this is day 2, so supposed to follow this way. Then you should come up on 3 and 4, etc.
I am waiting for this switch to decide to click. You didn't melt the ice back there.
Yeah, I haven't melted the ice in a lot of places because I've already done it the first time I went through.
Oh, okay.
Does it grow back?
Yeah.
There's a little campfire. Going the right way, I think.
Yeah, if this is day
Oh my
3.
Okay, we'll give you a legendary. As if you already have it, but sure, we can go back and forth. Oh, I have Walking Way, you're right. Do you have Iron Leads?
No.
Oh, I have Iron. Oh, Laws, does she need to finish the Wind Temple for this?
Shouldn't be.
Well, I haven't done this, and I finished the Wind Temple, so I don't know. It'll be different. You're right. It shouldn't be.
It's just a labyrinth. I just have to find it. Is what it is.
Oh, I can hear. What was it, Yaga?
Are things locked like that behind like you have
Not
to do this
usually, no.
Yeah, sometimes you have to do one thing before the other. But she's right. The labyrinth shouldn't be locked behind the thing.
I have to get right here, I think. How the fuck do I get over there? Alright, we're doing this. We're doing this.
Green wiggly lines all over the place are hilarious.
Because that's where she's trapped.
It's just funny to see, like, wow.
Oh, if she presses play, it's gonna be hilarious because that holds 250 hours of content, and you can just start and it'll track the little dude and it'll mark your deaths and everything. It's so funny. Oh, well, I didn't mean it for the power. I meant it for the environmental aspect. but that's okay. All right, walking wake, just in case. And then I'll trade you iron leaves.
I sent you a list of the like.
Oh, you did?
Regulars, yeah.
That you're missing? Oh, okay, okay.
Well,
Right.
I know I have to be missing them because they were the exclusives.
All right.
Okay, there's the hand. Will this okay. Is it that this something will open once I've defeated this? Is that what's going on?
I really think you need to beat the hands.
You gotta beat the hands off. Just beat them up. Smack them around.
Oh god, I'm
Get
like
into
my
a slap.
palms are already sweaty.
I think the location changes. Oh, okay. But does she need to defeat the hands for this one? I haven't done this, so I wouldn't know. No. Oh, you don't. Look, you don't. You don't. I guess I lied.
You didn't lie. Yeah. You were incorrect.
I guess. I don't bite hands. Oh, these hands do not feed.
Okay.
Ooh, ooh.
Oh, hold on, my bow broke.
That's okay. I think you got him. Now it's the.
No,
oh,
it's just the
you got the one.
Okay.
I hate it. I hate it because there's stuff. But I feel like, well, for me, after the hands, it's easy peasy after the hands. The hands are just.
It's very Pan's Labyrinth.
Oh, it's not required. Okay.
Okay. So I know.
You for sure got this.
I don't got this, but okay.
You do.
Back
Right
up.
in.
Woo. Yeah, why is the ragdoll in this one like so much more damaging? I feel like he ragdolls like so hard.
Yeah.
Whoa. Phantom Batman.
Ooh, that was a nice shot.
Bro, I don't like this tight space in here.
Yeah,
though.
the tight space sucks a lot. It's so bad. Do dazzle fruit affect you? Side on, bro. Side on, come on.
No, shit. I tried to dodge and I don't have my sword out, so he doesn't dodge properly.
Oh, it doesn't.
Oh my god, he's not dodging at all now. There it is.
Oh, you got him! Let's go, you got him! Let's
Demon
go!
King's bow.
Let's go!
The gloom sword.
Ooh, it's gloomy.
It kind of sucks, in my opinion. I mean, it's
gloom
really
sword?
good, like, damage-wise, but you definitely need, like good resistance, like a meal. What
Can't
else?
take
Oh,
that
you sent me the
fly.
list. You sent me. I need.
There you go. That was scary. That was like legit scary. Alright.
No, you're good. You're good. You got it.
Okay, so that still didn't tell me like where I need to go. Like I need to get here.
Well, now you can explore freely though. But no, you didn't. Like Laws said. Yeah, he's out of the way now. You can probably. Balloon.
I don't.
Arm. Oh, you need armor rouge. Oh, let me see if I have. If I have an extra.
Okay, so in real life, the general rule of thumb is in a maze, if you always keep the wall on your left side, you'll always get out. Sometimes you might need to repeat some things, but like you'll never get lost in a maze if you keep a wall on your left-hand side. So.
Oh, but I think they fixed that for these mazes. I read
No,
that.
that's like an IRL thing. Like that's like a thing.
Yes, and there's also a thing they made so that wouldn't be a thing, and it's
right, and
they
that's
made,
what I'm
like,
saying. So
freestanding
like I
walls.
think I did that last time, and I like tried to keep it to my left, but I also okay. So there's the first fire right there. So if you go here, is there a fire here or is there a fire? There's a fire right there. Is that a fire or is that just no? That's just stuff. Okay. So these are stairs, which doesn't go anywhere.
Good job with the hands, Pink. That was flawless almost.
Yeah, it was decent. There's a lot of dodges that I missed just because he just doesn't ever want to jump properly. But that's just Link.
I mean, relatable. Jumping's hard.
I mean, come on. Link just tanked those hits. Like a Chad.
Plink. Plink. Welcome back, Poorly. You missed it. Just like Astro missed it yesterday and won't admit it.
No.
He keeps saying, he's like, you did it, and I'm like, what did I do? But he won't say what I did because he missed it, and he doesn't want to admit that he missed it.
She did a lot of things. Can't just name one.
Yeah, but there was one thing specific that I did it, and I was like, oh my god, Astro, did you see that? And then you were gone. You were gone.
Oh, no.
Gone, abandoned.
No. Don't sit like that. Goodbye, Stornder.
What did you miss? I beat the hand monster that turns into the Phantom Ganon monster.
You beat Ganon off, is what you did. You whacked his hands. You slapped him.
I'm getting frustrated. Like, I just...
I don't think I have her in Guru anymore. Let me see.
I mean, I would understand why. Gross monkey. It's gross.
No.
So that's where I need to go.
Let's see.
That's where I need to go.
Yeah, I don't have.
And there's a butthole in here too that I need to go through because there's treasure below as well.
Right.
I have a Guru and I have an armors, but
I'm honestly like 30 seconds away from like looking up like a step-by-step walkthrough because I just...
I will lean it back, especially because it is
Yeah,
shiny.
I'll send him back. I'll be like, get out of here.
It's a very sad shiny in my opinion, but it's still shiny.
That's kind of all the shinies, honestly. Not all, but a good amount. A good amount of them are like either a shade off.
Look, you can't even tell. Look, you can. I bet you don't even know what's different. Heck, if I didn't tell you
so
what shiny.
there's a fire, and then you go through, and then right off the bat, is it left or is it right? Let's see. Where's our next fire? I think it's this way. Okay. So there you go. There's fire.
And you also need Koridon, right? I'll send it just in case, and then we can.
Apparently I need
And then where's our next little fire here?
I have Barbooch.
Yep, so I'm here. Day 3 was just right here. Oh, this is day 2. Okay, so you say north corner goes to day 3. So that's here.
Goodbye, Charmander.
Here? Alright, so we go... This way. So behind. This way. 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 See? There's a fire, and then we go.
I'll trade you one that's really annoying to get, so you don't have to go through all that.
Let's. Okay, what is this? Wait, that's okay. That's just regular treasure. I did that. Alright, so I'm just gonna run through there. Okay, yep, here's our little trail. Here's our little trail. Yep, here we go. Here's our pine cone trail. Pine cone trail.
Okay, yeah, I did that.
And I'm not disagreeing. Oh my gosh, I forgot that was there. The mods went a little crazy today, but welcome in, Lucas God. How are you?
I knew it.
Oh
I knew it.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
No,
The mods decided that they wanted to take over the stream today.
I don't know about that.
Don't give me that.
Hey, I'm on your side on that whole situation.
No.
So this is
I'm
here.
just saying.
Okay, now.
Men are odd.
No.
No.
Oh, you're still here. I thought you were gone.
No, I'm still here.
So
I'm listening to every.
I think I'm so close to my next sound command. I'm not close to the prices. Has it? Has it been the same ever since?
Yeah.
Oh, never been.
Not increased.
No. This one's kind of.
Yes. I couldn't remember the word. I was like, poka.
Okay, what?
Poka.
Oh. Oh my God! Is this it?
With his phone chair.
Oh my God! Is this it?
Did you do it?
No.
It might be. That's new, right? Ooh.
Oh my God! I don't know how I got turned around last time. I'm so annoyed.
Nice. Pink spoon. There you go.
Oh my God, that's so annoying. I have no idea how I know. Oh shit. Oh my God, that was so annoying. I have no idea how I got turned around last time, but I did somehow. Probably because the fucking decided to come attack my booty. The hands machine monster. You know, I hate him.
Yep.
This would be much easier if I had something.
You have. You mind if I tell you? I think if you have an extra ruby, you can fuse it to the shield or weapon.
I know. I don't have any. I sold them all though. Because I was poor.
Oh. No. It is so hard to get rubies in this game.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why? I'm so poor in this one. I
No,
cannot believe how poor I am in this one.
I'm not poor because I cheated. But
oh my God! Oh, look at that! It's a blessing, and I can just grab it and go, and then we can find someone to raid. Look at that! An hour late to trying to get through that labyrinth. Oh my gosh!
Hours.
All right. All right.
Hey, it's a diamond.
Oh my gosh.
You said you did the fish.
Okay.
You
You did amazing. No, I don't know how. I'm so annoyed that I got turned around like that. I know that the gloom hands or whatever the hell his name is turned me around last time I played, but it's still annoying. All right, so now I have to do this to go up.
Pink. Good hub.
Yubbing.
Well, I don't know if this one will make you go up, but
I've unlocked a door. Okay.
They got funny shaped hands.
On the west side of the labyrinth of the sky. Amazing. Amazing.
Owls? Owls are dope.
Alright, let's save and let's find someone to raid. Push the back CD. No. Laz, you've been here long enough to know, like, how to push me in the right direction without telling me too much. I feel like you know what you're doing. Alright, let me find someone to raid.
Okay.
What else do you need?
Let me check really quick. I'm gonna hop out of the thing.
I'm gonna hop out.
Well, just the trading thing. I gotta look at my day. But I know I need Orangu.
Oh, I didn't have the Orangu anymore.
But I think it's just stuff I have to evolve, which is not that bad. Pokemon.
Oh, let's raid Driver. He's playing some Kingdom Hearts.
Yes. Which one? Which one is he playing?
1.5, 2.5 remix.
Oh,
it says Kingdom Hearts Critical plus extra bosses, so I guess he's doing like a challenge thing.
Ooh.
Alright guys, let's go hang out with Driver playing some Kingdom Hearts 2, apparently. Most likely no stream tomorrow. If I'm gonna stream tomorrow, it'll be tomorrow night, because I am busy. But I'll see you when I see you. Bye. Stay safe. Make good choices. Bye.
Alright, well, I haven't played Pokemon in a while. They for sure did some good updates. It feels a lot smoother.
I'm missing 293 through 296, so I need